Welcome to our hybrid conference on the 2030 Agenda, 10 years to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, here at BUFA in Berlin and via live stream on YouTube. So welcome online and welcome everyone here. I'm Linnea Riensberg, your host for today, and I'm very glad to accompany you through this year's conference. Part of the Human Rights Film Festival Berlin, The Future is Now. And let's do a very quick start with those people who are very important today and who are responsible for this year's conference and this year's Human Rights Film Festival. So I'm welcoming the director of the festival, Anna Ramskogler-Witt. Welcome.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to see you all here and also the audience online. For us as the festival, it's the first time that we do conferences. This is the third one actually as part of the Human Rights Film Forum. We already had 2 very exciting days of discussing storytelling as empowerment and storytelling as resistance, and it was extremely interesting how also those 2 parts interconnected. And the main findings were we need more diversity in storytelling, basically, and we need more conscious storytelling, meaning that the people whose stories we tell really know what's happening and what's going on. So with those 2 days in the background, I'm extremely looking forward to today, but also to the next 3 days where we are going to host a climate story lab, which is also very exciting. Besides that, I hope that you have a marvelous time with lots of interesting discussions online on Zoom, here at BUFA, and as well as in the breaks. And I would now welcome next to me Jan Sebastian Friedrich-Rust, the director of ActionAgainstHunger and the initiator of the film festival, which started actually 3 years ago. And Jan is going to tell you a bit more about the background of the festival and the people who support us and other very important things that we all shouldn't miss.
Thanks, Anna. So, hello everyone. Yeah. Hello everyone. It's still early, so I think a lot of people are still to arrive. I hope online a lot of people have joined us already. A question we regularly face is why do we as a development and humanitarian organization organize a film festival? To my mind, that question is easy to answer. It is because we want to draw attention to stories from all over the world about inequality, human rights, and the future of our planet. We could not organize today's conference without our main festival partners, Save the Children and NRC Flüchtlingshilfe. I would like to further thank the Center for Fundamental Rights at Hertie School, as well as the Center for Humanitarian Action, who are our main partners of today. Today's event is made possible through the generous support of the Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, commissioned by the Development Ministry, BMZ. Finally, I'd like to thank BUFA for hosting us here. We are living in a crucial time. 5 years ago, the international community committed to achieving 17 global goals. Whether we achieve these goals or not is really the question is now a question of humanity, really, and it's about the future of our planet. The current pandemic is a global crisis, and as a result, reaching the SDGs now seems even further out of reach. It is therefore even more important that we work together to find new and innovative ways of getting closer and achieving them. I'm looking forward to a series of interesting and productive discussions with all of you today. But before I end, I especially want to thank our team at ActionAgainstHunger, Kira and Leonie, who have worked tirelessly over the last weeks, as well as the teams from Save the Children and NRC who have helped organize this conference. This event is really the technical Everest of our festival, as Anna's already mentioned. We'll have 6 discussions parallel, I think 5 to 6 discussions parallel at several points today. So we hope everything works out. But this is the way for us to include speakers from all over the world. I'm honored to announce the upcoming video message by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Thank you.
It is a pleasure to greet this Human Rights Festival. As the world confronts the COVID-19 pandemic, I welcome your focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. The virus has been a major setback to our efforts. For the first time in 30 years, poverty is rising, human development indicators are declining, human rights and civic space are under assault. The pandemic is also exacerbating many long-standing inequalities, from wealth to gender, and exposed global fragilities more generally. COVID-19 is not only a wake-up call, it is a dress rehearsal for the world of challenges to come, climate change above all. Thank you for your commitment to work as partners to overcome the virus and build a future of peace, dignity, and sustainable development for all on a healthy planet. Please accept my best wishes for a memorable festival.
For his first words to welcome us here. There are two more people who will speak. And the first person giving a keynote speech is Dr. Ingolf Dietrich. He's Commissioner for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, for the Germans, the BMZ. And he'll give us a live opening keynote speech from the former German capital, Bonn. So not in Berlin, but he's in Bonn. So welcome. Let's have a great speech from your side.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear online audience, and dear Ms. Witter, I'm very pleased to be able to open this event today together with Ms. Witter. I would like to thank especially ActionAgainstHunger, Save the Children, and the Norwegian Refugee Council for their valuable work. I also want to thank all the organizers. Events like this make an important contribution to the awareness of the 2030 Agenda, the achievement of the SDGs, and to more sustainable world, to a more sustainable world. I strongly believe in the power of movies. They can raise awareness for certain problems and encourage stakeholders to act. Therefore, I would like to thank the Human Rights Film Festival to make this wonderful event possible, especially during this pandemic. The 2030 Agenda and the SDGs are based on human rights. Over 90% of the goals and targets of the SDGs correspondent to human rights obligations. Almost exactly 5 years ago, the United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda with its 17 development goals, sustainable development goals. 5 years after the adoption, we are facing a mixed bag of achievements and remaining challenges. It was, 5 years ago, historic. 193 countries agreed on a multilateral framework for a sustainable future. Studies show 5 years after this adoption, the 2030 Agenda has become a kind of central point of reference for all governments around the globe, as well as for civil society, the private sector, and academia. Its 17 goals apply equally to all countries. This universality of the 2030 Agenda has allowed to move beyond the dichotomy between the global north and the global south. The adoption of the 2030 Agenda was a great moment for multilateralism. In the global context of this year, 2020, it would be unthinkable. Additionally to this more general achievements on aggregated level, since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, there is also remarkable progress in achieving the SDGs itself. More than 700 million people have gained access to the internet. More than 200 million people have gained access to sanitation services. Maternal mortality has decreased significantly, and life expectancy is increasing worldwide. More and more countries have adopted their own sustainability strategies or politics to break down this global commitment into national measures. So far, the achievements, but challenges remain. Already 1/3 of the implementation timeframe of the 2030 Agenda has passed. Unfortunately, we have not yet completed 1/3 of the way towards reaching the SDGs. This year's Sustainable Development Goals report underlines we are lacking behind. The implementation of the 2030 Agenda has been progressing too slow and too unevenly, even before the corona pandemic. Additionally, the corona pandemic threatens to destroy the progress we have made so far. Up to 100 million people could slide into extreme poverty this year with the pandemic. The number of people facing extreme hunger is expected to increase by 120 million. Half of the global workforce, 1.6 billion people, are at risk of becoming unemployed or losing a large part of their income. And we still have 10 years to go. The challenges are high. There is a lot of work ahead. What has to be done, we have to ask, in the remaining 10 years in order to achieve the 17 SDGs? How can the necessary transformative power of the 2030 Agenda be leveraged? We do not feel enough of this transformative power. So several challenges are core. Today I would like to highlight 4 of this. I would like to focus on policy, on the complexity of the agenda, on finance and on data. Let me briefly touch upon each one of these challenges. The first, politics. In most countries, the implementation of the 2030 Agenda is still weak. Politics and sustainable strategies, for example, need to be strengthened. It cannot be a peripheral process or document, but needs to be a cornerstone in the center of domestic and international politics. It still is not like this. It's sometimes an add-on. A strong and effective governance of sustainable development is needed. Especially with respect to the current pandemic, the 2030 Agenda is key. With an economic recovery that is both socially and ecologically sustainable, we can achieve a win-win situation. For example, we can protect the climate, we can fight poverty and inequality, we can strengthen the resilience, which is very, very important if the next pandemic comes, the resilience of societies and economies, and we can make sure, as we do all those things, there is no one left behind, so we can build back better. By taking the 2030 Agenda as a compass or a guiding principle, the COVID-19 crisis can be an opportunity to set a new course, a chance to recover better. After politics, my second point is how can we tackle with the complexity of the 2030 Agenda to really successfully implement it. Easier said than done. The holistic approach of the 2030 Agenda is both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because the complex nature of the 2030 Agenda needs us to work together beyond silos. We need cohesive action from all segments of society and international cooperation. A curse because the overarching nature of the 2030 Agenda, the 17 goals and the 169 targets, they clashes with conventional sectoral and thematic approaches as we work in our institutions. We have, for example, we have ministries for agriculture, we have ministries for health, we have ministries for education. So we still think and work in thematic silos. This is one of the challenges. The translation of the agenda's complexity and universal nature into an implementation structure is tough. How we can the 2030 agenda reflect both the political agenda and implementation? We were successful in mainstreaming the 2030 agenda into our politics. Now we need to create the necessary structures to implement these policies. The challenge in this regard is the complexity of the agenda. We need courage. Yes, we need courage to go ahead and identify and prioritize central transformative levers for sustainable development. By focusing and reducing on these transformative levers, implementation of the SDGs will advance and will be faster and successfully in practice. For that reason, to go ahead, my ministry, the BMZ, is currently also working on such transformative clusters in order to better implement the 2030 agenda and build back better in the recovery. The third challenge I would like to mention is financing and the financing gap. It's an estimated 2.5 trillion US dollars that are needed annually to finance the implementation of the 2030 agenda. That is almost twice the size of the German national budget. That's only one number. There are different numbers circulating. Nevertheless, the message is clear. There is a massive gap. The gap cannot be filled by states alone. An actively involved private sector in implementation of the 2030 agenda is crucial. Sustainable finance, something like green bonds, is a central lever to achieve financing for the SDGs. Now I come to my fourth challenge that I want to highlight, and that is data. There's a lack of reliable and comparable data for evidence-based policy decisions on sustainable development and implementing the 2030 agenda. Only about 1/3 of the 231 goals, SDGs indicators, can be measured on a regular basis. To reach the transformation envisaged by the 2030 agenda, reliable data is needed. You can only manage what you can measure. For a long time, for a long time, data on material mortality has been hard to find. With the availability of high-quality data, policymakers were able to tackle the problem, and as a result, maternal mortality has significantly decreased since. But now, with relevance to your event here, during this event and during your panel discussions, you deal with some of the potential levers to successfully implement the 2030 agenda. You deal with food security, with leave no one behind, and inequalities. This is central. The fight against poverty and inequality is at the heart of the 2030 agenda. It's therefore essential to step up our efforts in implementing SDG 2, Zero Hunger. Achieving SDG 2 will bring about important progress in the achievement of other SDGs, no poverty, good health, well-being, and reduced inequalities will also benefit from progress in SDG 2. After years of progress, the number of people living in food security has been increasing in the last 3 years. An estimated 800 million people did not have enough to eat in 2018. So 1 out of 10 people on Earth does not have enough to eat. The number of actually malnourished people will increase during the corona pandemic from 149 million to an estimated 270 million by the end of the year. As BMZ, we cannot accept this and put strong emphasis on food security and rural development. Annually, we spend 1.5 billion euro on these two areas. To respond to the current pandemic, BMZ has set up a COVID-19 emergency support program. The program includes 800 million euro to prevent famine disasters and maintain food production. Altogether, my ministry has set up an emergency COVID-19 support program for 4 billion euros in 2020 and 2021. The program focuses on health, pandemic response, food security, and safeguarding jobs. Dear distinguished guests, dear listeners, the next few years will determine whether the transformation will succeed and the recovery is long-term and sustainable. I will close with a quote from our UN Secretary General. He emphasized that the 2030 agenda must be our guiding light to end the pandemic. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a fruitful conference.
Thanks, Dr. Ingolf Dietrich, for this holistic and thematic introduction of this year's conference. You spoke a bit about, the feeling is missing. So in a couple of minutes, we'll listen to Lisa Witter, an award-winning executive, serial entrepreneur, writer, and public speaker. She has counseled CEOs, Nobel Prize winners, politicians, philanthropists, scientists, and academics. And she is the co-founder and executive chairman of Apolitical, a network connecting impactful public servants around the world to inspire ideas, solutions, to shared challenges, and the best professional resources and opportunities. So, Lisa Witter will hold the opening keynote speech, Love in Public Service. Welcome.
Hello, everyone in the audience and live stream. I was listening to our previous two speakers, and it reminded me of a few things that aren't in my original speech. One is the last film festival I was involved in was a Tribeca Film Festival. Has anyone been to the Tribeca Film Festival? It was in New York. I'm a former New Yorker. And I worked on a film called Pray the Devil Back to Hell. Does that sound familiar to anyone? It's the story of a bunch of women, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and a women activist named Lema Gobi, how they decided to push forward the peace process through a sex strike. And I was thinking, wow, here's a sex strike and me talking about love and SDGs. How's that all gonna come together? Well, at the film festival, one of the things we did is we filled rooms of people to watch this film. We got people to vote online, and it won the Best Documentary of the Year. And it winning the Best Documentary of the Year helped sort of catapult it to the attention of the Nobel Prize jury. And it's one of the reasons why it won the Nobel Prize, which then gave a platform for Lema Gobi and, of course, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to do good work in the world on social justice. So film festivals matter. They really matter. They help tell the stories. They help bring these things to life. You know that. That's why you're doing this. I was also listening from Bonn, from our public servant friends, about how hard everything is, right? Sometimes when you think about the SDGs and COVID and all these things, it seems so hard. It's like there's a Titanic, let's get on it, and the world's gonna fall apart. Well, I'm a Berliner now. I've been here for 8 years, and we just celebrated the 30th anniversary of reunification. And I'm reading this extraordinary book called Why Germans Do It Better. And it's a story about how, partially the story about how reunification happened and about how hard it was and how far we've come. Still more work to do in 30 years. I just wanted to say, film festivals matter and we can do hard things. But that gets me to the topic of today, which is a less technocratic talk and a more talk from the heart, which is called Love in Public Service, or Love Public Service. And the reason why I wanted to talk about that is we have to be driven by that to do this work. You know, human rights work in particular, working against hunger, we see a lot of things. We end up doing a lot of time and thinking about things that cause a lot of trauma and pain, let alone to the people it's happening to. And I was reflecting on my best friend. I want you to a moment to think about your best friend. Maybe you've known this person for a long time. Well, she and I have secrets, as I'm sure a lot of best friends do. And one of the things that we especially do is we speak, basically, we can go complete weekends only speaking in song lyrics. So when I got called to come to do this, I was like, oh, how can I bring some of that here? And Tina Turner's What's Love Got to Do with It? Anyone in the audience know that song? What's Love But a Secondhand Emotion? I see maybe a few of you know it. I love Tina Turner. And I thought, that's got to be the theme of today. What's love got to do with it? You know, it's everything to do with it. Ada, she's about this high, African-American, grew up in LA, against all odds and poverty, single mom, has risen from a really difficult place where hunger was a potential issue for her growing up. And now she's a longtime human rights activist, worked on refugee issues, and she works for Melinda Gates at Pivotal doing racial justice work and gender. She really found her courage and found her love for giving back, and it catapulted her. And there's a group of people working on these issues, we've heard from some of them today, that often don't get the love they deserve, because when they talk about their work, it's technocratic or it sounds quite boring, and those are the public servants in the world. These people work hard every day, often in very boring settings, to get things done. So before I tell you a little bit about public servants, I'm going to do a quick poll of the audience on the 8 types of love. Did you think you'd be talking about love this morning? Okay, so the Greeks talk about love, philia, affectionate love. This is a love that runs deep in friendship. How many have experienced philia love? At home, you can raise your hand too. You don't feel silly. A few of you, good. Then there's philetua, having a healthy self-compassion towards oneself. You have to do that. Here we go. I love it. Hands up if you feel that. That's so important doing this work. How do you love yourself? Maybe love yourself first. Storage, the familiar love. This flows between parents and children and childhood friends. Anyone have that love in their life? Yeah, through kids. I have it for Ada, my family. There's pragma love. Now this can happen in organizations and institutions, but it also can happen with long-term partnership. This is the love that flows between people who are working together. You see this in people in the front lines of human rights abuses or looking into war, a pragma love. You start loving your neighbor. There's eros. You raise your hand if you have that. That's one of my favorite ones. That's the romantic love. Ludos, the playful love. Mania, the obsessive love. You don't have to raise your hand if you've had that one, but I'm sure I have a 13-year-old who soon will be feeling that. And then the last is for all of you, or at least to ask yourself if it is for you. And that's the selfless love. That's agape. Anyone have heard of agape? It's the empathetic attitude for love of everyone. And it's with that love that I know you do your work, and I know public servants do their work. At Apolitical, we're a network of more than 100,000 public servants from 170 countries. And these people care as much about this Human Rights Festival and about the work that you're all doing to end hunger and the SDGs as much as any of us do. Their jobs are hard, they're technocratic, they're full of rules, and they're supposed to be. They're committed to learning and growing. We do a survey every year. They spend more than 1 or 2 hours a week learning outside of the job on their own money to get better. They want to break down their silos. And guess what the #1 skill they want to have? This is a question for you all. What's the #1 skill public servants say they want to do their work better but don't have? Guess. Someone. Humor, that's good. No, but it's part of humor, it's storytelling. They want to be able to tell these stories the way you're telling stories here. So meet them where they're at with stories, and I really hope this Human Rights Festival reaches them, reaches out to the world, and remember to find whatever 8 ways of love that brings you here. We can do this. We really can do it. Have a great festival. Look forward to hearing more. Bye.
Thanks so much for our little love introduction. It was very lovely and very short. And now we're really on time again. And I would like to give you a little introduction how this whole day will work. So we will focus on 3 SDG goals. You heard some of them already. So #2, hunger and conflict. We'll talk about this one in the morning. #6, climate justice. We'll focus on it after lunch. And in the late afternoon, we'll talk about SDG 13, water as a resource and human right. So all of these three SDGs will have a workshop format. It's three-folded, so you start with a panel here, then here in Studio 2, and afterwards you have the chance to go into a breakout session. For the people here at BUFA, that's in Studio 1 downstairs. For the ones online, you'll choose one of the sessions via Zoom, and afterwards there's the chance to go back here to have a closing panel, and that's for the people who were on Zoom before at the live stream on YouTube again. So this is how everything works in the morning, after lunch, and in the late afternoon. You have these three workshops. And besides that, you have all the panels, I mean, here in Studio 2, so that you're able to sit on your chairs and we don't have to move them, and all the breakout sessions downstairs. And a couple of standalone panels will be here at Studio 2, and a couple of special events will be downstairs, like VR and all the nice things. So, just to give you an example, we start right away, so you can just stay here in Studio 2 and stay seated with the SDG 2 Hunger and Conflict panel, and afterwards around 10 you go downstairs to your sessions, or just find a spot where you can take out your computer or your mobile phone. There are Wi-Fi passwords hanging somewhere, like behind there, so that you can go online and do the real hybrid thing, being here and being online at the same time. And afterwards, you can come back here to Studio 2. If you don't want to go into the breakout sessions, you still have the chance to just sit here and listen to another panel. That's the one with our health, our climate, our future, leaving no one behind in times of crisis, here in Studio 2 and also live streamed. So, the only thing I would like you to remember is that while you're walking around, keep your mask on. If you want to go to a microphone and ask questions or give a statement, use your mask and also use it and keep it on while you're talking into the microphone. Everything else is pretty clear, I think. Downstairs are chances to get more food during the breaks, and everything else is hopefully self-explained. So I wish you a great day. Just stay here and listen to the next panel on SDG 2. Have a great day.
Online in about 2 to 3.
So, welcome to all of you. This opening panel on hunger and conflict, starvation as a weapon of warfare, is live streamed and will be followed by connected breakout sessions. The total workshop on SDG 2 will have a closing panel to wrap up all key learnings and future outlooks on hunger and conflict. My name is Alexandre Skander Galand. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Center for Fundamental Rights of the Hertie School and the moderator of today. After decades of steady decline, the number of people who suffer from hunger, as measured by the prevalence of undernourishment, began to slowly increase again in 2015. Current estimates show that nearly 690 million people are hungry, or 8.9% of the world population, up by 10 million by 1 year, in 1 year, and 60 million in 5 years. The world is not on track to achieve zero hunger by 2030, as the UN website on the SDG goals affirms. Of course, we may think of climate mitigation and change, of water sanitation as ways that need to be fought on to reach SDG 2. But a key finding of the 2019 Food Security Information Network Global Report is that conflict is the main driver of acute food insecurity. In 60% of cases, affecting 74 million people who are extremely vulnerable to food insecurity and in the direst circumstances at risk of famine. In 2018, the United Nations Security Council, through Resolution 2417, recognized, finally, the vicious cycle between food insecurity and conflict, and condemned the use of the starvation of civilians as a weapon of warfare, including the denial of humanitarian assistance in conflict situations. To go further and think about SDG 2, I'm very pleased to have Andrew Gilmour with me here in person from the Berghof Foundation. He is the executive director. Thank you for being with us. Online, we have Florian Laudi from the German Federal Foreign Office. So I have bad news. Unfortunately, Florian Laudi will not be able to be with us this morning. So that will give some time to our speakers that are with us and also online to answer more lengthily to the questions. So we have Wayne Jordash, the managing partner from Global Rights Compliance, and Lucile Grosjean from Action Against Hunger, the deputy director. And so that's our panel. For this session, unfortunately, we don't have enough time to take the Q&A, but at the closing panel, we will come back in some 2 hours for a closing session where we will have feedback from the breakout sessions as well as some time for a Q&A. So I invite you to think, listen, and bring your question at the closing panel. So my question for Florian Laudi was about why the Security Council took so long to adopt Resolution 2417. And Andrew Gilmour, if you allow me, you've been working at the UN for a long period of time, and I was wondering whether you have some thoughts about this, given that we know how ancient is the problem of civilians suffering hunger and deprivation in times of war.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Well, it's a very old problem, and there are essentially two main aspects, linkages between conflict and famine, or food insecurity. The first is that when it's a war aim, actually it's the cause of the war, and secondly, when it's a tactic of war. Just to give you a couple of examples in history, I mean, as a tactic of war, both the British and German navies blockaded each other's countries in both world wars in order to prevent food supplies and everything else getting in. That's a tactic. Similarly, Stalin, in order to deal with what he thought was opposition in Ukraine, he created a famine that killed 3 million people in 1932-33. But then there's also food insecurity as the actual aim of the war. And actually, the largest military operation in all human history, Operation Barbarossa in 1941, the attack on the Soviet Union, was provoked in large measure by the fact that Hitler believed that he needed much more food supplies from the breadbasket of Europe, i.e. the Western Soviet Union. So it's a cause of war, and we see that in many parts of the world now. We see that in, for example, in many parts of Africa, the Sahel region, where as climate change makes things even worse, you get increasing conflict between those people who produce food by agriculture and those people who produce food by pastoral, by having animals. And you see conflicts as resources are shrunk, and it's harder for people to bring to produce food, and it leads to tensions between them. And that is something that my organization that I work with, Berghof, works to try to resolve those conflicts that arise over food. But it's as a tactic that I think is the biggest problem, and it relates to the Security Council issue here, because we are increasingly seeing that in dispute after dispute, in conflict after conflict, one or both parties deliberately seems to use famine and starvation as a tool for, and you see that the Syrian government has been clearly doing that for the last 8 years, trying to stop food getting into opposition-held areas as a tool of war. In Yemen, you see both the Saudi-backed coalition preventing food getting in, but also the Houthis using food as a way to increase its power, for example, stopping food deliveries going into some areas, diverting it into others. And then you'll find what is frankly a prolonged siege of Gaza, and periodically food is very hard to get in, and that's a deliberate policy. And it creates radicalization, and you see this in many, many places. And in fact, I remember once arguing with the Israelis, how do you think, you say you want to do it, you want to stop food getting in because it will reduce the influence of Hamas, but can you think of an example in history where people become more moderate as a result of their hunger? I mean, it just doesn't happen, that. Just this morning, I wouldn't have told this story other than that I have a son working in Lesbos in the Moria refugee camp, and he just wrote to me this morning talking about the affront to human dignity, the anger in people's eyes when they don't even have, just for one day, food supplies. So it is a growing problem of radicalization and a cause for conflict. And you will find that in the Security Council, which we can talk about a bit later, a bit more, there hasn't been unity over how to approach this matter. And it is one of the reasons why people are sort of increasingly feeling that the Security Council is no longer what it once was in terms of being the main body for trying to prevent conflict around the world. So I think I'll stop there, and we can come back to some of those issues in a minute after other speakers.
Thank you very much. So one of the reasons I've heard about for the Council to taking so much time, we're speaking of 2018 only, to recognize the vicious cycle between hunger and conflict is, well, first one is that some members prefer to consider that hunger is more a collateral damage than a weapon of warfare while we speak of conflicts. And the second one is that many are arguing that international humanitarian law, so the rules of the laws of war, also known as such, are ambiguous with regards as to hunger and conflict and how to regulate state parties to a conflict obligations with regards to hunger. But we have the pleasure to have with us Wayne Jordash, who's an international criminal lawyer specialized in international humanitarian law. And so my question is for you now, Wayne. Do parties to armed conflict have specific obligations regarding food scarcity in international humanitarian law? And when do they become, if ever, liable for war crimes? Wayne, can you wait 1 second? In the studio, we're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now yes?
You can hear me now?
1 second, well, keep trying.
Can you hear me now?
I do not know whether the people online can hear you, but in the studio, unfortunately, I cannot hear you. Okay, now I do.
Now you hear me. Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, let me quickly start again. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak, and thank you very much for the question. I have slight feedback, but I'll keep moving on and see how we go. So the quick answer to the question is yes, parties to armed conflicts have many obligations regarding or relevant food security in humanitarian law, and they are all likely to be relevant to an assessment of when starvation as a war crime is established or committed. So let me work somewhat backwards. from the Rome Statute. So pursuant to the Rome Statute, Article 8.2b 25, intentionally using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare by depriving them of objects indispensable to their survival, including willfully impeding relief supplies as provided for under the Geneva Conventions, amounts to the war crime of starvation. That provision, which I've just stated, applies in international armed conflicts. Last year, the Assembly of State Parties of the Rome Statute approved an amendment to allow the war crime of starvation to be prosecuted in non-international armed conflicts. So the war crime, and both of those war crimes, are essentially based upon humanitarian law rule, which itself prohibits the deliberate starvation of the civilian population as a method of warfare. You'll find that in the additional protocols of 1977, in Article 54.1, Additional Protocol 1, and Article 14, Additional Protocol 2. Both of them were landmark provisions recognizing starvation of civilians as a method of warfare for the first time. Now, as you will see from the description I've just given in relation to the Rome Statute, the most important part of that war crime in terms of establishing it is the intent. It requires essentially two intents to be established. The intent to deprive civilians of objects indispensable for their survival, and in a more complex sense, an intent to starve civilians as a method of warfare. So as the description of intent shows, it will not be enough to establish that the warring party simply deliberately deprive civilians of objects indispensable to their survival. Even though this deprivation may itself amount to other war crimes, for example, attacking civilian objects, the forced displacement of the population, terrorism, and so on, it won't be enough to establish the war crime of starvation. Now, how do you then establish the war crime of starvation? How do you establish that intent at the heart of that crime? Well, what is going to be highly relevant to that question is international humanitarian law. In particular, and let me divide it into three categories for these purposes. First of all, the fundamental principles of IHL. Second, positive. And third, negative obligations. So what do I include within fundamental principles of international humanitarian law? We're looking at the principle of distinction, principles of precaution, principles of proportionality. Let me give you an example. Sieges. Although lawful under international humanitarian law, they must still, in fact, abide by the general rule prohibiting methods of warfare that result in the starvation of civilians. In practice, this will mean that at a minimum, they have to comply with the principle of distinction and proportionality, with a view to avoiding excessive collateral damages to the civilian population. Any failure to abide by these principles will be relevant to the question of whether intent to starve has been established. Secondly, IHL principles that create positive obligations. These include such things as the provision of humanitarian assistance, the obligation upon states to allow humanitarian relief actions bind states as soon as the population is not or is inadequately supplied with objects indispensable for their survival. From the moment that the civilian population is not adequately provided, the principle of relief actions applies, and relief actions must be undertaken. There is a series, and I don't have the time to go into them now, but there are a series of other positive obligations which establish the obligation on states to allow humanitarian relief, to facilitate relief provisions, to protect relief consignments, and to ensure their rapid distribution. And in relation to these rules, there are limited exceptions, but these exceptions are, as I say, quite limited. So, for example, parties to the conflict are entitled to search and prescribe technical arrangements for the passage of humanitarian relief. As for the third type of obligations under international humanitarian law, which I've referred to as negative obligations, these include international humanitarian rules that prohibit certain behaviour. And these prohibitions are highly relevant to a question of whether intent to starve has been established. So, for example, the prohibition of terrorising the civilian population, the prohibition against collective punishment, the prohibition against forced displacement. All of these are relevant to the question of whether intent can be shown. So back to the question, the central question of intent. How might that intent to starve as a method of warfare be established through international humanitarian law obligations? The question might be summed up as follows. How does the assessment move beyond the deprivation of objects indispensable that might in fact be incidental to lawful conduct, example, during a siege, to determine what in fact might in the end have been intended in relation to starvation as a method of warfare? What if, for example, the warring party intended a siege with a view to gaining a military advantage, as I say, allowed under international humanitarian law, but incidentally caused mass hunger, death, and disease? What if the warring party intended to attack military targets but failed to act proportionately and ended up destroying civilian food stores? What if, perhaps even more controversially, what if the warring party intended to forcibly displace a population but did not care one way or another whether that population starved in the process? Therein lies the complex problem of proving intent in multi-causal environments. And this perhaps, I think, speaks to the question of why there has never been a prosecution for starvation at the international level. Many prosecutors regard these assessments as too complicated or other offences more easy to prove. However, these are not insuperable problems. Let me just give a very classic example of why it's not an insuperable problem. If I plant a bomb on a plane intending to kill one person, I may not care whether I kill the remaining people on that plane, but I am aware that it's a virtual certainty that by killing one person, by planting a bomb to kill that one person, I will kill the remaining passengers. International criminal law treats that awareness as intent. And so back to the war crime of starvation, what is required in these complex environments is an analysis, and I'll propose an analysis which incorporates consideration of these international humanitarian law rules. A four-step analysis will help us to establish whether a war crime of starvation has occurred. One, awareness of a risk that interference with objects indispensable to survival would lead to starvation. Two, have the warring parties respected the full range of relevant international humanitarian law prohibitions, prohibition against terrorism and so on. Three, have the warring parties respected international humanitarian law principles that create positive obligations? And finally, four, what concrete steps have been taken by the warring party to ameliorate civilian suffering, particularly through the facilitation of objects indispensable to the affected civilian population? So, in summary, that four-step process is a good guide to working out in these complex environments whether the war crime of starvation has been committed. I've spoken too long, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
This was a response with a lot of details, well, thank you. I think we have covered the field of international humanitarian law for now. And we will, I'm sure, talk more about it in the breakout sessions. So we have 10 minutes more so I'm going to have Lucile Grosjean. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to ask you to have a shorter answer to the question, given that time constraints do not allow us to engage much. I'm just trying to set the scene for the breakout sessions now. So, Lucile, could you tell us about some of the most pressing challenges humanitarian actors present in the field are facing when providing aid and humanitarian assistance in situations where the civilian population is denied of food?
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot for the invitation, and good morning to everybody. So to be quite short, I suppose it was quite covered already, but the big point is the lack of willingness of warring party to implement IHL, and so it will. The first challenges, I suppose, it will be that there are more needs on the field, more people that are displaced, more people that have to face the depletion of their livelihoods, etc. So more needs to tackle for us, and conflict in general are longer and longer. So more protracted crisis to tackle. So that suppose that the first challenge we face. The second one, and it was also mentioned by Wen just before, is the shrinking of humanitarian space, the lack of access and all the barriers in terms of access that either the population face to try to access services and the stuff they need, or lack of access for us as humanitarian organization to support them. These access barriers can be of different kind. Either it's bureaucratic, and there is quite a surge in bureaucratic impediments. I suppose, for instance, Yemen is a very good example of administrative impediment and in creating new laws and new bureaucratic stuff that we need to prove, etc., to be able to get authorization to get on the field, etc. Myanmar as well as a strong profile in terms of bureaucratic impediments. But it's also the physical access, and I just wanted to highlight very quickly because it's an increasing challenge. It's the impact of counterterrorism measures and security measures on the field, either because we are banned by the authorities to work in certain areas because so-called terrorists are operating over there, or part of the population that can be labeled as terrorists, which is sometimes a bit subjective according to the situation where we are. So we are not allowed to work in some certain areas, or the impact on some security measures taken to fight terrorism has a very huge impact on the population. I'm thinking especially of, for instance, ban of some circulation movement, restriction of some products, restriction to fish, for instance, in the Lake Chad basin, had a huge impact on the livelihood of the population, which were mainly fishermen, basically. So the issue is clearly the fact that warring parties are looking at their military objective and don't look at the impact it can have in terms of livelihood and especially in terms of hunger for the population. And more we are refused and denied as humanitarian workers the possibility to reach them and support them.
Thank you very much, Lucile. Andrew Gilmour, we already had the chance to briefly address the vicious cycle between food insecurity and conflict. Now, I'd like to hear your views on how those involved as the Berghof Foundation in the promotion of just, peaceful, and inclusive societies experience this vicious cycle.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Well, what we try to do is, and this doesn't apply to instances where it is starvation is a deliberate war aim. It is where it is a driver of conflict. This is what we do, whether it's in Yemen or whether it's in Somalia, where there are communities who are in conflict with one another over these scarce resources and scarce food supplies. It is to try to mediate in various ways. In Somalia, we have something called the Shiraka, which is assemblies we set up, and we train people to mediate in these local communities to deal with all the grievances, and you can have the people from the different clans and groups who have been fighting one another over those resources, try to get them to come up with common solutions and to understand the grievances. That is an example there, and in Yemen we do something similar. But I just want to quickly go back to the issue of the Security Council, because this is very important. It is great news that starvation is now finally understood to be a war crime, but that is within the International Criminal Court, and of course many very important countries involved in terrible disputes, by the way, including the United States and Russia and many other countries, plus many of the war parties are not members of the International Criminal Court. Therefore, what happens there cannot be prosecuted. And what you find is that those war parties that are most prone to using starvation as a war tool usually have a backer among the permanent members of the Security Council to prevent any even condemnation, let alone action taken against the party doing that. For example, you will have the Russians vetoing again and again any reference in the Security Council to the fact that the Syrian regime uses hunger and famine as a tool of war. You'll get the Americans doing the same with Saudi Arabia and indeed the Israelis. You'll have the Chinese doing it in North Korea or in Myanmar. This is why it is one of the reasons why the Security Council is more paralyzed than at any time since the days of the Cold War, which is why looking for a solution there to some of these matters is really not on the cards at the moment, unfortunately.
Thank you. And so following up on this striking point, which in fact highlights that even if the mechanism might be existing at the international level, we're still having difficulty in pursuing or in prosecuting the war crime of starvation, of warfare, which I'd like to note that is not really applicable in non-international armed conflicts. At the International Criminal Court, there has been an amendment which has not been ratified by any state for having the war crime of starvation as a weapon of warfare applicable in non-international armed conflict. Okay, so I'm gonna, Wayne, give you the chance to answer in 1 minute, 30 seconds. Very quickly, do you have one suggestion on how states can reinforce the norm against starvation in armed conflict? Talking as an international criminal lawyer.
Talking as an international criminal lawyer, I think this may sound simplistic, but I would say this, that the ICRC identifies constantly a serious deficit of technical IHL knowledge, integration and implementation in conflict-affected regions and in various responses to humanitarian crisis. In my view, this deficit is a serious handicap to harm reduction, and it's a serious deficit, it's a serious handicap in relation to recognizing starvation as a war crime and obtaining action to enforce the prohibition. To my mind, one essential step that could be taken is to ensure that humanitarian organizations, international multilateral organizations, states are more au fait with international humanitarian law. I say that sounds simplistic because there's obviously much more to do, whether it's strengthening the SDGs, whether it's operationalizing UN Security Council 2417, or ensuring a prosecution at the International Criminal Court and so on. But in relation to what could be done quite readily would be to arm humanitarian actors, development actors, multilateral organizations with international humanitarian law. The level of engagement with international humanitarian law, the level of understanding of that, and how international humanitarian law feeds into the proof of a violation of international criminal law is particularly low, and I think low to the point of not creating a useful norm and not translating law into action.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Thank you very much to all our panelists for being with us. Now we are going to move to breakout sessions and we'll come back to the closing session. I'd like to thank you, Andrew Gilmour, Lucile Grosjean, and Wayne Jordash for being with us for now. And I wish to all of you a good time during the breakout sessions and looking forward to seeing you back at the closing panel. Okay.
Thanks a lot from our side as well. And the good thing is, I know you didn't have the chance to say too much in half an hour, but there are these new formats, the sessions. Downstairs, Studio 1 is the first one. That's the offline breakout session called Storytelling, Making Hunger Visible. So you're more than welcome to go downstairs and be more active besides just sitting here or sitting on your own mobile or other devices back home. And the people who would like to stay here, they have the chance to get a bit more information on SDG 13, on health, our planet, our future, leaving no one behind in times of crisis. And also on the live stream via YouTube. So, and then there are 3 more Zoom breakout sessions. Please feel free to use your laptop and just stay here or somewhere around the campus and listen via Zoom. So, have lots of fun. We'll meet back here at 11. Yeah, enjoy. Have fruitful debates.
Yeah. Welcome everybody. I'm glad I can welcome you actually like virtually and here. Hello, Wadzanai. So we are meeting here this morning for a panel. It's called Our Climate, Our Health, Our Future, and specifically to leave no one behind. So in the beginning, in the opening speeches, we heard a lot about the fact that we are currently leaving some people behind, and we will focus on that issue a bit more in specific from different perspectives. And I'm glad to welcome three panelists actually. One who we are not able to see because he's joining. I hope that there will be a stable connection from Mogadishu, but via phone. So first I want to welcome Maylin. Maylin is from the German Alliance of Health and Climate Alliance, and she will join from Germany and with a steady connection. So hello, Maylin. Then we have Wadzanai. Wadzanai is luckily here and can join us in present, and she's from the Center of Intersectional Justice. We will get into the different perspectives a bit later when the speakers will hopefully be able to introduce themselves a bit more. How do we approach that panel, and what are the key questions that will structure this panel today? First, we have, as Mr. Dietrich already said in the beginning, we will focus on the interlinkages between the SDGs, not only SDG 13 and health, but what we want to do is look at more like related, for instance, to what Wadzanai will hopefully get into, class, gender, so all the different SDGs and all the linkages that we can potentially establish to get more into the question, whom are we actually talking about when we say we don't want to leave anyone behind? So who is that anyone? How can we grasp that issue? And then also with the perspective of Joseph. Hello, now we see him. Joseph, can you hear us as well? Very good, I hope so. Joseph will tell us a bit more about also the practical implications that he faces when he works with those who are left behind actually. And he is a medical practitioner and as I said, connecting to us from Mogadishu, so he will tell us a bit more like how we are actually leaving those that we leave behind. So what are the points of margination also in the health system, access to health, those are all the issues that we will talk about. Then in second questions, I would like to also with the panelists share some insights into what are the measures that we already take to ensure that no one is left behind. So we know about the issue of leaving no one behind for already quite some time. The COVID-19 pandemic is basically making those divides stronger, and we see much more like, we talked about it before the conference, I talked about it with Wadzanai, so even in developed countries or in Germany or in like justice issues come up more and more. So how are we approaching those issues and how we are like already working on the appeal to leave no one behind? Then finally, I would like to close with the question, this goes out to all of you, also online. Just during the conversations, please put down your questions in the chat. We will pick them up at the Q&A later. And here also to the audience who is joining us here in Berlin today, I would like to ask you to take notes during the conversation, and afterwards I would ask you to come up here. Here's a little microphone, and then ask your questions to the panelists. We will hopefully, yeah, if you can do already, like indicate the name that you would like to ask a question, and then we will structure the Q&A accordingly. So, first question was, what are the interlinkages? And also, secondly, who is left behind? And how do we define those? Mr. Dietrich said we need more data, but what kind of data do we actually need? So where do we have to look at? And what are the defining criteria for those who we actually leave behind? I would like to start with Wadzanai because of the very good connection, because of her presence. So if you want to start the round.
Yeah, sure. And thank you so much for having us here. I think the question that you ask is a very important one, but it requires that we potentially take 10 steps back. right? So when we talk about intersectionality, we're really looking at centering the voices of those who are marginalized by systems of oppression and systems of discrimination. But in order to understand kind of our present day structures and institutions, so if we're looking at kind of our approaches to climate change today or the climate crisis today, we really have to go back to the historical foundations of discrimination within the sector. So whose voices have had prominence within the climate justice or climate crisis movement at the moment? Whose ideas or traditions or practices have been discounted, right? Who has the power to make the choices or to direct the institutional decisions and the policy decisions that we see today? And the helpfulness of intersectionality is that it provides us a framework with which to ask these questions, but more strategically interrogate the various dimensions of discrimination. So what I just talked about is the historical aspect, so really kind of going back to the foundations and understanding what we see today. But we must also do that with institutions. We must do that with our structural systems, and not only looking at who is within those institutions, but whose voice carries more weight within certain spaces. And then start to break that down and create room for different voices, right? For the voices that have been typically marginalized. So if we're thinking about the climate justice movement, again, as a good example, we see that indigenous communities in particular, even though they only make up 5% of the world's population, but they do make up 15% of the world's poor and are some of the most harshly affected communities by climate change. Their voices should be centered within the climate crisis discussion because it's going to affect them the most. And so what intersectionality does is it provides us a way with which to interrogate a lot of these different systems and structures and approaches and really drill down to the foundational elements of discrimination. So really talking about how racism is replicated or manifested within our current discourses, how capitalism is still controlling not only our approach to the climate crisis, but also what we think is in the realm of possibility to address it. As well, and then also looking at patriarchy. So again, looking at the gender dynamics across the board and not just looking at the two binary genders, but looking at gender as a fluid spectrum and really understanding how the climate crisis or public health does not really cater to the multiple identities that people have. And so we really need to think a little bit more strategically and not just about like who the individual is and who has access to the service, but really like how that system makes it such that some people have voice and some people don't within those spaces, and then begin to think about how we can recenter the voices of the marginalized and the oppressed within those spaces as well.
Thank you, Wadzanai. Yeah. I want to just give some impulse to the audience here. We talk about, for instance, the issue of climate change as has been picked up here, among others by Fridays for Future, for instance, and also like young movements then joined by other groups. And I think that the justice issue becomes much more prominent also here in Germany. But how is this related to different categories, for instance? Say not only race, gender, intergenerational justice is a topic that is like popping up here. So let's play with that idea. How can we define what are the important factors that play in here? Maybe we can generate new factors as well, or see how they interrelated in different contexts. I think that would be an interesting discussion for the Q&A later. So now I want to invite Maylin. Maylin, is the connection stable? Can you hear us? Have you joined the discussion so far?
Yes, I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me too. And I have a nice view on the panel, but unfortunately I don't see actually the guests, the people watching this panel discussion. So hello to everyone. I would like to basically continue what Wadzanai was talking about, whose voices can be heard. And I'm a board member of the Alliance for Climate Change and Health in Germany. And we think that the voices of the healthcare workers are not very heard. And we are an alliance of people working in the healthcare sector who wants to raise awareness that climate change impacts our health, but also that the health sector plays a role in contributing to climate change through their greenhouse gas emissions. So we think that people in the healthcare sector, and I think Joseph can also talk about that, we see like that the vulnerable people and populations are actually mostly affected by climate change, and it's because our health is really dependent on the health of our planet. So it's the air we breathe, it's the food we eat, it's the water we drink that has an impact on our health. And especially poor and the marginalized, they usually don't have a lot of, unfortunately, access to clean water, or food insecurity is a big issue. And climate change actually puts more pressure on those people. And this is something that, of course, in Germany, we don't see it so often, but in other parts of the world, we can see that. And I was working prior to my work now in Germany as part of the German Development Corporation to assist German partner countries to adapt to those changes that climate change drives, to put those marginalized more into, to make them more vulnerable. So this is my connection, and it's important that people in the healthcare sector also speak up.
Thank you very much, Maylin. That was also, again, highlighting that SDG 13 is not only linked to health, but health now in the current crisis also playing out to other SDGs and also to other preconditions for actually getting access to health, but then the other way around, for instance, doing a good job as a health practitioner in a system that is now pretty much under pressure by crisis in different contexts. I think there was also an important aspect, and how can we support health practitioners in actually delivering those services also to those who are marginalized and have less opportunity to enjoy those services. Now I would like to give the word to Joseph. Joseph, is the connection there, and can you hear us? Joseph? So we see him. We can't.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. I think you can just continue speaking because I think there's a delay.
Okay, great. All right. It's really great to be part of this panel and mainly to speak specifically on issues relating to health, particularly on leaving no one behind. And having worked with Save the Children, particularly in context of very vulnerable areas, particularly Somalia, in a context like Somalia, and prior to Somalia, working in the northeastern part of Nigeria, really leading major humanitarian health response program in these areas. I really feel, and there is strong elements of response that needs to be focused on issues around health, particularly in the humanitarian setting. And why I feel that, it's looking at the context of Somalia, we've over the past couple of years had repeated climatic shock. Triple threat to survival of the vulnerable women and children in Somalia, because we do have a chronic humanitarian situation, and on top of that we have repeated shocks of locust infestation coming in, as well as flooding, and together with some sort of impact. And all of this has really impacted on the health situation of women and children in Somalia. And working in Somalia over the past 2 years has really exposed me to seeing how climate change has really impacted on women and children. You see high number of women and children being displaced from where they reside, and that mainly because of repeated floods happening on seasonal basis, and these floods are sort of caused as a result of the impact of the climate change affecting Somalia. And this has really put Somalia at the health situation, which the health system that is already fragile, putting it to some very serious dilemma in such a situation where the capacity of the health system to respond to these shocks are really, really impacted. And we see a situation where without support from external actors, the health system in Somalia is at the brink of collapse, so to speak. And really, donors and partners, particularly the German Federal Foreign Office, has really been helpful in supporting the response to all of this shock in the Nexus program that is currently being run. And we see a very great impact of climate change in Somalia, particularly having impacts on women and children, exposing them to very fragile health conditions. One of the impacts also that we've seen happen is the repeated climatic shocks has resulted in more frequent migration, and this migration has really exposed women and children particularly to further difficult access to health services that is really very minimal in Somalia. And these are some of the things happening, and we see a situation where we need some sort of support, very strong support in terms of early warning and response mechanism to be in place. And as we go on, we would have further discussion as to how the world can really be of support in particularly ensuring that no one is left behind with respect to ensuring that the health situation of the vulnerable is tackled, particularly in light of the climate change situation that we have. Yeah.
Joseph. This was a lot of information already, or hints at like how can we define those that we are currently leaving behind. You approached the topic more from also like a wide range of different factors that could play into this and define those groups. Maylin, you were talking about a specific group within the health care system or with the health system. So those are actually like working on the front and now trying to cope with the crisis, but also in general are more like marginalized as practitioners within that sector maybe, or are struggling with new issues and challenges now due to the crisis. And Joseph, you were referring to women and children being especially vulnerable to displacement, among other factors, and also to a lack of access, maybe due to a combination of both factors, affecting women and children in particular. So when we talk about like measures now, we defined, or we got a hint on like who is it that we are leaving behind. Now I want to turn our attention to the question, what are we doing already to address those people in specific? So is there any difference? Is this more like, because in terms of like how we can include those groups, I see from a more political or academic perspective, two ways. One is to appeal for more universal systems of, among others, healthcare, for instance. And then there is this special treatment group, I want to call it. So get even more defined into who are we talking about when we leave someone behind. So more general approaches, more specific approaches. What is your choice in your work? Could be by like defining those groups, could be by developing or co-designing planning measures to make service available or ensure access to healthcare services to those people. So could you give like very concrete examples, just one is enough maybe, how you actually address that issue of leaving no one behind from that definitory perspective or also from a measurement perspective?
Yeah, I mean, so that's an interesting question, and I will definitely answer it, I promise. But I think there are a couple of things, especially that have been noted by the other speakers, that we really do need to break down and understand before we say this is how we can address some of these systemic challenges. So in order to identify who are people who are marginalized within the healthcare sector. As I mentioned before, we really need to look at the systems of exclusion and discrimination. And sometimes there'll be overlap across sectors, and other times we really need to shift our perspective. And I think it's important that it's not a matter of seeing a closed space that we are trying to include a marginalized group within, but rather trying to open up the space so that at least the most vulnerable is protected and everyone else is able to function, right? So it's not that we're trying to draw people into a space that is created by an external person, it's co-creating more intentional healthcare systems, creating better access, but in collaboration with communities that we're really trying to reach, and not in a paternalistic way and not in a way that says that we have the answers. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think anybody has the answers at this stage. And we've seen that with the pandemic. So Germany is a great example that the country was really praised for its proactive action to providing social services, for adapting to the pandemic. And I think that's important to recognize and appreciate, but even within one of the most successful examples of how to manage the pandemic, we've seen how instances of domestic violence in this country have risen, right? In relation to the lockdown, but because we don't have that data and that information, we can't drill down into it, right? Another example is how refugee communities, and particularly asylum seekers, were essentially forced to stay within the refugee camps. I don't really want to call them that, but the detention centers. And again, we see how their human rights were to some extent compromised, right, in the interest of everyone else's security. And so refugees were being forced to stay in conditions where people had tested positive, there wasn't sufficient water, there wasn't sufficient access to sanitization and hygienic conditions, and yet their rights and their views were seen as somehow less valuable for the good of the greater majority. And so again, we really need to be mindful. So who is going to be most affected, even by policies that we think are good, that we think are protecting the majority? We need to be very mindful and look at the different lenses of who is going to be most affected by these policies, and then make sure that we're not reinforcing systems of oppression based on what we think is a good approach and a good solution. And you mentioned before the Fridays for Future approach with the raising awareness around like climate justice. And again, that's been a huge criticism, not just, I think the Fridays for Future movement, I mean, it's great to get young people involved, but there were indigenous groups, Black communities, people across the African continent, Latin America, who've been advocating for the exact same things for climate justice for generations. And yet their voices were not centered until we had a white voice at the center of that conversation. And so it's important that we are aware of those dynamics and actively work to counter them as we're developing recommendations. So if the approach is we want to build more inclusive spaces to engage marginalized communities, then make sure that their voices are at the center of that conversation, that they shape how that conversation happens, and they determine the outcomes of what happens and what approaches they're meant to adopt for their community, sorry. Similarly, in public health, if we say that women and children are most affected by the current crisis, how do we again bring them to the center of that conversation and identify what would you like to see, right? And how do we help you build that? It's not a matter of I'm coming to build it for you, it's how do we build it together? And again, starting to remove some of those
those dependencies around external assistance for kind of the local challenge or the local issue. The assistance should be matched to what the local community needs and what the local community has prioritized, and never the other way around. And so again, intersectionality provides a tool for us to drill down and ask these questions a little bit more systematically and a little bit more strategically. But I do think, I mean, if I was to recommend like two very concrete approaches, one, centering the voices and including people who are most affected by these challenges, and two, we need the data and the information. You can't develop solutions without understanding how people are most affected and how they're most challenged within certain spaces. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and then interesting, or I think, or just a question that popped up now on my side is, how do we first, after having defined that, and also like, you know, you have to give a name to, you know, when we talk about it, who do we actually leave behind? But then also the next step would be then co-creating those measures to actually like get everyone back into the boat, or what we call the societal contract. So how is that defined? How do I see myself in that? And then the third question would be for me also to build solidarity across different groups. No? You just said those justice issues in the beginning, they were a bit like left behind in the Fridays for Future movement, and now they are popping up again. How do we address this? How do we build connections, also global connections in terms of solidarity? How do we recognize each other and being marginalized in specific contexts? I think that's
I mean, even with the language of who are we leaving behind, it's important to recognize that these systems harm everyone, right? So even if we're talking about patriarchy or climate justice, it's not just the indigenous or marginalized communities that are going to be most affected. A system of oppression is harmful for all of us. I think it's understanding how it limits you, no matter where you position yourself, and then how you not only work to dismantle that oppression for yourself, but for those around you as well. And so, I mean, I would argue that patriarchy harms men just as, I mean, it harms men as it harms women, right? And granted, we see the effects for non-cisgendered men much more apparently, but there is still harm created by patriarchy, by what we consider the dominant group within that system. And it's important that we understand that dismantling or addressing discrimination, addressing marginalization is not necessarily, it's not, like I said again, it's not that we're pulling other people with us. We're trying to create a more equitable system for everyone that we can all benefit from. And that's important in terms of shifting our perspective and how we position the efforts and the work that we would like to do.
And I think this is also in terms of, we talk about a crisis now, there's always this very difficult, I find it difficult, distinction between what is the opportunity in the crisis, because it's kind of a strange way to look at it, but then there I see a clear opportunity to realize how vulnerable everyone, like each one for ourselves, we never thought about it because we enjoy pretty much an access to health and so, but then you see how volatile your own position is, and then you can hopefully see that as an opportunity to sharpen your own view on like where are our problems in each several contexts. Maylin, now how do you see that, and what are the measures that you take to already address those marginalized in the health sector?
Like the pandemic we have and the climate change and all the impacts that it has actually exposes the weaknesses of our systems. So it exposes which the system leaves behind, which it marginalizes. And in that sense, it's maybe also an opportunity because it actually puts the focus on things that doesn't work, that don't work. And it's actually, that's why it could be an opportunity if used to actually, if you want to change something and make a better place, then the pandemic and the crisis that we are witnessing can actually help us to build a better future in that way. But what I want to say is that one important step is that first we need to realize that we have a problem, and quite often health is not seen as a problem in relation to climate change. It's not, especially in Germany, it's not really on the minds of political leaders or policymakers. And this is what we want to improve, basically, awareness raising also among medical students and people who work in the healthcare sector, that we have a problem and that we need to get active and we need to push for changes. We need to make create awareness that we will face bigger problems in future due to climate change. And that's why we need to get active and go to the streets and protest also with the Fridays for Future. And then when there is awareness, then maybe those voices that are not really heard before can also speak up. So we first have to create some kind of a space or platform where everyone can actually voice their concerns. And at the moment, health issues are not all really on the forefront of climate change and the whole movement. So that's why we have our work is basically based on a lot of volunteers and activists that have their own little local groups, and they actually address local problems, and they try to push and work with policymakers to bring awareness to the local problems they see and face. And we have education campaigns, the Planetary Health Academy, which is also, because of COVID-19 was online, where everyone can access and actually get information about the interlinkages between climate change and health. This is what we do. We join up with scientists to get more information out, to actually translate science language into language that everyone can understand, because that's quite important as well. So even when there's data and information, it's usually not accessible to everyone. And so this is our work we're basically doing to create awareness about climate change and health.
That plays into what we hear again and again, that logic of prevention of a crisis that is looming as climate change is, so not graspable yet, and then playing it out in a crisis moment as the pandemic evoked now, also still being abstract, but now it comes a bit closer, and hopefully also the awareness that comes with that experience. Joseph, we're running out of time, but I give you a short moment to also reflect on your more concrete practical examples, how you address or how you take measures to include those that you see left behind.
Yes, thank you very much. With respect to that, I think for Somalia, in Somalia, one of the things we do is active community engagement, and we, over the past few years, we have tried to, as much as possible, get the community involved in an approach we call partnership-defined quality, where we get the community actively involved in key health engaging have put in place for this system. When established, once in place, we get representatives of community health committees that has been set up by the community to be actively involved and also are aware of the changes or the trends in terms of illnesses and in terms of issues around climate change that is happening, and they are aware of it early enough, and they begin to adapt in terms of health practices and health behaviors to ensure that the impact of that is very much limited. Then one other thing we do very strongly, given the impact of climate change on migration, getting more population moving new areas. We have tried to train members of this population on how to provide treatment for common childhood illnesses, because one of the challenges faced in Somalia is accessibility to health services and the dispersed nature of the population. So we engage the approach called integrated community case management of childhood illnesses, because we know that the most impact of this climate change has to do with increased child mortality and morbidity. So we train members of the community, a female specifically, from each of the community on how to provide treatment for common childhood illnesses and link them with the nearest health facility where they can refer children who have severe symptoms. So all of these mechanisms are community-driven and community-centered. And given the current situation in Somalia, the weak government health infrastructure, we've engaged the community much more often, and the community has been actively involved in resource mobilization, because they see that and they know that over the decades of the impact of the chronic humanitarian crisis, and on top of that, the climatic shocks that have happened repeatedly, they understand the weakness of the government health system, and they are ready to make contributions in terms of resource mobilization. So we've supported the community and by setting up community health flagship programs to be able to drive changes for the community by themselves. And we've gotten them involved in assessing regular assessment of health facilities and the health systems to get them actively participating. And also one of the things we put in place is client exit interviews, where we get the perspective of the clients and by extension the community on the impact of the services they are receiving and how it can be better refined to improve the quality of healthcare being provided in the context of the humanitarian situation. And all of this over the couple of years have really progressively seen the Somalia health system move towards the right direction. We are not there yet, but we see a situation where in the next couple of years, the community are more involved, and they decide on what will suit them in terms of the kind of health services that they need and that they require. So all of these dynamics would play a key role in improving the status of vulnerable population that have been exposed to the impacts of climate change.
That gave a pretty clear picture of the measures you're already taking to actually facilitate processes that you mentioned of co-designing and not prescribing some solutions for people that are actually maybe in a new definition of vulnerable. So if we give space to new definitions of being vulnerable and being marginalized, then we also have to adapt our measures to empower those people, actually.
Can I just add to that real quick? I think, so just 2 points, and I think it...
Just short? We want to have at least one question. I hope you're preparing already.
I think, first of all, it's really important to know, particularly when you talk about migration in Africa, that it's actually mostly regional migration that is being most affected by climate change, because I know in Europe then the conversation very quickly goes to African migrants in Europe.
Those are internal displacements.
Exactly, and it's mostly internal displacement. There are not that many African migrants coming to Europe. Let's be clear about that. And the second the second point that raised for me, I think as much as we look at the community level systems, we really need to look at redesigning the entire power structures and being radical about that and unafraid. So looking right at national level, international level, who gets to make decisions at those levels and how do they affect the community? I don't think we can have I mean, you mentioned at the beginning of the conversation kind of looking at universal systems or ways in which we create universal access to certain services and spaces. And I don't think we can reach that. We can't reach true equality until we redesign a lot of our systems, because racism, patriarchy, and capitalism are so embedded in the way our current societies are structured that without really redefining who, even as simple as like who gets to be trained as a healthcare worker, we're talking about that before, right? Who gets access to practice as a healthcare worker? If we don't even look at those kind of systemic issues, we will never reach the kind of level of equality we want, even if we include every single community member in the dialogue. So it's important to think about how our current systems also need to be redesigned and changed to create more room for that access across the board and not just at the community level. I think it's important that we're looking at right from WHO down to the community healthcare center as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think this raises a different question that is also linked to our initial one. If we talk about who is left behind at the moment or in the current stage of our system, then we also have to look at those who have actually a voice. And do they speak or give the voice to those that are marginalized? So those are the critical questions. And I want to take or ask the audience who is closing the session, I have to say, or the Q&A that was not even started yet, with one question from the audience here, and then I would like to also add maybe a question that popped up from those who are joining us online. So it's a bit dark here in the audience. If you want to ask a question, you may stand up so that we see you. I can't see it there. Yeah, oh, someone is taking a seat. Then I would like to ask if there are any questions coming in from the online audience that we can, or that I may pose to our panelists. Okay, then I want to ask one last question, basically to all three of you. I don't think we will be able to manage this in time, but maybe there is one thing that I would like to ask also everyone in the room, and maybe we can also arrange that you write, if you're joining online, that you write that question to the organizers afterwards, and we may forward this to the panelists. One or most interesting question for closing is, what are the policy recommendations, not only recommendations, but also the concrete advice to policymakers, how to enable that kind of service delivery, but not only service delivery, but also advocacy. So how can we build actually solidarity? Can we frame this different in policies that we use right now? This goes also to our Ministry of Development Cooperation. So is there any recommendation how we can design, not only Mr. Dietrich talked about funding differently, but also the outline of programming, and also how we include those marginalized much better in co-designing programs that are actually seeking to address their needs. Joseph, just one takeaway, two sentences you're allowed to put into the audience right now. I hope it's a technical challenge. I know we couldn't hear you.
I'll just close by saying this, that I think, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying, I'll just close. Yeah, I'll just close by saying this, that there should be much more inclusion of the target beneficiaries from the design phase of any program, any health program, if the impact must be long-lasting. That is very critical. Before now, what we see mostly is already prescribed health programs that have been conceptualized by the donors and stakeholders, and it's imposed on the community. We should move from that towards having the key policymakers getting the community and all stakeholders from the target beneficiaries involved from the very design phase of the program, of any health program, to ensure that the impact is long-lasting. I think I would stop there because of time, yeah.
Thank you. I would like to ask Maylin first, and then we have the last virtual input, basically. Can you summarize this in 2 sentences, your main takeaways or recommendations to policymakers?
I think it's important to ask the right questions and actually to think about that those programs are designed to help those who are most in need. And this is why there should be a focus like a risk or a vulnerability analyses and actually let the people speak. So in that sense, open the question to actually make them hear what the problem is. And this needs to be, that's why you need to forget certain like ideas about how things are, and you need to be open about the realities of the people living in those in countries that are most affected. And this is my takeaway.
Understand this and also know who is to be asked maybe and put more to the fore. Wadzanai, what is your takeaway?
I absolutely agree with both the recommendations that were raised. I think they're definitely at the top of my list too. The only things I would add, particularly for Europe, strengthening data collection around inequality I think is necessary, something we can no longer avoid. And then overall looking at the structural, institutional and historical aspects of discrimination across the board. So applying this intersectional framework to existing policy and initiatives. So we understand, like, are we actually achieving equality, or are we actually just reinforcing systems of oppression because we didn't think about the most marginalized within these spaces. And I would urge policymakers to do that more routinely moving forward, so that we are mindful always of, yes, we think this is a good solution, but are we sure that it's not actually just replicating the systems that we are familiar with and we are most comfortable with as well?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I also want to engage the audience in a different way, because I know it's quite complicated to do it interactive and jump from one destination to the next. So what I would like to push a bit is, I know that you recently, the Center for Intersectional Justice, published a report. If you are interested in that topic, like, look it up. I already read it over the weekend, found it very interesting, good new leads, how to look at the issues that we raised in this discussion. Maylin, Maylin as well, and Joseph as well. I asked you before, but please also from the audience, if you have any further information, interesting new publications, and also programs or ideas, how you get or continue the conversation. Also on the policy recommendations and demands, I would engage that and ask you to continue the discussion further. And this also, I think the organizers will support this. So thank you very much. And now we go to the next session that is before the break, the longer break. So I think we all stay here and then we go over there together, or are we staying here in this room?
In the first place, thanks a lot for the four of you. We are able to stay here and just wait for a couple of minutes till all the people who were downstairs in Studio One come back. So thank you. Thanks for you. You can leave. It was a pleasure listening, and lots of good, important recommendations you came up with. Please just wait for 1, 2, 3 minutes till everyone is upstairs again. We're waiting for the 4 rapporteurs who will bring back a bit more about the sessions they were taking part of. So just think of other things, and we'll be back in 2 minutes, I guess. And then for half an hour before, you'll get more coffee and a bit of snacks outside. So stay on your chairs, not long to go. first closing panel on this first workshop. Welcoming all the rapporteurs and moderators, please come on stage. It's yours, the floor is yours.
I'm a moderator.
But you're a rapporteur. You're talking, yeah.
I'm a rapporteur. Sorry.
So, welcome back, everyone. We're here for the closing panel on SDG 2. And I'm pleased to have a newly formed panel with rapporteurs from the breakout sessions. So, as you know, we had breakout sessions on water, reason for conflict, or a catalyst for peace, early warnings and conflict, a good match, human security in Sahel beyond securitization, storytelling making hunger visible. So, the person with me have been present in these breakout sessions. I'm going to reintroduce them. So we have Andrew Gilmour from the Berghof Foundation, Andreas Steinke from the Center for Humanitarian Action, and Jana Sepper from Global Citizen. So I'm asking you, for the audience and for myself as well, to, as rapporteur, give us a brief summary of what was discussed in your session, the key findings, policy recommendations. If you allow me, I'll start with Andrew Gilmour.
I didn't know I was supposed to do this, but okay. Right, well, it was explained to us, which we already knew, of course, but that preventing water is getting it to people in conflict is, of course, a violation. But indeed, the right to water is a human right. It wasn't during the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It wasn't mentioned in that in 1948, but it has become established as a human right. We heard a very, very good description from somebody, Willow Rook, who's working in Yemen and was calling from Yemen to describe how a country that is already the worst affected by its water table is more damaged than any other country in the world, even before the conflict. And the conflict has massively exacerbated the water shortage throughout the country as a result of that. And then I think it's actually, maybe I could just say this, because I was the UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, and I just thought that it would be important to link, since this festival is a human rights film festival, but we're talking about the SDGs. I just wanted to make the point, and I did, and I'll do it again, but very, very briefly, that on the link, that human rights do not appear in the SDGs at any point, with the single exception of a reference to the right to water. And that was done by design. I'm not sure everybody is fully taken on board quite what an ongoing dispute there is at the UN between the great powers, essentially the Western powers versus non-Western powers, insisting that, and along with the human rights movement, that you cannot have sustainable development if the human rights of people are not observed. Whereas the other view is that no, that is not a connection. The only connection is that if you have development first, then you can have human rights. So this means that there's a constant push to get human rights either into peace and security issues or into development issues, and a constant push backwards from member states to ensure that, for example, the discussions of the Sustainable Development Goals should not have a human rights component explicitly there. And I think that point is worth bearing in mind, particularly for this day's subject.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmour. I'd also like to note that we have Manuel Sánchez-Montero from Action Against Hunger, Spain, who's virtually with us. So I'll now pass to Andreas Steinke, if you can give us some key findings and policy recommendations from your breakout
I
sessions.
can. So I had the pleasure to facilitate a session on the triple nexus in the Sahel region with a special focus on human security as opposed to more traditional security concepts in the region. As you are probably all aware in the room and online, there is a very volatile security and humanitarian situation, especially in the central Sahel region. So we did have 3 very distinguished speakers to provide contemporary input on the issues. There was Menara Sigit Abraha from ACF Spain, he's head of advocacy. There was Benoit Collin from DG ECHO, the focal point Sahel, as well as Anna Schmauer from Klingda. So we've discussed a variety of issues with regard to the current situation in Sahel. Even though this plenary session or this panel is mainly on SDG 2 hunger, we also talked about SDG 16 with regard to peace, justice and strong institutions, something very important with regard to the current situation in Sahel, and we've touched upon issues especially from the perspective of a humanitarian organization like ACF with regard to civil-military cooperation, which is a pressing issue at the moment in the region, where we have found out there needs to be a stronger coordination between civil and military agencies, but there needs to be also a very strong humanitarian and humanitarian sensitive approach towards those kind of cooperations, especially having in mind that at the moment in the whole of Central Sahel, but especially in the Malian region, we have a conglomerate of a variety of actors, international actors and regional actors pursuing different goals, and it's very hard for especially humanitarian organizations to maintain a safe distance and to be able to provide care and assistance to the masses of people in need at the moment in the region. There are 6.9 million internally displaced people in the greater Sahel region at the moment. So Anna Schmauder actually provided a good input on the different European policies towards Sahel, and especially those points of interest that are related to migration, that actually current European migration policies towards the Sahel are overriding development goals, which is a very pressing issue. Benoit Collin spoke about the need for flexibility in funding, especially between ECHO and DEFCO, the development and the humanitarian agencies of the European Union. The need for stronger risk analysis, the need for in the inclusion of crisis modifier to actually be able to access and to help all the people in need in the Sahel region at the moment. Maybe I'll leave it at that, and we'll come back to.
Thank you. And of course, while hearing the key findings and policy recommendations that are coming out from our breakout sessions, I invite the Q&A to think, I invite the audience to think about questions that they want to ask during the Q&A that will follow all our rapporteur speeches. Jana? Sorry, if you can please tell us.
Sure. So I had the pleasure to moderate the session around storytelling and how to make hunger visible. And I think since this was the main question, it was really interesting that we not only spoke about this, but we also talked a lot about the best ways of storytelling and actually what good storytelling is in a way. And I think it was really interesting that Valentin Thurn, who is the author and journalist and also a filmmaker of Taste the Waste and 10 Billion, really spoke a lot about how storytelling can work as a tool, or like, yeah, how to actually empower people to take action. And I think that's quite interesting because for me, with a journalistic background and as someone working for a non-governmental organization, it's really good to hear that. I also feel like whenever we produce content and tell stories, it's really important that wherever it's possible that we tell a story a certain way that people feel empowered to actually take action. So I think this call to action thing is really good, and I think what was really strong, what Valentin Thurn said, is that he really didn't want people after watching his film to feel anger and not be able to do anything about it. And I think that really stick to me because I feel like that's a really good way to think about when we like write an article or create a movie or whatever we do, like that we find the tools and means to empower people to take action. And yeah, it was a lot about like how we can actually make a change. And I think that was really interesting. And also we spoke about how to avoid poverty porn, so-called, which was interesting. And yeah, I think that were the main outcomes, that it doesn't need people, like when we talk about hunger, it doesn't need us to show people starving or whatever, so we can actually find other ways to tell stories, and this is just not necessary. So yeah, I think that was the main outcome.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to Manuel. We have not forgotten you. We know that you're with us. So Manuel Sánchez-Montero, if you can tell us about what was discussed in your breakout sessions.
Thank you very much. It's been a very lively discussion with Matthias Amling from the GFFO, Stefan Voigt from the German Aerospace Center, Bernard Kovach from the World Program Innovation Accelerator. Main idea, technologies and awareness are providing us with a multiple of tools and amounts of information which is now very much available. So we have more information than ever. But there are several challenges to make this information really to have traction in order to make action. So the first is that to survey, to put a lot of attention in having a double approach of bottom-up and up-down, in the sense that technological information provided by means like satellites and big data has to rely to be crossed with information coming from the ground. Qualitative, showing the dynamics, showing or checking the truth and checking the rigorosity of information which is provided from other perspectives. This double approach is essential not only in terms of enriching and providing, which are already taken into consideration by many of the tools which are now in place, has to be not only to nurture and to enrich the analysis and information that we can have available, but also to provide a tool for accountability. Initiatives of gathering information through the systems of delivery of aid that we are having, not only to gather information about the vulnerability, but also the quality, the respect, the way we are addressing our services to the people we owe them, is there. Also, you know, that all the information is managed in a safe way. The do no harm principle is absolutely there. So all information systems have to integrate this perspective inside. The second main challenge is important to have a common language to translate qualitative, quantitative information in a language that can be used by all players, exploitable in a systematic way. In many occasions, we have a lot of information which is very anecdotal, very casuistic. We need really to ensure that we have a language that is being able to be transferred into figures sometimes, into conclusions, and to be also understandable by all type of players. Then the third is really to foster this kind of integrated information gathering and analysis by providing a more symmetric and systematic multi-sectorial and multi-stakeholder analysis of information. This means that humanitarians, we have to integrate the conflict sensitiveness information we gather and the way we analyze this information, equally as the players which are managing stabilization, security, they have to integrate also the principle-based approach and the limitations that international humanitarian law is posing to any type of initiative. And then decision makers, they have to put attention into looking into this information, rigorous evidence-based information, to nurture, to inform decision making. Scientific information, ground information is essential, and they need really to look forward, integrating that into the informative processes. Put forward early action protocols in order to diminish the slowness or the problems of administrative problems that many times are provoking later action. The prepositioning of funding in order to advance the capacity to respond in case of a crisis, but also to work more preventatively. And all of this with a final, let's say, conclusion, which has been very interesting, is that now that we know, or now that we have a lot of information, we have more, not only moral, but also political obligation to act. There's no way, no chance to hide behind not knowledge, because there's a lot of information, fine-tuning the tools and the languages and the role of the different players. There is a moral and a political imperative to act. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel. I'm now turning to the audience. This is your time as part of the main panels to come, and if you have a question, a comment, come to the microphone, and please, so you may introduce yourself and ask your
hello, my name is Jörg from ActionAgainstHunger, Germany. Our colleague from the Berghof Foundation informed us or gave us an introduction on the history of starvation as a weapon of war, and mentioned that it is as old as war itself. And now my colleague Manuel also informed us that data is needed actually to grasp the situation. Now that you all have been discussing in the different panels, what do you think is starvation as a weapon of war? If you look back, for example, 10 years in time, is it a bigger problem than 10 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, or not? We are talking a lot about the disrespect of humanitarian principles. So this obviously everybody could agree that the situation is worsening in the last 10 years. Is it the same also with the topic of starvation as a weapon of war?
Thank you very much. So who would like to address the question? I think Andrew Gilmour, you might be interested, Manuel Montero as well, and of course you're also invited to speak.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's a very interesting question. I don't have the statistics with me, but I could be pretty sure that it's a lot worse than it was 10 years ago, just by virtue of the fact that the Arab Spring hadn't happened 10 years ago, and some of the worst conflicts, in particular Syria and Yemen, but also Libya as well, were not happening 10 years ago. And in all of those cases, but particularly in Yemen and Syria, then starvation is used as a weapon of war. So I would say it is worse than 10 years ago, but that's in a way more because there is more conflict than there was 10 years ago. Whereas if you went back 50 years ago, it may not be worse because there was more conflict 50 years ago than there is now. So I just don't have. We'd have to have the graphs of casualties and how many civilian casualties. One thing we do know, though, and this has been a trend, I think this is easy to remember. In the First World War, 90% of casualties were soldiers and only 10% were civilians. Second World War was approximately 50-50, and now in wars, it's 90% civilians, 10% fighters. So that would indicate that the situation has got worse in terms of starvation being used more often as a weapon of war.
Thank you very much. So just if I can give an input on this, and of course, Andrea, I'm looking forward to hear you on this. So my understanding when reading, for instance, the book of Alex de Waal, which is, I would recommend to everyone, and of course other studies have been undertaken on the topic, is that starvation, if we go back 10 years ago, there was a proper idea that we could come to the zero hunger by 2030. And then we have so I might be wrong, and I would look forward to hear your views about this. But then we have in 2015, the increase, while it was in decline then, so 5 years ago, it re-increases. So we were on the good path to reach the goal, and then something happens. And of course, it's the re-emergence of certain conflicts and stuff. But I'm just putting this data, no? Of until 2015, things were going in the right, possibly in the right direction. Maybe if someone would like to touch upon this. Andrea or Manuel, who wants to go first? And of course, the real question is the one that came from the audience.
Is it me? Okay, so we'll go. Well, thank you for the question. I think that effectively that there is an increase of the gravity of the food security crisis provoked by conflicts. The 4 famines, or the food crisis 2 years ago, raised up that issue because of the amount. But basically, I would like to give another view, is that these issues have been coming on for ages. You were talking before about Stalin or others. The thing is that now we are much more aware. I think there's an increase of awareness, and I think this is a positive sign. View of hunger as a war weapon is historic. I mean, the fall of Alesia by Caesar was made by hunger. So this historical way of doing things has been much more accepted, because what we describe in Action Against Hunger is that hunger is a massive weapon. Is a weapon of massive impact, but a very silent one. It's not so extraordinary to talk about hunger, but it is when you talk about a chemical weapon or nuclear weapons. So it's a very massive weapon, which is very silent and very much socially accepted. I think that the exposure, the awareness that is becoming more and more evident is a good sign. So I want to be positive in the sense that these crises are more and more exposed, more exhibited. I think it's important to understand that this storytelling is crucial, not only for the public, but also for some decision makers, which sometimes do not pay enough attention on the huge impact that hunger crises are having into global stability. And again, a positive sign for me is that this type of association between food insecurity and instability is starting to penetrate into the mindset of several decision makers. Not a lot still. I think this is one of the big challenges. And we always describe this as a rugby match. We need to put a lot of effort to gain 1 meter. We have gained 1 meter. We have the resolution, the 2417. We have more awareness. Everybody's talking about Yemen, Syria, not so much about RDC or DRC, sometimes about Sudan, depending. This is something that probably we need still to work into putting that again into the arena in a much more systematic way.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Andrea?
If I may just make 2 very brief points. First of all, as a researcher, for me, it's quite important to have a longitude perspective on things. This is why I'm grateful on your contextualization, because I think a big mistake that is done at the moment a lot is that everything that happens now is unprecedented. There are the highest numbers ever. All the superlatives that we are in the humanitarian scene at least are used to talking about are not really helpful. And it's good to look back on those strategies that have been there for such a long time. But at the same time also see what kind of dynamics are changing within that. And to that I just want to make the small point. We had the pleasure not so long ago to host an event on starvation as a weapon of war together with Katriona Murdoch from the Global Rights Compliance and the German NGO Welthungerhilfe. And we actually focused on Mali and South Sudan, and there we've learned that starvation as a weapon of war is something more than just in the quote-unquote burning crops, but also the attacks on humanitarians are as much used as a starvation technique, inhibiting humanitarians from accessing certain areas, especially currently in Mali, the central Mali and northern Mali regions. From a humanitarian standpoint, things that we have to focus on and that we have to find solutions for, in a way.
Yeah, thank you. So we're getting close to the end. I know that I think that there is one person that would like to ask a question. I know that Mr. Gilmour will have to leave us at 11:30. Would you like to hear the question or should, yes, thank you.
Thank you, I'm Belina. Thank you for all the work that you do in the world. My question is, what's a small project or something that gives you hope, something that's going well, and how do we do more of that?
Thank you very much. Is this so I'm going to ask you all 20 seconds to give a project that, I think this is an excellent concluding note. So I invite you all. So Mr. Gilmour.
No, somebody else. I got to think of it first.
Okay, maybe then I go first. I don't have a concrete project in mind, but I have there are dynamics at the moment that are kind of making me a little bit hopeful related to issues we've just talked about, and that is localization of humanitarian aid, but not only a very superficial idea of localization, but localization that can only be successful if it goes hand in hand with decolonizing the sector. And this is something that we have maybe an opportune moment at the moment, but we have to push through to realize things, I think.
Oh, it's a very hard question, but I think for me, and I just learned about that in the session with Valentin Thurn, and I think that was kind of a really good example, is that he said out of the movies he made, the idea of food sharing came out of that actually, and I think that's a really powerful thing that we can actually see, that whenever we do like a film or like write an article or do a campaign for an NGO, we can see that people kind of pick it up and make something out of it. And I think that was really a strong feeling, that I was like, oh wow, that's really good to know that people actually act and change their behavior.
I will mention I'll probably talk about it again tomorrow because I'm speaking on climate and security. But one relatively unexplored thing so far are the links between climate change and security. And what we're trying to do in these same assemblies that I mentioned earlier, whereby we get representatives of local communities together, even if they've been sort of feuding for a long time, to sit together and thrash out their grievances, is now to inject the whole topic of climate change as getting them to understand that this is a whole new additional layer of conflict driver, and I'm very hopeful that we're going to make progress in that. And then not only in Somalia, but in all our other parts of the world as well, to try and underline this vital link also with human rights, because there has been far too a separate approach between pursuing human rights and pursuing environmental improvements.
And Mr. Montero Sánchez.
Thank you. Little project, yes, I think there are many. One of them is what we call the Hunger and Conflict Project, which is the way to establish a very safe and close to the people methodology to gather information on the specific violent features which are provoking food insecurity, in order to have a direct link of this information reaching out the accountability mechanism in place. This is inserted into a major positive thing, which is that, again, the 24/17 is just the beginning. It's not the end. But it's the first time that we are putting the light on an issue. It needs to be pursued. This linkage, this mindset that hunger provides conflict and instability is much more sensitive to decision makers than it was before. So it's not an issue of charity. We're talking about global stability, global sustainability. So if we want to have a safer planet, we need to have a planet without hunger. So in that sense, I think we have a path to run beyond the technicalities, beyond the information gathering, but also pushing forward, getting this into the real mindset. So small projects, yes, inside of a global mindset that I think is positive. still long run to make.
Thank you very much. So Manuel Sánchez-Montero, Jana Sepe, Andreas Stenke, Andrew Gilmour, thank you very much for your insights from the panels and for the discussion that we just had. Thank you to all the people in the breakout sessions. Thanks to those who were with us during the opening panel, but that are not with us here. And thanks to the audience for its participation. I'm closing this closing panel, and I wish you all a good day for the other panels.
And thank you for moderating everything and bringing everything together, Alexandre. Just a mini short notice before I let you leave in a second. There is a 15-minute coffee break now. And you can go downstairs to grab some food. We're to talk about that after this panel. But use the chance to mingle, talk to each other, and afterwards you have the chance to go back here to Studio 2 and listen to the standalone panel, The Global Compacts on Refugee and Migration and SDGs, Frameworks for Accountability or Bureaucratic Hyperbole. And then you already got to know her a little bit through the last question. Belina Rafi will talk in Studio 1, or not just talk, but have a little interactive speech, and she'll explore the SDGs with humor and compassion. So you have the chance to decide, but get coffee and drinks first, and in 15 minutes, so around 11:45, please be back here. Thanks to you again. Let's see what's coming up next.
Bitte? Man kann so einfach akustisch Bescheid sagen. Die Hand ist oben. Signalpistole abschießen. Ich bin auch. Das grüne Licht wird rot. Ich merke gerade, mein Mikrofon ist auf. Welches ist die Online? Muss jetzt seriös sein. Meine Damen und Herren, ich begrüße Sie zur Tagesschau. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we're very happy that you are here for our next panel. Welcome here. We would like to ask you to silence your phone here in the room and online, probably to mute your microphones and save yourselves from an embarrassment. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about, unfortunately. We would like to talk about a topic that, well, remember 5 years ago, September 2015, what was important, what made headlines at that time? Probably not the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, or like the United Nations called it, the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. 3 years later, so 2 years ago, we had two compacts in the headlines. Well, in the headlines was only one, the Migration Compact, the Global Compact on Migration, and the Global Compact on Refugees was not really a big topic. We would like to discuss today the interaction between these two compacts and the SDGs, and the topic of our panel is the Global Compact on Refugees and Migration and the SDGs. Is it a framework for accountability or a bureaucratic hyperbole? I have here on the panel three very interesting persons, one of them online. To my left, I'm very happy that we have here David Starke. He's the Managing Director of SOS Mediterranee Germany. As you know, this is a humanitarian search and rescue organization that was also founded in 2015, like the SDGs a little earlier. And he looks on the global compacts on both of refugees and on migration from a very practical perspective, because he's every day very close to action. On his left, I'm very happy to have here Dr. Markus Rudolph. He's senior researcher at BIC, the Bonn International Center for Conversation. And he's leading currently a research project on integration and reintegration of displaced persons and peace process. But previously, he also worked as a consultant for humanitarian issues, for NGOs, and also for intergovernmental organizations. And live from Geneva, due to COVID-19 restrictions, she can't be here, unfortunately. But we have here Brooke Lawton from Norwegian Refugee Council, a senior public advisor protection. Brooke leads the NRC's engagement on protection and forced displacement related policy issues on the global level. And she has 15 years of experience in humanitarian sectors and holds degrees from Columbia University. And Brooke, you will do the keynote speech, the impulse, and you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how much of a keynote it'll be, but I'll try and give a little bit of a framing for today's discussion that hopefully can help us move forward. I was asked specifically to talk about kind of the background of the SDGs and the compacts, focusing a little bit more on the compacts and the SDGs and how the compacts kind of fit in with the SDGs or don't. So I guess I'll just start by saying that each of these frameworks that we were speaking about were developed to respond to very specific concerns. The SDGs maybe were a bit broader, well, not maybe, they were quite a bit broader, really looking to tackle all the major issues from the environment to political issues to economic issues that the world faced collectively, and really leave no one behind and sort of make good on that promise. The global compacts started from a much kind of more pointed place. I mean, specifically started with the European crisis in 2015, where each of them developed in slightly different ways. So the Global Compact on Refugees was primarily meant to tackle the issue of responsibility sharing for refugee protection. So basically taking what had always been a bit of a gap in the 51 Convention in terms of who was required to kind of follow up for the entitlements that convention gave to refugees. The Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration was also looking at responsibility sharing, but in a different way, in the sense that it was really meant to pull together all the different threads of migration work and try and come up with a holistic framework for migration, for addressing migration issues. Each one of the frameworks came with specific constraints in their development. So maybe the biggest one is that none of them are binding. There was a lot of debate around what a compact meant specifically, but one thing that was always clear from the beginning was that the participation in the commitments that were defined by these frameworks would be voluntary. So they really relied on political will of individual states and peer pressure for compliance. All three of them were endorsed at a time when countries were looking inward more, and interest in multilateralism was, and I mean, you could argue, continues to be at quite a low point. This was a particular concern for the global compacts, where there was a real worry that opening up the conversation even about refugees and migrants would move us backwards rather than forwards. The level of ambition for changing the system varied quite widely across the three documents and has changed over time. So notably for the Global Compact on Refugees, the ambition early on was quite high. There were discussions around it being a stepping stone towards a new optional protocol for the 51 Convention, but over the course of being developed, it actually moved to a relatively low level of ambition, where there were quite a few people saying that we just wanted to keep what we have. For the Global Compact on Migration, it was seen sort of in contrast with the Refugee Compact. The Global Compact on Migration was seen as a great opportunity. So I think particularly from the UN side, and specifically from IOM side, it was seen as this moment in the sun to really, capitalize on and draw attention to the plight of migrants, and to really have some strong groundwork for moving forward. This, of course, though, was in contrast to member state interest at the time, and still today, I would say, where there was a real concern on impositions around sovereignty related to how the compact would be developed. The processes for each framework, for developing each framework, was also quite different. Both the SDGs and the GCM were state-driven. However, there was a much longer time frame for the SDGs than there was for the Global Compact on Migration. And even taking that back a step to the New York Declaration, which was the precursor to the two compacts, the time frame on the New York Declaration was minuscule by normal state negotiated process timeframes. I mean, it was done basically over the course of a month in the summer. And there was some concern with that it was being kind of rammed through when, a lot of the senior diplomats that normally would have participated in that kind of negotiation were away. And so I think when the compacts that were then being developed out of that, there was some kind of pushback on what the New York Declaration had set out, which was quite ambitious and forward-looking. I think the other thing that's important to say is that the engagement of states with the different frameworks varied widely and has continued to vary in their implementation. This is also in parallel with the fact that the expectations about the ultimate impact of these documents has been different from state to state. So yes, so that, I think that in terms of framing how much power they can have, how much they become bureaucratic processes is important to keep in mind. Ultimately, I think there was an interest in linking the compacts to the SDGs because the SDGs were to seem to have global consensus. So there was a very strong inclination to ride the coattails of that consensus. So, and in some ways, you could see that the compacts are filling a gap that the SDGs left by speaking to specific populations who were not really effectively captured or integrated into the thinking around the goal. However, this was a really difficult marriage, as you see in the actual compacts. The references to the SDGs are relatively sparse, and even where they are there, it's given quite a large bandwidth to sort of link in as possible rather than in really kind of tight, concise ways. Part of that is that displaced populations or populations on the move don't fit in that well with goals that are sort of nationally focused. But I think it also was just in terms of timing, in terms of interest, in terms of commitment to the compacts itself, it was kind of a tightrope to walk for trying to sort of bring them together as closely as possible. I think now, though, what's interesting is in many ways the compacts are more threatened specifically by COVID than the SDGs. And so looking forward might benefit from moving closer to the SDGs as we progress in order not to be left behind as relevant frameworks. So I will stop there to allow us to have more of a conversation rather than you having to listen to me.
A discussion, not only here on the panel, also with you. So here in the room, if you have questions, Please ask. We have microphones. We would like to ask you also to wear a mask even when you're asking your questions. Sorry, we take that very seriously. But you can ask your questions a little later in a Q&A section. And for you who are following online this here, you can also ask your questions. Just write your questions, please, in the comment section. And we will pick up these questions here in our Q&A section. My first question, actually, it goes to Dr. Rudolph. Marcus, Brooke just said how much power they can have, the compacts. What do you think? How much power can they have? Are these nice warm words, or can they really do something? Also, Brooke said that, especially IOM saw that as a big opportunity. Is it a big opportunity?
Yeah, thanks, and thanks as well to Brooke for quite a few interesting leads now to discuss. The easy answer, it of course depends what you make out of it. So you can either criticize it for what Brooke as well mentioned, for the compacts not being binding, and for basically just, as she as well, that being pushed through, being not very ambitious, trying to get everybody on board, being quite diplomatic, and therefore basically not a step forward, but just writing down the smallest common denominator. But if you see this as well as an opportunity to improve and the compacts as a basis, you can see it as a stepping stone. She mentioned it is not a stepping stone yet, but it could be developed into one. We have now a basis. We have a lot of countries involved. We have a process that is ongoing. And rather than criticizing what went wrong in the past, I think it's an opportunity to use this framework to look forward and keeping in mind the history and the ambitions that were once laid out. Brooke as well mentions the New York Declaration of 2016, and I think that's again either depressive exercise to look back how ambitious this declaration was and then to see what came out of it, or to say, well, it was a basis and we have not yet lived up to the expectancies, as she as well mentioned. So I guess it should be a challenge, and it should be encouraging for all the actors that are interested to really have a contact that will move forward and to become more binding. And I think there the crucial fact is, as Brooke as well, that is a peer pressure, because right now it's not yet a legal instrument, but it could turn into one.
So I sense some optimism in your words.
I am very bad at future telling, so I think it could be, but I'm really not sure whether it will be, because you see as well that a lot of processes in the past that have had the potential are then seen as a final instead of a stepping stone. Yeah? So it's really, again, with the stone image, seen as written in stone. That's what we accomplished. We should be working with it, and every criticism is seen as something fundamental instead of a potential. It's seen as rejecting the drafts or the declarations or whatever it is. So I'm not sure. I will just let us see.
No one can watch in the future, but you can tell us what's right now, David, with the SOS Méditerranée. So a lot have changed in the last 2-3 years. Was also one of the roots probably the SDG or the compacts. What do you think from your daily work?
Thanks for your question, Chris. I actually would like to pick up on Marcus, what you said, that currently the compacts, they have not lived up yet to the expectation, and I like your optimistic point of view on that. Let me maybe share a few sentences with you first on the context where we are working. I work for SOS Méditerranée. We are a search and rescue organization who operates in the central Mediterranean Sea. What we do, we work there, we have a rescue vessel, a ship called Ocean Viking, and when people are at distress at sea, we come out with that vessel to rescue people. We are a humanitarian actor, we're a humanitarian organization. We work very much based on maritime and international law. Plus, of course, we stick to the humanitarian principles. Context over the last years, it moved in a direction, and I need to elaborate that in order then to come to the point about commenting on the global compacts. So what we see at the moment in the Mediterranean Sea is that there have been ongoing arrivals. There have been also continuous deaths, and now I'm quoting an IOM source. This year alone, there have been 431 people drowned in the Mediterranean Sea, and there have been over 8,000 pushbacks to Libya by the Libyan Coast Guard. Libya is considered by UNHCR, by IOM, by others, as not as a safe country. So the humanitarian space in the Mediterranean Sea shrinks. It continues to shrink, it will continue to shrink. So great that we have the Global Compact, because that would be a reference document which would ensure that the migrants are able, or the refugees are able to have a safe flight, but also humanitarian actors like we are able to work there. For us, and I think, Marcus, this is where I 100% agree, we also see the compacts as a milestone in international migration policy, because it describes for the first time a common vision on safe, orderly and regular migration, and defines principles as well as objectives. However, the work which we do, and this is what you may have been picked up in the media, over years we've been blocked and hindered by European governments to do the work. For example, when we had a rescue ship called Aquarius, we lost our flag twice. Recently, not recently, for the last 2 months, our current rescue vessel, the Ocean Viking, is detained by the Italian authorities. So the work, what we do, and also like the compacts which should facilitate the work which we do, including not criminalizing us, not the refugees, and what we do, it doesn't really take place. It's actually the opposite. There's administrative harassment, there are judicial procedures, and on top of that, there's a lot of rhetoric against the work which we do in order to legitimize us. Like a German minister called us the taxi service to bring migrants from Africa to Europe, for example. So what's been written in the compacts, we feel that it's not lived by the governments, and also like in a direct contacts we have with authorities in Germany, in Italy, Malta, as well as in Brussels, the compacts, it's never been a reference document for us. And it's never been like a source where we can say, okay guys, this is what we all agreed on, let's try to stick to that. So that's the reality we experience in the work we do.
Brooke, these were hard words from David. I wonder, what do you think? Because states should ensure safe, orderly and regular migration, but what we heard in the last years were not very optimistic actually, and also the ideas of the European Union from 2 weeks ago, they mentioned a kind of regular and orderly migration, but most of the things sounds like pushbacks or so. So what do you think? Is there a gap between theory and praxis?
The short answer is yes. I mean, I think that, well, there's a couple of things. First, I think that in terms of the implementation of the compacts, there's been sort of various stops and starts, and I think there's been a lot of kind of terminology that's gone around that, everything from something being piloted to rolled out to focused in certain countries. And so I think this idea of them being truly global in scope and applying globally the same way in every situation, whether with migrants or with refugees or in mixed circumstances like what you see in the Mediterranean, I think we're a long way from that. it was interesting with the Global Compact on Refugees specifically, that when the New York Declaration was passed and the annex, so there were two annexes to the New York Declaration, one became the basis for the DCR, one became the basis for the GCM. So the one that became the basis for the Global Compact on Refugees was titled the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework. And at the time, it was, UNHCR even said quite openly that they felt that that could basically be the compact. And so there was, during the whole period where the actual compact was being developed, this CRF was being rolled out in some countries. And there were quite a few processes that happened around that in certain countries to consolidate the kind of importance of the refugee issue, to make sure that the different branches of government were coming together in a way that ultimately made for a more effective refugee response, etc. Unfortunately, that was only done, originally it was only done in about 8 countries, and over the course of the years that it took to develop the 2 years that it took to develop the compacts, ultimately touched about 15 countries. But I think what's notable is none of those countries were in Europe, despite the origin of the compacts. And I think this kind of, you can participate if you want to, component was very, very strong. And I think the countries that did sign up to the CRF and wanted to try and create those systems, their motivation there was also quite clearly about not just refugee protection, but it also, there was money that was involved. There were a lot of different factors that determined who was sort of playing the game and who wasn't. And I think ultimately that's been the real weakness of the compacts to date, is that everyone sort of looked at it for what they can get out of it. And I think in some cases, what was initially designed to be a very optimistic, a very kind of fix the system process has in some ways been manipulated to become a get what you can process. So in all the kind of sub work streams of the compacts, you have very different interests that are sometimes competing, and in some cases are actually more negatively, I guess, oriented, I would say, than what you would expect in terms of, there's a lot of discussion around durable solutions for refugees or for migrants as well. But really, particularly on the refugee side, there's a lot of focus on return and how to make sure that refugees can return as soon as possible to their countries of origin, or at least away from where they currently find themselves. And you have a lot of things like that in the compacts specifically that could be this very, exciting, positive step in the right direction, but in many cases is being sort of manipulated for the interest of whoever is using them. And I think what that ends up meaning is, yes, they don't get used as a reference document for positive, for protecting workers like at SOS Méditerranée, or even used in countries necessarily as a first line of defense for refugee work and work with migrants. And I think there's still a lot of potential there, but it needs to be kind of better captured and maybe used more frequently as the go-to in order to actually have that weight.
By the way, I realized I forgot to introduce myself in the beginning, not because I'm that humble, I'm just not very organized. My name is Chris Melzer. I am the spokesperson of UNHCR in Germany, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And we have UNHCR, we have of course, relations to countries, and Germany is especially important country, because from all the countries who host refugees, there's only one country in the top 10 that is an industrialized country from the West, and this is Germany, number 5. And from the countries who are supporting UNHCR, there's also Germany very high on the list, number 2nd after the United States. Well, there's also the European Union, to be honest. So Germany is a very important state for UNHCR, I think also for refugees. And the states, as we have heard, are the actors, the stakeholders in the compacts. So probably, yeah, Max, what do you think? How important are the states and the governments, and can Germany be a good example, or do we need just an ensemble of many important states?
Yeah, I think this is an easier one, because the question is easily answered by saying as the more states that are, of course, committing to this framework, the better it will be. In reference to the question you asked, Brooks, about theory and practice, I think there is a crucial point connected to how the states act. So the more people commit, the more states commit, the more money as well they put in and behind their words, the better it will be. But the question is for what? And while before we have just, and now as well, talked about the potential to give concrete examples, the potentials that have not been lived up to are, for example, the idea to include, as Brooke as well called it, the populations on the move. And this was a formulation from the New York Declaration, and it's innovative in this regard as it connects, for example, the migrants, the refugees, and as well what we have not talked about, the IDPs, internally displaced persons, a group that is usually referred to arrive at the large numbers that we are all reading in the news, but then kind of forgotten. And if we now look at, for example, this potential to really look at the needs of populations being in similar situations, we then would see as well on the second level, what Brooke has said, that now people get out what they can, that the other idea of real practicized burden sharing was not very much put into practice, because the process, as well was mentioned, was very much top-down, and that's why I bring this up with a question, what can states do? They could probably bridge this gap from theory to practice by looking more at the practice, because very often when I talk to politicians, stakeholders, people who are so-called decision makers, they then will say, okay, so on the ground you still did not see this framework realized, like the implementation we just talked about, they have not yet understood our new rules. And the case is the exact opposite one, that the problems arise from a lack of understanding and as well of interest in what is happening on the ground. And this, for example, speaks to what has been mentioned now, the implementing partners, the pilot partners for this CRF have been in the Global South, and they have not felt that they have been included from the very beginning, and they have not felt that this burden sharing is actually something that does not just say, you keep them and we pay you for hosting them and we don't want the refugees. You just mentioned now a few countries, and Germany is now in the position to as well say, well, we do our share, but a lot of others do not, and they still want those partners in the South to simply comply with the rules that have been designed in theory at a different place. So I think the states play a crucial role, and as well leading by example plays a crucial role, as for example Germany now does. But dialogue is something that could be improved. And for example, when you say how many people have been now received here, there a simple example is that countries like Colombia or others that are not necessarily the least developed ones have hosted displaced persons for a while, and Germany could have just asked them, how do you do it? And this never happened, right? So you can really, looking around, find a lot of good practices that you could copy, and then I guess if people would see that there are good practices that you can move forward, if then countries that are interested would take the lead, then maybe we could really get a step forward.
David, what are governments for you? Partners or problems?
Not an easy question. You had an easy question, now it's my turn not to have an easy question. I think it's a bit more something in the gray. For us, definitely, governments are part of the solution because, like what the global compacts describe, and like on a very operational or implementing level, things are not addressed, but can be easily addressed. Let me give you an example. When we operate in the Mediterranean Sea with this boat, we depend very much on information. So when a boat is at distress, we get the information, or we should get the information from Frontex or from other surveillance which exists there, and it gives us that information, and we take care of that people at distress at sea, and then a government called Maritime Rescue Coordination Center, they provide us a port of safety, which is in Italy and Malta, to disembark the people safely. So from a technical point of view, this is all fairly simple. The main challenge, however, with the work we do, and this is where I think governments are part of the solution, is what's next? Once the people disembarked, for example in Italy or Malta, there's a very, at the moment, dysfunctional system in Europe of how to distribute these people further. Yes, Germany, they took quite a few refugees over the last years. However, Germany, like many other countries in the European Union as well, they need to share the burden with the coast states like Italy or Malta, that people get distributed further. So we think that's the core of the challenge, working together with the government. And with the dialogue, and this is something, Marcus, you mentioned the dialogue with the partners, with all the critique I just raised, we feel, yes, what I just mentioned, the governments are part of the solution, same as we as the European, as a humanitarian actor, and we are very, very willing to engage in the dialogue with the partners, with the governments, and same with the global compacts. Yes, it's time to monitor, it's time to start doing a first evaluation, how the implementation of these processes went, and we are ready to do that, and we are ready to give information on the ground, similar with the partners in the global south.
I would like to remind you on the Q&A section, but before I open this, my last question goes to Brooke. Brooke, the SDGs and also the compacts, isn't that an opportunity for states and even for companies, organizations to show commitment without being really committed?
Again, the short answer is yes. I think one of the things that's been difficult, I'll speak mostly to the compacts that I'm much more familiar with than with the SDGs, but I think because it's a non-binding instrument, the approach to the compacts has needed to be one of carrots rather than sticks. So there's been a lot of advertising about what the compacts can do for the various stakeholders, states being the primary focus of that, but also I think, NGOs, private companies, etc., have all been kind of apprised of these processes and sort of told that look at what potential there is here. And I think what's happened because of that is that there's a couple of things. One, each kind of set of stakeholders feels like they've been promised something to get out of these frameworks. And so the degree to which the frameworks are able to deliver that also is going to influence how much stakeholders engage. I think you saw this really clearly in the Global Refugee Forum at the end of last year. So that was basically the mechanism that had been designed to practically create this responsibility sharing for refugee protection. So more or less, it was a I shouldn't say pledging conference, but basically was a pledging conference where states and others, I mean, it was genuinely a multi-stakeholder event, came together and made commitments to take on part of the so-called burden or responsibility for refugee protection. What was interesting was going into that forum, you had, particularly on the state side, you had blocks of states. So, Chris, I think you referred to Germany as being in 2 of those blocks. So there's the block that we sometimes call the $20 million club. Those are the biggest donors specifically to UNHCR. So there are about 15 member states that are in that group, and they tend to be from Western countries, and so they had sort of one interest. Their interest was primarily in getting more money, making sure that there was more money put into the pot, but also one of their big sort of pushes for the forum was to bring in new actors or non-traditional actors. So jumping then to the non-traditional actors, there was this big block that was referred to in different ways during the lead up to the forum, but often was called the missing middle. The thing about the missing middle is it sounds like it could be a relatively homogeneous group, but it wasn't. I mean, it was really about 150 states that all were doing various things for refugee protection, some of which were doing absolutely nothing. And they've all been kind of managing to get by without getting too pulled in to this issue. And then you have the big host states, so sometimes referred to as the 300,000 club. So they're states that are hosting at least 300,000 refugees. So Germany is in both the 20 million club and the 300,000 club. So they're in a unique position in that regard. But the big host states were being promised the world for the Global Refugee Forum. I think they were expecting money. They were expecting massive numbers of resettlement places or complementary pathways to open up. They were being told that really this was going to be the mechanism that helped them. Now, when you come away from it, no one was particularly angry about the forum. So in that sense, they did make commitments that rose to the expectations of most blocks of most states. And I think even on things like participation, I mean, there were, I think it was around 80 refugees who participated in the forum itself, which sounds very small, but comparatively to most Geneva events, I mean, that was a huge number. And there were loads of businesses, and so I think from that perspective, the participation and the commitments that were made, there was something that people got out of it. Whether or not that was enough to actually change the system, to pull new actors in, to really make advancements on this responsibility sharing question, very much remains to be seen. I think COVID has put a bit of a wrench in the works, because the follow-up from those commitments hasn't been the focus of pretty much anybody in the last 6 months. But I think, so in answer to your question, yes, states can claim things, can commit things without sort of following through. They can put up a good show without having real substance there. So I think the compacts serve as a tool to trying to move people in the right direction of committing when you actually want to commit, and to actually move the solutions forward. but I think there's still a lot to be done to make sure that that actually happens.
So I'm expecting some questions here from the audience or maybe online. So may I ask here in the room, are there questions to some of our panelists? If so, just walk to the microphones, but please use your mask, please.
Yes, there's a question from the online audience, and the question is if you would consider privatization to be a solution to the problem of bureaucracy. Yeah, of refugee camps, exactly.
The privatization of refugee camps?
Yeah.
Oh, was that question addressed to anyone specifically?
No.
Would you like to answer this question?
Actually, I think that it should be you, right?
Yeah, probably.
Because it's taking away, what is probably the most essential and biggest challenge for UNHCR, but to maybe help you, so you can reflect on this a little bit, I would try to point out to some problems that there might occur. It's a little bit like the privatization, even though it's a bad example in this regard, to prisons, as we see in the US, and we don't have it here, and most people would not want it, and it's quite simple reason, because you make more money the more people you have inside. And the incentive to have a lot of people out of prison is not given for a private company running a prison, right? So that's actually already something that I would say is a problem for such a big organizations like UNHCR, that in a way you should act against your interests, yeah, because you want people to get out of this situation, which ideally you should be the biggest advocate for, but on the other hand, of course, it's the end of you as an organization if the world would be without refugees. But I would still think that a lot of private and business-driven entities would even be worse.
If I indeed could answer that, I'm very skeptical, because if a private company would do that, they would do that to earn money, and I have my doubts that it's possible to earn money with refugee camps, at least if you run them with some dignity. Our problem is not that we don't have the experts or something like that, but we just don't have the budget. UNHCR has a budget of $8 billion per year, but we receive only half of it, 4.1 billion last year, for example. So it's just the lack of money, and that was, by the way, also one of the points of the Global Compact on Refugees. But just let me one last sentence to this. You know from the news the pictures of the big white tents with UNHCR and so on. These are perfect symbols for journalists, but this is actually not the everyday of refugees, because we're very proud that only a small minority of refugees are really living in camps, in tents somewhere. So most of the refugees are living in houses or apartments together with other people who are not refugees. And this is, by the way, also what we try. A refugee camp, it's only the last solution if we can't find any alternative. Any more questions here in the room or online? Please.
Hello, my name is Sabine from Norwegian Refugee Council. I would have a question. How do you, I mean, we were talking that Germany could be a leading or could take a leading role. How do you see the European Union in all this? I mean, lately we had in the news that there is a new proposal coming from the European Commission how to deal with migrants or refugees. How do you see the relations of the compacts towards these proposals we have seen, and in general the role of the European Union in this? Thank you.
David, would you like to answer?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Sabine. And I'm happy that you mentioned the European Migration Pact, which was, or the first draft proposal was presented last week in Brussels. Regarding that paper, we are very, very skeptical for the work we do, that it doesn't really have any impact on the work we do. At the same time, it's also striking that objective principles which were set at the Global Compact, which we just discussed, we see not really reflected in these migration pacts. And I think so far there are also countries in the European Union which probably, for them, this first draft by the European Commission is still too soft, and that it's probably still going further with a consequence that it will further deteriorate for the migrants as well as refugees. So I'm very pessimistic on that.
I'm afraid we have only time for one last question. Do we have one here in the room or again online maybe? Please.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Sinan Akrat. I'm a student at the Hertie School, Public Policy, but over the last 2 years I also worked at UNHCR and IOM in the GRF team actually, so I'm somewhat biased. But thank you very much for the discussion. My question is how, now, perhaps the question is primarily to Brooke on the GCR, but then also to the panel more broadly on the compacts. What is, now we're moving in COVID especially to a digital space, and in terms of advocacy and communications, in terms of diplomacy as well, how in that age can we communicate as international organizations, but also NGOs, all others, to create that visibility, that publicity, to make the pledges, the commitments, for example, made at the GRF, a reality. So turning those from theory to practice. So specifically on the GCR, but then also more broadly on the compacts, how can we create digital content and communications to help them turn from theory into practice? Thank you.
Brooke.
Knowledge is somewhat low, so I'm not sure how much I can speak to very specific communication tools. I think that being said, there's a couple of things, particularly about the commitments made at the GRF. I think what happened with the GRF was there was this massive buildup, a whole lot of work was going into it. You know, all of the commitments came pretty much in these 3 days in December. And UNHCR was making this monumental effort to try and compile all of them and get them out in a way that people could read and whatnot. But what I think was missing, or what was impossible to capture in that format, was the real action that would be taken. So I think you had two problems. One, you had thousands of commitments at all levels being made, you know, over all countries, in sort of just a huge diversity of commitments, and trying to process those and figure out, you know, which ones, for lack of a better word, matter more, I think has been a task that has been a bit more overwhelming than initially expected. The other thing is that the commitments that were made in very kind of, you know, you had basically a couple of lines to say what you would do. So it didn't give any kind of work plan, I guess, that could be referenced later. And so I think to some extent there needs to be the paring down of, okay, or not paring down, I think it's fine. Everyone can follow through with their own commitments. And again, it's all of these processes are, like we said over and over, you know, voluntary, non-binding, et cetera. So in some sense, there should be a commitment to following through with your commitments just because that's the nature of the process. But I think in terms of highlighting, you know, and using sort of communication and various communication tools to push the process forward, it would be important to really zero in on, I don't know, a selection of those commitments and show very concrete steps taken and progress made because of them. And that, I think, both would bring more people in, because the idea is to have another GRF in 4 years. And so, you know, the idea would be that we build further on commitments at that stage. But I think in order to show that it's important to keep up that momentum, you have to show the momentum. And so there needs to be, it's impossible to show momentum for 3,000 plus pledges. I think probably paring it down, looking at ones that will have the most impact, and being very public about that, being very, spending a lot of time kind of advertising those pledges and the progress that's being made on them is one way to show where others can step in and have an impact.
Thank you so much. So, last round to each of the panelists, please imagine you're going down the elevator here. I know here's no elevator, but just imagine. And you have 45 seconds to explain somebody who's asking you, yeah, it was about bureaucracy or something. So how was the hour? What are your findings? What are the interaction of the compacts and the SDGs? Is it bureaucracy, or is it really a big leap forward? 45 seconds for David.
Thanks so much. Within 45 seconds, and it was mentioned before, and this is where we feel, yes, it is a milestone, it's a stepping stone, Marcus, you said. At the same time, there's no accountability because it's non-binding, and we feel that, yes, there are new negotiations in the process for the work we do in the Central Mediterranean Sea. We do not have the time because it's so urgent to start acting and really implement these principles in order that we can do the work and save migrants so nobody drowns or get pushed back to Libya. So yes, good step, good first step, but urgency in order to get it addressed further and faster.
David Starke, SOS Mediterranee. Brooke Lawton from Norwegian Refugee Council.
I think the major thing with the compacts is that they do need to become a reference point. They need to be seen as being important, and the way to show that is to show that there's actually consequence to using them. So I think where there's a lot of potential with them. I do think that, where they ended up in terms of the negotiated documents, yes, they're not as ambitious as many of us hoped they would be. They don't reach the level of kind of optional protocol type language and that sort of thing. But I think if they're not ignored, but rather used, there's a lot more that can come from them. So they can really be an engine for change if they're embraced. And I think part of that falls on us to make sure that we are pulling them in and calling people out on commitments made either specifically in the compacts or in relevant related events like the Global Refugee Forum, etc. But for it to become something that is a go-to mechanism for improving the lives of refugees and migrants, I think is the key for the compacts having longevity and importance.
Thank you so much. And the last 45 seconds to Dr. Markus Rudolph, Bonn International Center for Conversation.
Without a stopping watch, but I think what has been said already, it should, and you had a very nice introductory remark on the protests and the backlash against refugee and migrant compacts once they came out. I think what needs to be understood, and this is beyond the states, the governments, organizations, as well for the people that are voting, is that it's a process, and politicians can only sell you what you're willing to buy. And it's a little bit like with COVID-19, if you would not try to sell it as a final solution, and if the compacts would be seen as a process and as something we will be getting better on, a lot of backlash would be avoided. And I think this is what we have to see. It's a nice starting point. It could be a good track, but as well, the public has to understand that it's not a final solution.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you so much, Ms. Lawton. Thank you so much, Mr. Starke. And especially thank you for your interest, for your questions, that you were here. And please keep interested in this important topic. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
And thank you, Chris Melzer, for moderating the whole panel. I hope you had fun or were interested in listening. I was downstairs and we at least had fun. So now it's time to go to lunch. We have almost half an hour and we'll see each other back here at 1:15, and we'll start with the SDG 13, Climate Justice, a Civil Rights Movement Arising. This time moderated by Juan Aus of the Hertie School of Governance, and I wish you all a great break. Enjoy the food downstairs, and be back here at 1:15, please. All the best. From your lunch break here at Bufa, and hopefully, you know, at the YouTube stream, you had a nice lunch as well, and you're all, you know, fit for the next panel. This time we talk about SDG 13, and the workshop we're doing here is about climate justice, a civil rights movement arising. And I don't want to say too much, I just want to introduce you to Juan Aus, here from the Hertie School of Governments here in Berlin, and you have half an hour to get a little introduction on the whole topic, and afterwards we move on with breakout sessions again. So have fun, thanks for coming.
Thank you very much to everybody. Welcome to all of you, people here on site and people that are following us online. This opening panel on SDG 13 on climate action, it's entitled Climate Justice, a Civil Rights Movement Arising, is now being live streamed and will be followed by a connected breakout session. This workshop format on SDG 13 will have also a closing panel to wrap up all key learnings and future outlooks on climate action. Again, my name is Juan Aus. I'm a researcher at the Center for Fundamental Rights at the Hertie School. I'm going to be now describing the spirit of this panel, and then I'm going to be welcoming our fantastic panelists. The climate crisis is already wreaking havoc all around the globe. And if unabated, it could become an existential threat to entire nations. From sea level rise to unprecedented droughts and wildfires, the symptoms of the crisis are having a disproportionate impact on those countries and communities that have less contributed to its cause. These justice concerns are the fulcrum of the discussions on the climate crisis, or at least those most vulnerable and exposed are constantly reminding the international community that these issues must be at the forefront of the debate. In recent years, these justice dimensions have started to reverberate and mobilize groups around the world, demanding from their governments to listen to the science and to rethink the current economic system. While this in mind, it is fair to ask ourselves whether those that contributed to cause this crisis and keep profiting from it are doing enough or not. If not, then why? If not now, then when? With us are joining as brilliant speakers. First, I'm going to present Dr. Kira Finke from the Potsdam Institute on Climate Impact Research, and she's also the project lead on a project called EPIC. Also, and very soon to join us, journalist Khaled Sulaiman. He's a journalist and trainer. He's specialized in covering stories in the Middle East. He's going to be joining us as a virtual speaker. Also, as another virtual speaker, we have Camila Bustos. She's an advocate and a future lawyer. She's a student at Yale Law School, and she's also a plaintiff in one of the most renowned cases of climate cases in Latin America. And last but not least, Mr. Konstantin Egelbrecht. He's the climate policy representative from the German Ministry for International Cooperation. Thank you very much for joining us. We're gonna have questions from the audience and from the people that are following online in the final, in the wrap-up session, which will come after the breakout session. So please feel free to write down your questions after we finish with the breakout session. So now we turn to the speakers, and since this panel is about climate justice, we're all pretty much familiar with the concept. However, since this is a polysemic notion or concept, it always depends, its definition on the position of the person who addressed this answer, or the institution that this person might represent. So with that in mind, I would like to ask you, what is climate justice for you? So we can start with Kira.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for your question. I think it means to extend empathy to future generations and people who are far away. So not only loving your neighbor, but the person who lives very far away. And I think this is something that we have experienced also now during the Corona pandemic, is that our small action can have big effects on larger and complex crises. So yeah, this would be my take on the basis of climate justice. And it also, of course, is a moral principle that goes beyond the humanitarian imperative. So if you look at what Germany is doing, I think we're doing quite well in the sense of the humanitarian imperative to help others who are in need. But if we apply the principles of climate justice, owning up to our historical responsibilities, owning up to the damages that our emissions have caused, then we're still lagging behind of what we should be doing.
Thank you very much. Maybe now we can turn to Camila from New Haven, I believe.
Do you guys hear me okay? Great. No, I mean, this is a great question, and for me, climate justice is dual, and so we have like substantive climate justice, which I think means precisely centering, the justice concepts of historical responsibility and prioritizing those folks, frontline communities at the international level, but also inside countries, which populations are most vulnerable, which populations are going and are already facing sort of the burden of climate disasters and impacts. But it's also procedural, and so what I mean by that is that it's not just about the policies that we're implementing that are tackling the climate inequities that have been created, but also how are we thinking about those laws, those policies, and who are we integrating in that? And so climate justice for me also means that that public participation is a big part of how we're tackling problems, and that we are including, again, not just the scientists and not just the lawyers and not just the elites, but the people who are facing and will face the worst of the impact. So yes, I will answer that. For me, climate justice is a substantive but also a procedural, issue.
Very much, Camila. Mr. Konstantin Engelbrecht, what is climate justice for you?
Thank you for the invitation. Well, we can see here one of these dice is on top, 13. Of course, climate action is one of the 17 SDGs. And as you said, worldwide climate-related risks, they drive people already today in poverty, they fuel conflicts, they threaten development gains that we already reached, and they threaten future development. Poor and vulnerable countries are least able to cope with increasing climate risks, and they are hit hardest by their impact. By 2030, we will see additional 100 million extremely poor people worldwide if no immediate action is taken. Climate change affects those most who have least contributed to it. At the same time, industrialized countries are the main emitters of CO2 worldwide. Per capita, Germany emits 10 times as much CO2 as Bangladesh and 100 times as much as Somalia. Therefore, climate justice means for the BMZ taking responsibility. As main emitters, industrialized countries bear the main responsibility in combating climate change. But as Minister Gerd Müller said, we cannot beat climate change in Europe or in Germany. We need to go ahead on our way to international climate neutrality, not just protection. And we reach this via committing and keeping our promises on climate finance, international climate finance. We must create conditions that enable this immediate action that is necessary to happen. Now, in the conditions of COVID-19, this also means to recover greener and better. We need to align the different economic packages that are underway with climate neutrality and adaptation. Because climate action, the SDG, entails, as the Paris Agreement, not only climate protection, but adaptation. And yeah, Germany is all in, and we stand to our commitment under the Paris Agreement. We support the goal of the European Union Commission to aim at the minus 55% greenhouse gas emissions until 2030. It's an important international signal. And we also are on track to fulfill the commitment to double climate finance from 2 to 4 billion euros per year. And I would say that's enough for climate justice from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. I would like to turn to you again as a perfect segue to your very enlightening introductory remarks. So, yes, it is clear that the importance of international cooperation entails for tackling the climate crisis. However, it is not so obvious how institutions design these cooperation strategies and what values that reflect. Could you please tell us what are the BMZ's priorities in climate cooperation with the Global South and how the BMZ defines them? Is the BMZ listening to the voices in the Global South in order to design their policies?
Thank you for this second question. I think a part of the answer lies already in the name of the ministry, which is development cooperation. One of the 5 core areas addressed by the Ministry of German Development Ministry is responsibility for our planet, climate and energy. And our activities are geared towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions on the one side and towards adaptation to climate change on the other side. And taking this responsibility is at the heart of German development cooperation, building strong alliances with our partner countries and actively contributing to multilateral initiatives. So the bilateral portfolio we set up with the countries. There's negotiations normally each year with the partner governments. It is not that we just decide on what we think is good to do. It's a constant dialogue. It's also a dialogue with, this is important to say here, I think, with the civil society in our partner countries, directly enabling and fostering the environment in partner countries for a dialogue between civil society and the state, but also enabling or directly assisting German NGOs or political foundations for their work in our partner countries. And I think, for example, the Insure Resilience Global Partnership, as an example, is a global partnership. It is not just a German initiative. And the aim is to build up, for example, something like the African risk capacity, where several African countries are members and also deciding on which way to go in this field, in this case, insurance against climate risks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Konstantin. Now, also, I would like to welcome Khaled Soleimani. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much for joining. Khaled, could you please tell us what is climate justice for you? We already started with this discussion, but I really want to hear your take on this. Khaled, did you listen? Did you hear the question? No. Okay, we're gonna come back to you in a bit then. Moving on, Kira. So in your research, you are in touch with communities in countries that are both exposed and vulnerable to climate crisis. Would you say that the challenges these communities face in adapting to the ongoing impacts are the result of structural and historical conditions? If so, how would you describe the interplay between climate vulnerability and historical arrangements?
Yeah, it's an important question. I mean, maybe I can answer by giving some examples. So I did part of my field research in Bangladesh some years ago already. And what you see there is basically a double injustice. And you don't have to go way back to understand this, but even just to the rush of globalization, let's say. At that time in this development, many people were carrying the weight of globalized trade chains, for example, working in fashion industry, factories under very, very harsh conditions. And these people were excluded from the wealth that was produced through this globalized industrialization, and they still are. And at the same time, they're the same people that are now being asked to pay the price for this. So it's almost the same group, right? So these people who have been working under slavery-like conditions for many years are now asked to pay the price for the CO2 emissions that this dynamic has caused, which is frankly causing their children to die in storms and floods in the south. And then maybe another example is the Marshall Islands, a small island state in the Pacific, where people are now also being forced to move because of rising sea levels, salinization of soils. The soils are just not able to produce crops anymore. Also, the fresh water is salinized, which is a big problem. And historically, the Marshall Islands was the place where the atomic bombs was tested in the Bikini Atoll. So there was already a wave of displacement connected to that from one island to another. And now people are again being forced to move from the outer islands to the main island and likely also to the US eventually, as they have a special compact under which they are allowed to move there and work without a visa. So you can see how there are these compounding shocks. There's poverty. We will now see still the effects of the corona pandemic, where people are being pushed back into poverty. And then there's other shocks such as extreme weather events. And these are also then pushing people back into poverty. And it's almost impossible to get out of it on your own strength. And the real risk of climate change is that it will undo much of the progress that has been done in the past years. And we see in the pandemic that this happens very easily. It's one global crisis that then threatens all the progress that has been already accomplished in the SDGs. So it is very crucial that we are now taking this much more seriously, the climate crisis. And I think the German government has done some important steps. But I still think there's room for doing more and for also bringing the European partners more into this sphere.
Thank you very much, Hira. Now, Camila, turning back to you. It seems that one response from civil society to address the climate justice puzzle is to resort to the courts in order to compel governments to take bolder action. Could you briefly describe your experience in litigating a climate case in the Global South, and how do these actions relate to wider mobilization strategies?
Thank you for the question. So, I mean, as you mentioned, litigation is one of the many strategies that advocates are now leveraging precisely because action has been so slow that people are really thinking creatively about the crisis and how can we use existing tools tackle it. So litigation is one of those tools, and it has been really helpful because it makes visible who are the actors that are driving, the climate crisis. And so who are the actors emitting? Which are the governments that are not protecting their populations, that are breaching, especially their human rights obligations as they relate to climate change. And so litigation in that sense is a really helpful tool because it makes something that's quite abstract for a lot of people, right? Climate change, this massive structural issue, into something very, very concrete, because it puts faces and names to the parties responsible and the parties affected. So in that sense, it's helpful. Our case in Colombia was a case that we brought in 2018 on behalf of 25 children and young people. And we challenged the government's inaction on deforestation. And so at one of the COPs very early before Paris, Colombia had said that it would commit to zero net deforestation by 2020. And it was 2018, and it was clear that that goal was not going to be achieved, and that our emissions, especially since mining took off in the early 90s and the commodities boom, had only increased. And so despite the fact that, we are a country that doesn't contribute much emissions compared to, Brazil or Mexico in the Latin American region, we are still, our emissions have significantly increased, and most of them come from deforestation. And so as a group of plaintiffs, we were saying to the Colombian government and to the Colombian courts, look, the government is breaching their human rights obligations when they are not stopping deforestation. And so they're violating our rights to water, health, food, and to a healthy environment. All of those rights which are enshrined in our constitution. But in addition to those national obligations, we were talking about things like the Paris Agreement and the multiple ways in which, the Colombian government has agreements with countries like Germany to stop deforestation. And so basically we were saying we're receiving all of these international cooperation funds, and we're not seeing them because the deforestation rates keep increasing. You may also recall that in 2016, Colombia entered into a peace agreement with the FARC guerrillas. And the paradoxical effect of having the guerrillas was that they were almost protecting some areas. I mean, not on purpose, but their presence in certain forests and certain ecosystems had actually protected them from international companies or sort of extractive activities. And so once they started to move from these areas, a lot of them became open for extraction, and so that is an added challenge, to the in the Colombian context. And so essentially, to sum up, we had this challenge in one of the district courts. We lost, we appealed, and then it went up to the Supreme Court, where we won in a decision where the judges declared the Amazon basin as a subject of rights, and it was something that we had not asked them to do. But among the different decisions that they made was declaring the Amazon subject of rights, which essentially means that it's a special ecosystem that is subject to legal protection. And in addition to that, they ordered the Colombian government and the respective ministries and entities to come up with a short, medium, and long-term plan to tackle deforestation. And in that process, to include youth and to include the plaintiffs. So essentially, this is one example of many around the world that where litigators are, putting kind of making very visible the responsibility that governments have to respect their human rights obligations. And in this particular case, I think really elevated sort of the voices of young people and this principle of intergenerational equity. So I'll leave it at that, and we can continue that discussion in the breakout rooms.
Camila. I hope we managed to fix the technical problems. Do you hear me, Galand? Oh yeah, brilliant. Okay, I would like to ask you that you as an experienced journalist and writer, could you comment on how Middle East countries, which heavily rely on the export of fossil fuels, will live in an apparently less carbon-intensive planet? How would that affect as well the economy and the people living there?
This is really a crucial, important question about Middle East, because, as you know well, in Middle East, the oil became the source of corruption, tyranny, violence, terrorism. So maybe we can ask ourselves also as a journalist in Iraq. I'm especially talking about Iraq because this is a remarkable case of climate change, the effect of climate change and petrol and corruption and violence and terrorism in the Middle East. So, you know, I think we have to move, you know, because we are talking about, you know, climate change. We have a lot of speech, but now is the time of action. So how to help local communities to deal with this kind of climate change, especially I'm talking about some area in Iraq. It's more affected south of Iraq by climate change, by, you know, lack of water, by pollution, you know. Maybe there is a possibility also of sea level rising in south of Iraq. So, and as you know well, there are different multinational, multi-international foreign companies, oil companies, and still I'm saying also security companies. And nobody takes care about local community and how they are affected by all this kind of pollution, by diseases, by, you know, lack of water, lack of basic services. And there is no any national project, any national foresight view to resolve problems in Iraq. As a journalist, so I believe that the journalist can play a crucial role to write about local communities, to offer knowledge to them about climate change and what's going on. Because even now in south of Iraq, and when you go to Iraq and you talk about social, climate change, easily they will tell you, what are you talking about? We need food, we need security, we need jobs. And they cannot understand well as we understand me and him about climate change. We talk theoretically about climate change, but there the situation is, you know, it's totally different. So for this reason, I believe that we have to focus more on local community and the impact of climate change. And also in this context, I would like to mention a good job and the huge project, you know, developed and funded by Dutch think tank, and also the project developed by Friedrich Unlimited. You know, we call it solution-based storytelling. So we in from work of this project, we are working closely with the local communities, with the especially, I think there's a problem. Do you hear me?
Against the time right now, so I would, you know, unfortunately I will need to interrupt you, Khaled, because but the good thing is that we're gonna continue this conversation in a breakout session where you can actually expand on your very interesting views, if that's okay. But thank you so much for your answer, Khaled. That was very, very enlightening. So we are about to finish this opening session. So again, thank you, everybody, especially our amazing speakers here. So all of them, except for Kira, will join us now for the breakout session. We're going to be discussing power imbalances in responses to climate crisis just now. So people online can follow us as well. And we're gonna resume at 3:15 our closing session. We're gonna be discussing all of the ideas that we shared in the breakout sessions, and I'm gonna also be moderating that one. So with that, I would like to also announce that to close at 3:15 p.m. We will be back here at BUFA Studio 2 and online to close the SDG 2 workshop on climate justice of the SDG conference in the frame of the Human Rights Film Festival. In the meantime, the SDG 2 on averting hunger pandemics now and in the future will take place at Studio 2 and via live stream until 3:15. So with that, I appreciate your time and thank you so much for listening and to be with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan Aus, for this first introduction. You already said everything. The only thing I would like to add is that in Studio 1, there's the only offline session for the people here if you don't want to listen to the SDG 2 panel you were talking about. So if you want chocolate bars, go downstairs. There's Tony's talk, the story of an unusual chocolate bar. Unfortunately, not for everyone at home, but there are 3 very interesting, like we already saw, all of them Zoom sessions you are able to join. And of course, everyone else who wants to use their phone or laptop, you can join the Zoom sessions therein as well. So see you in an hour back here. Thanks, Juan.
Hi, Adam, can you already
So sorry for a couple of technical issues we're having. At least we have contact to Somalia and Save the Children. And our question is, Ralf Süthoff, who's moderating this SDG 2 panel, is it all right if you start with just one interview partner and then we bring them in as soon as the technical issues are not there anymore? Yes? Sorry for our little issues here. I think you manage it. Have fun, and then it's more intense in the beginning. So enjoy it. The others will follow soon. Thanks.
Thank you. And it's more intense is a nice way to put it. And I'm happy to be here, feeling indeed a bit like in a cinema, seeing hardly anything. But great to be here. Good morning, good afternoon, good night to everybody online. A warm welcome, especially to Somalia, and I'm sure the other ones will join us soon. If I may, I would like to start the session on hunger with a quote, if you don't mind. Why shall we discuss this once again? The current food crisis is the biggest the world has seen for 50 years. This said Mark Lowcock, the UN emergency coordinator, a few days ago. And at the same time, he stressed that we have all the means to overcome this and to prevent that this will turn into a pandemic, or, if I may rephrase it, to avert hunger pandemics now and in the future, which is the name of this session, which I'm honored to host. My name is Ralf Süthoff. I'm the director of the Center for Humanitarian Action, Germany's first think tank on humanitarian affairs. And I'm very pleased to be here, as there are a few topics which are more at my heart than food issues. Having served for 12 years the UN World Food Programme, I've seen a couple of food crisis, droughts, and refugee camps crammed with people going hungry. And at the same time, I've seen a lot of hope that we can overcome this in a world which produces enough food for every child in the world and everybody in the world. I indeed believe that food is the building block for achieving several SDGs, including health, education, and overcoming hunger, and achieving what are the objectives on the nutrition side. And so I think it's still true what was a phrase already when I've been with the UN, saying hunger is the world's greatest solvable problem. However, after decades of progress on the hunger front, the number of people have been starting to increase again, the number of people going hungry since roughly 2015. Current estimates show that about 690 people go hungry these days, and that's 60 million more than just a few years ago. So it's like in a couple of years, all of Western Germany was going hungry, and that's of course very worrying and a big challenge. And it indicates that it has been a trend way before COVID came on top. And COVID might cause that another 130 million people go hungry as well, only until the end of this year. So the challenge is increasing, and the key issue is indeed, might this COVID-19 pandemic turn into a hunger pandemic? Is it realistic in this context still to achieve SDG 2 of zero hunger until 2030? And I'm happy that I have 3 panelists by now who can answer all these questions, and I don't have to comment in all the detail on these complex issues today. And I'm happy that 2 of them join us from the Global South, and we have a key expert of the largest food agency in the world with us. Welcome to Jennifer Ankrum. She's the country director in Pakistan of Action Against Hunger, here on the screen to my left, to your right, and I'm sure you can see it wherever you watch us on YouTube. Welcome to Aran Yusuf Mahdi, Save the Children in Somalia. I hope you can also hear us very well. And welcome to Claudia Apoe, UN World Food Programme Heads of Needs Assessments and Analysis based in Rome. Together we will have now probably less than 50, let's say rather 40, hopefully interactive minutes together. So all of you will be more than welcome to share your comments, your questions online on YouTube in the comment section, and it will be shared and read out here if you wish. And of course, the audience here can also use the mic at the end of our discussion. So maybe we can start very quickly and try to share a spotlight from everybody, especially from the colleagues for a start who are really in the countries where all this is going on and know them much better than everybody from us. And maybe Jennifer, I can start with you. As a country director of Action Against Hunger, you know many other actors. You have been with IRC, with ACTED, plus you're already for 12 years in Pakistan. So it's highly interesting to learn from you in such a challenging and often complex country. What would you say are the 1-2 key challenges and issues to fix, to overcome hunger in Pakistan? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ralph. I would say that what you were talking about globally is very relevant in Pakistan, that there was hunger before COVID. If we look at the WFP food market analysis, in February 2020, 100% of the food market was in crisis. And this is in a country which is lower middle income, and therefore you wouldn't expect such a situation to be there. But if you look at the outcomes for nutrition, similarly, they're quite negative in the country. 63% food insecure, 40% of children are stunted, and 18% are wasted, with varying degrees. In some provinces, it goes up to around 22%. So very high levels of all forms of hunger. And what happened during COVID was that those programs that were ongoing to try and deal with hunger, there are a number of multi-sector programs which are going on alongside the government. So it's very much with many actors. You've got the multilaterals, you've got the NGOs, you've got the government all working together, because they realize that to deal with hunger, you can't just work in one program. You have to work across all different sectors and in all types of interventions. So all of those programs were gearing up in the country, and COVID obviously halted a lot of those programs. So I would say that that's the very immediate outcome of the COVID situation. But the thing that existed before and which still exists now is that while we understand that there's a hunger crisis here, we still don't know what's the most cost-effective model to use. And in a country like Pakistan, where every context is very, very different, there needs to be more analysis and more data coming to be able to decide on what's the best model. Because it's very sure that with such high numbers of food insecure and malnourished, the government cannot cover every single sector to deal with this. They have to be quite targeted. So one of the key challenges, I would say, is this evidence-based policy. There's a lot of efforts to work on nutrition. When the new Prime Minister came in several years back, everyone was impressed. The maiden speech mentioned stunting, pictures of children with stunted brains on the screen. But it's not the will, it's the way which is still complicated in Pakistan.
Thank you, Jennifer. Very interesting to get the insights from your area. Aran, as a nutrition specialist of Save the Children, nobody will know better the situation in your home country. And it would be extremely interesting to benefit from your experience, given that you are a nutrition specialist, you have an MA in public health. You've been working not only with SAFE, but also with Doctors Without Borders and other NGOs. If you look at the situation right now, for some Westerners, there's this cliche that Somalia is one of the countries linked to food and starvation. Is this only a cliche? How do you see the situation at your end, and what would be the 1-2 key challenges you would name to overcome hunger at your end?
Thank you very much. Of course, this issue is right. Somalia is nearly 3 decades. There was no centralized government that is managed by overall Somalia country. So there was a political and economic instability, recurrent food and nutrition crisis, underdeveloped infrastructure, widespread insecurity and conflict, and half of the Somali population, which mostly nearly 7.5 million, are living under the poverty line. All those were before COVID-19. COVID has come. Before that, locust harvest has also threatened the lives of more than 10 regions. Somalia is 18 regions. So desert locust is threatening out of those more than 10 regions of Somalia and taking everything that farmers and also pastoralists were wanted to at least to grow their farmers as well as their herders. That was before COVID. COVID has come and threatened and increased the impact and doubled the crisis and vulnerability. This food insecurity has increased health infrastructure, disturbed economic downturn, school closures, gender-based violence has increased, and remittances from Somalia diaspora has reduced because of the lockdown in Europe and Western countries. Decline of the income from the international communities that has been supporting to Somalia IDPs. More than 2.5 million are internal IDPs. Those has run from the conflicts as well as droughts, as well as floods, recurrent floods. So the most key challenges that now we are facing in this phenomena is half of our population are living under the poverty line. Then 1 million children are acutely malnourished. 5.2 million people are food insecure. Those old people cannot get frequent meals that they wanted. Affordable, healthy, and balanced diet, they don't have to. Therefore, that will increase and deteriorate the nutritional outcome. And that will contribute to overall global trends that's increasing, which has started 2014. So, as according to the World Bank, every year we need 7 billion to invest SDG 2 in order to reach our target of 30-30. Otherwise, that will not be possible to get. So we are off track and behind the schedule. That was my input and comment. The other one that is mostly we have difficult or the challenges, gender inequalities, maternal mortality, gender-based violence. That is also has increased during the COVID-19. It was already there. Somalia is one of the 4th highest gender inequalities globally. So during the COVID-19, schools were locked. So the child marriage, child abuse, child labor has increased. Though all these challenges are here, and this was situation before, and now this is what we are, our stage. Thank you.
You, Aran, and surely opportunity to further elaborate on these interesting points in a second round. Claudia, today you're head of needs assessment and analysis at the UN World Food Programme, while you've worked for more than 50 years in conflict settings and transitional settings, focusing on Syria, Yemen, Bangladesh, Liberia. So if you take these countries against that backdrop and what you've just heard from Pakistan and Somalia, is this representative right now for global trends you see, WFP sees on a global scale?
Yes, thank you very much, Ralph. Indeed, the picture that has just been described by both Adnan and Jennifer very much reflects the situation in many of the countries, in most of the countries where we are working. So just going back to some key figures in terms of acute food insecurity, the numbers have actually increased from 2016 to 2019 from 108 million to 135 million. So we see very clearly that already before COVID-19, food insecurity has been on the wrong track. What are the main drivers behind this? The drivers are conflict. We know that with 79 million people are now being displaced due to conflict, and this is also the highest number ever reached. Other factors, obviously very important drivers, are related to climate change and economic downturn. This is all before COVID-19. Now COVID-19 is coming in as an aggregating factor. So this actually means that the bad situation is even becoming worse. So according to some analysis that we have conducted earlier this year, we are concerned about that up to 121 million people could be at risk of falling into this acute food insecurity trap that I was just talking about. The drivers, the channels of that are mainly due to loss of incomes and remittances. I give you a few figures that are quite concerning of the global economy that are underpinning this. 495 million jobs have been lost across the world, according to ILO figures. Global trade reduced by 13%, foreign direct investments falling by 40%, and remittances, which is an important factor, for example, also in Somalia, as we just heard, are expected to fall up to 20% this year. One major concern is also the public debt, which is projected to reach one of the highest level ever in her recorded history, which also has major implications on the medium and longer term recovery potentials. Developing countries that are among the most affected by the economic effects of COVID-19 because they have little capacity to cope. So World Bank, for example, is estimating that an additional 71 to 100 million people could fall into extreme poverty. So just this is to set up some of the stage of the challenges that we are facing today.
Thank you, Claudia. Very interesting and mostly shocking figures. Aran, if we turn back from the global level to how we can deal with this and try to fix at least some of these issues, if we turn from the global level back to the local level you know so well, there's a lot of talk that all these things in the first place need to be tackled on the community level, that we need to empower and trust much more local actors who know what they do and often much better than us Westerners dealing with these issues. Would you agree that that would be key also in your country, and if so, why would that be the crucial way forward?
Thank you very much. I agree 100% that community is the backbone and the overall strategic point if we need to sustain and to maintain and reach our global targets of 2030. Communities we need to apply grand bargain and localization aid, as well as a humanitarian development nexus approach in order to at least empower the community, build their capacity, invest their workforce, and encourage them to produce their livelihood for most resilience. Again, we are 100% support that all the needs should come from bottom approach, to be a bottom up. So everything that we are doing should be based on the agreement with the communities that we are supporting or targeting. The needs should come from their end. The ownership should have to lead them. Then we as humanitarian actors to support and build their capacity as well as lead the way they want, but not to dictate them, but instead to listen and take their needs as well as recommendations. For that reason, we need to empower the communities, we need to build their capacities, we need to invest according to their livelihood condition. If they are farmers, we need to make them and improve them their nutrition sensitive farming. Again, if they are coastal line, they need to be supported to fishery, as well as if they are pastoralists, we need to restock them and to support them how they can head and produce their livelihood conditions, but not only to wait humanitarian assistance and government subsidies. Therefore, as our government is struggling and still is not having 100% control of the country, we are still lacking a lot of people who are not getting our support because of some other people are controlling, which is against the government. So the government is trying to liberate all regions of the country. For that reason, we need to build, encourage, empower the community if we want to reach our targets on 2030. At the same time, they will afford to be able to produce locally available foods with affordable and balanced and healthy diet. That is our phenomenon, and that is our recommendation to build the communities to their social protection schemes. Yeah.
Adam, maybe one follow-up question, especially in fragile states, if I might call it like that, and in conflict settings, there is sometimes talk that going for the local option might be challenging because local actors might be involved in the conflict or there is simply not the capacities yet to really count on them. How would you comment on these issues often raised that localization might be more challenging than sometimes discussed?
Yeah, of course, local actors might be involved in the challenges that we have, but still there are a lot of people who are willing to support their people positively. There also needs more support and more encouragement and more empowerment. If we try our best to at least to build their capacities, even the communities will try themselves to liberate what other actors they can. We have seen somewhere the people has been organized, supported, empowered, then they have been liberated themselves. They don't want to be under that siege, because this time now I'm talking to you, missiles is almost there. A lot of children under 5, under 1 year is dying with measles because of there is no access to have those children under those controlled area by not government. There is no access to all humanitarian actors to provide vaccines against measles. For that reason, people are tired but need support and encouragement and empower. Then they will have to support the government and liberate themselves and work with the government positively.
Aran, you mentioned already two objectives resulting from the World Humanitarian Summit 2016 in the so-called Grand Bargain, meaning to count more on local actors. Many thanks for elaborating on that one, and on linking better humanitarian and development efforts. Jennifer, fighting hunger is a long-term project, definitely, and this means we have to surely talk about linking humanitarian short-term efforts and the long-term goal to achieve overcoming hunger, maybe even until 2013. Which key challenges would you see on the one hand in a country like Pakistan, for example, with a pretty strong state, not leaving always that much scope for civil actors for a start, but also maybe on the donor side, like donors like Germany, coming with strict budget lines, pretty delinked institutional setup. What would you see as the key challenges to better link humanitarian and development efforts?
Sure. So as both of my colleagues highlighted, I think disasters and climate disasters particularly in Pakistan are one of the key drivers of hunger. And this is a country that at the beginning of the year we had no humanitarian response plan, and yet this year we've had riverine floods, flash floods, COVID, locusts, heat waves, you name it, snowfall, etc. Every year we're facing humanitarian crisis, and this is on top of prevalence for high numbers of earthquakes, droughts, etc. It's the 5th most affected by climate change in the last 20 years, according to German Watch, as an example. But yet we had no humanitarian plan. And if you look at most of the development programs, as you mentioned, Ralph, they do not allow the scope to respond to emergencies that come during the projects. And I think that this is a major issue for us when we look at hunger, because we know that hunger is going to take a long time to deal with. It's multi-sectoral, it's complex enough, and then when an emergency comes in the middle, when you pause your action, such as most of us had to do during this COVID situation, not only do you pause it, but you actually take it backwards. And I think that that's something that we need to reflect back on what had been the commitments that were made, and see how we can move forward, such as building in a knowledge that there will be a disaster into our hunger development projects, having humanitarian actors, humanitarian donors being willing to fund even where a disaster is not in place, but knowing that a disaster may come in that area. And some donors have already started to do that, but still it's a siloed approach. For example, you have DFID with, well, what was DFID, with a multi-year humanitarian program, 5 years. So they were already present in the areas. And then if a disaster came, then they would respond to the disaster on top of their resilience efforts. So this was a good example of what can be done. And this is also good in a country where, as you mentioned, there's a strong state, which means that there's a lot of security scrutiny. So a disaster comes, you can't just move into that area. You have to get lots of clearances to move into a new area. Even to work with local actors from that area, it's not so simple. You can't just choose a local partner and immediately start. You have to go through a large number of clearances. And we're seeing that right now with the floods that have gone on in Sindh recently, this is a problem. No one's really able to move into the area. The traditional ones who are able to fundraise very easily are not the ones who can respond at the ground level. And that means that there's going to be a gap. And as we were already talking about, hunger is already at a critical level in the country. If then when emergencies come, no one can move in quickly, that the situation will escalate. So I think that it's this returning back to what we'd committed and looking at this situation and working out how did we do in the COVID response? Did we remember hunger as we were moving through? In country, the initial COVID response was purely a health response. It was not until around 3 or 4 months down the line when we started to talk about the hunger. People were talking about the hunger, but the ability to respond was not there at the beginning. So I think this gives a good example of where if we truly want to respond to the SDGs, we've got to build in that there will be emergencies. Otherwise, if we stop every time, obviously this was a unique situation where it was a pandemic, everybody was involved, but it would be the same if it's at a country level. If you stop your development interventions because an emergency's come, then everything rolls back. And I think that we've got to build that into our frame for responding to the SDGs, but particularly to hunger, which can change so quickly.
And Jennifer, maybe a bit mean follow-up question. Is there any homework aid agencies need to do as well? I mean, how is coordination between the silos of NGOs, for example, the ones fighting health issues, the other ones fighting food issues, a third one dealing with protection? Is there anything we need to address as well?
Yes, and I think that this is something that which we've all discussed recently. I mean, I'm a member of the Pakistan Humanitarian Forum, which is the INGO Forum. There's a National Humanitarian Network, which is the National Forum. We've actually had a joint committee for food security throughout COVID, which we've done a joint assessment together, which has produced some of the results which I'm talking about. But the working with the UN, this is where we've had great gains in the recent times, where we've managed to get a humanitarian response plan in place for 2021, which was not on the cards for Pakistan. But it's because of this learning that we've realized you cannot put everything on hold just because of one crisis. All of these other things will go on in the in-between. And if we don't work collectively, then and we don't work as development and humanitarian together, we will end up in a situation where more and more humanitarian situations will emerge in Pakistan and we'll never be able to reach the SDGs.
Thank you. Claudia, WFP has a long-standing dual mandate to further focus on this issue of overcoming ever-repeated relief engagement and billions of dollars WFP alone needed to invest in the past in countries where disasters, even just weather disasters, have been a recurrent issue. To fight hunger better and in a more sustainable way, what would WFP need on the donor side, on the external partner side, and what would WFP need to do better?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So maybe I start with that actually there have been immense efforts done in order to step up assistance to meet some of these needs that we talked about earlier on in this round. So just to give you an example from on the WFP side, in 2019, we were able to reach 97 million people compared to only 82 million people in 2016. There have been also improvements on some of the type of assistance provided. There has been a strong move towards cash assistance, with 1/3 of the beneficiaries receiving cash that they can use in order to determine what to use it for, what are their most pressing needs. There's improved assistance on the nutrition side, school meals, livelihood support, etc. However, all this, the humanitarian funding will never be able to be enough to meet those increasing needs. So shortfalls are estimated at 37% in 2019 on the UN, on the humanitarian funding side. So what's really required is a much more targeted approach to ensure that those who need the assistance most are still continue to be assistance, but at the same time working towards longer-term solutions and longer-term investments, also very much in line with what Jennifer has just spoken about in the context of Pakistan. So what does it mean? For example, if there are immediate humanitarian needs, they should be accompanied with investments in development, and obviously investments that are ongoing should not be stopped. Important is also this, we talked a lot about humanitarian development, but I would also like to bring the peace dimension in. I think there has to be really a strong effort to bring those three spaces together, especially in countries that are considered fragile and conflict affected. On the donor side, I would also very much like to say that I think there's a strong importance to increase the portfolio on predictable multi-year and flexible funding. So that would allow to use those the funding in a much more tailored way and really to address the root causes of the problems. important for all of us, I think, and including WFP, is that nobody can address these challenges alone. We have to work all together using a coherent approach, and eventually, which hopefully then would reduce the people's risk and vulnerabilities over time. Yeah.
And maybe, thanks a lot for that. Maybe also as a follow-up question on how would you judge on the cooperation and coordination side between UN agencies in linking relief, rehabilitation, early recovery and development challenges?
Yes, I think there has been a lot of effort over the last 5-10 years on the coordination among humanitarian actors towards joint needs assessment. And I do see there could be room for improvement to actually make the linkages also with actors from the development side much more than has been the case up to now.
So there is homework for everybody probably. We have done our homework, or the colleagues have done the homework to listen to what's going on in the chat. And I understand we have a couple of comments and questions to be raised on the micro, or otherwise we take another round here, or if somebody in the room would like to raise an issue. Otherwise, please feel encouraged to do so and to engage. But this gives me the opportunity for the planned third round with the panelists. Aran, if you would need to name one issue which wouldn't be the number one issue you would like to see to be fixed, so there is a chance to achieve zero hunger in 2030 still, is there anything you would be ready to name?
In order to at least reach our target of 2030, although we are already off track, we need immediate action to all actors, from the donors, from institutional governments, as well as private donors, to solidarity and jointly support the food systems. Otherwise, we cannot reach our target. If there is imbalance, and if there is some people, if they are missing their daily life, while others are getting 3 or more ration, as well as sometimes wasting the balance or leftover, that will be fair. For that reason, in order to tackle that, we need to immediate action against food. We need food for all. All the 7 billion of population around the world should get affordable, healthy, and balanced diet in order to reach our target. Otherwise, we will be off track by 2030.
Jennifer, same question for you, and feel invited to elaborate on the Pakistan or the global level, given your vast experience. If you would need to name one issue to fix it and how it could be done and who should do it, would anything come up to your mind you would like to raise?
I mean, I don't want to repeat what I shared earlier with regards how the humanitarian development funding should go together. So I'm going to say about the fact that hunger needs to be seen as a bit broader than just food security. And I think that's very important that everybody understands that, not the traditional actors, but beyond that. Why? Because if we don't address hunger in all its forms, then the other SDGs can't be achieved. We know the implications of stunting, for example, on education. And it's reciprocal. Early stimulation also has an impact. But the thing is that if we don't address hunger and hunger in these various forms, we will end up with not being able to deal with the other SDGs and achieve the other SDGs in time. So the first and foremost, I know it's a broad thing, but is to look at the SDGs and see which are the underlying factors, which affect all of the other SDGs. And I think that hunger needs to be seen by everybody as one of those factors. And I think that it's who would do it. I think as humanitarian actors, we have to do that in each of our countries. And this is one of the things we're actually seeing it in the new humanitarian response plan for Pakistan. Just the other day, we agreed that hunger will be a cross-cutting issue that we'll look at in each of the disasters. So I think that that's a very concrete example of where very, very quickly we can start to consider hunger and its impact in all of our responses.
And Jennifer, maybe as a follow-up, if food issues, hunger issues, health issues, education issues are so interlinked, that can be an issue, but it can also be an opportunity because you can work on all three of them, maybe with some 2-3 crucial steps at the same time. Is this also an opportunity that everything is so complex and so interlinked that investing, for example, in the fight against hunger might start a dynamic helping on the other fronts as well?
So I think that this is actually something that has worked very well for nutrition in Pakistan, is the fact that you have in every province, you have lots of different government departments working on nutrition around one overarching goal. So you have your education, healthcare, agriculture, even in some provinces, industries, food department. So all of these are working together and they meet regularly, not just at the province level, also at the national level, also at the district level, to discuss their interventions and to see how they're impacting on each other, like even down to which beneficiaries are you selecting, how are you selecting them. And I think that this is something that could be broadened. Right now, it's just being used for nutrition, but potentially it has the potential to be used for other sectors as well. Or maybe looking at, we choose certain districts with certain profiles, and we could say, okay, let's come up with a joint plan, and we have regular meetings following up on the priority SDGs for that particular district. Obviously, this requires data, which is actually one of the things which is stopping so much progress on this front. But at least with nutrition, we've started it, and this is definitely an opportunity, I think, that can be built on.
Thank you, Jennifer. Claudia, if you needed to name one issue to be fixed to make sure we can still achieve zero hunger, which one would you choose?
Thank you, Ralph. Actually, I would like to bring it back to the root causes. I think we have to really look at what are the drivers between those numbers that we see on the ground. So coming back to conflict, climate change, and in particular also socioeconomic inequality that is increasing, and particularly increasing now also because of the effects of COVID. So we need to really closely analyze what can be done to address those and find context-specific solutions on the ground.
So it's basically the very political context of conflicts, to fix conflicts as the basis of everything you try and the colleagues try to fight hunger. And it's fighting climate change, if I got you right.
Yes, obviously that has to happen at all levels. Now it has to happen at local level, at regional level, and at the big global level. So, yeah, but I think we can all start on the ground, and I think we have heard some examples earlier about what can be some of the possible solutions in Somalia and in Pakistan, working with the local actors on the ground.
Alan, final question to you, if I may, and already a big thank you for joining us. The SDG 2 of zero hunger in 2030, is this still achievable from your point of view? Are you still optimistic that it can be done?
Yes, still we have time and we can overcome whatever we have already missed. For that reason, we need to at least jointly together and come together to establish a strategic integration approach, as well as support local localization aid agenda and humanitarian versus development nexus programming, then if we overcome all these and jointly collaborate each other, and all the donors commit longer or short-term funding and keep domestic supply chain moving and support small holders, farmers' ability to increase food production, as well as boost social protection schemes. I hope that we will be on track and reach our target. Otherwise, and also we need to fight the climate change and man-made as well as natural disasters. Contingency plans they should have, because now this year COVID-19 no one was expecting, and there was no contingency plan. That has affected and tripled or doubled the crisis that has already been there. So, for that reason, I emphasize that always a humanitarian and development access always should be in parallel, as well as long-term opportunities, and also community engagement to take up to down to bottom all the decisions, and the need come from the bottom. Should be bottom approach. For that reason, if we collaborate all of them, all of us, and have strategic objective and same goal, that we can overcome all whatever off track, and we will be on track and reach our target of 2030.
Thank you. Jennifer, if you needed to put some money on SDG 2 and if it still can be achieved until 2030, would you still bet on zero hunger in 10 years' time?
I'm not sure in the trajectory we're going in right now, no. I think in Pakistan, we're there to work with the government, to be a catalyst with the government. We can't necessarily fulfill all the needs. The budgets simply would not span to that, the international development budgets. But as Claudia was pointing out, the issue is understanding the root causes. And I mentioned at the beginning that we still don't fully understand in every community what are the root causes for hunger. We know that as we move forward, resources are more scarce. We know this. Already next year, we know there'll be less resources. We have to be more targeted. But how can you be more targeted unless you fully understand at the ground level what the issues are? Instead, at the moment, we're taking lessons from other countries which have seen improvements in terms of hunger, and we're trying them out in Pakistan. I would still say after a number of years, we're still trying them out. But we need to do research alongside the interventions to work out which is the best intervention for the different contexts, bearing in mind that also the contexts are adapting and changing, and with such fast impacts of climate change, we've got to have research models that can quickly tell us how to adapt the models. So if I just talk about the context of Pakistan, I would say we are not on track at this point. It doesn't mean we can't be, but at this point, with the current interventions, I don't think we'll be able to achieve SDG 2.
Thank you. Claudia, WFP is on the communication side sometimes a bit more following the American way. Does that help to share optimism that we will make it, that there is still scope to achieve zero hunger in 10 years?
I think it's important to act now and to put all our efforts together to work towards changing around the trajectory, which is at the moment going into the wrong direction. So I'm optimistic that we can change around this negative trend and bring the numbers down.
Thank you. I mean, in times when, as quoted in the beginning, we face the worst food crisis for 50 years, it might be a very important objective to prevent this pandemic to turn into a hunger pandemic, and surely we should put all our efforts into this, and we are very grateful for all the hard work the three of you are doing while we rather discuss and comment on it. So many thanks for engaging in this, many thanks for all your work for the sake of the hungry and the people in need and working with them closely together. Many thanks for your time, many thanks for joining us, and please give a hand for the three panelists taking the time to joining us here in Berlin and on YouTube. And with that, we finish this panel. I'm supposed to let you know so that you can just sit on, because in a few minutes we'll be back here in Studio 2 to close the SDG 13 workshop on climate justice. And many thanks for joining us, many thanks for your time wherever you are, on YouTube, in Rome, in Somalia, in Pakistan, and here in Berlin. Thank you.
And thanks to you, Ralf Süther from the Center for Humanitarian Action, blah, blah, blah. I should have started talking before I come to the stage. How was it for you with the three of them here and not, able to see them in the first place?
It's still special. We did it like 10 days before we did our first, as a center, our first hybrid event. You feel a bit like in a TV studio, but it's interesting to have this interaction. And a very global one, which I really appreciate.
Yes, and it seemed very professional already. So thanks a lot for everything. Give him a hand as well, and stay seated. We're waiting for the people from Studio 1, and sorry, I'm not able to see anything. I know that there is something going on. Everyone who's already there, so maybe Juan Aus, just go already on stage, and we'll wait for all the rapporteurs so that you're able to have a little final discussion and a closing panel here, so that we're all a bit involved in a way from all the things you talked about in the Zoom sessions and downstairs at the Tony's talk, at the chocolate bars. Maybe some of you brought some chocolate bars upstairs so that we're all able to eat them. So please just bring some chairs up here, and we're waiting for the rest. And maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Grab yourself a drink. And there's even coffee, I heard, and milk. So, welcome. You have half an hour. I'm hoping that everything went well with your technique. Thanks a lot for joining us again.
Thank you. I think that we're waiting for someone else online, right? Okay. Perfect.
So another time we're missing one person. This is just how it is right now. It's a hybrid conference and it's the first time. So the good thing is there are 2 people or 3 from of you who are able to talk already and can share their knowledge and what has happened during the last hour. So please start with the 3 of you and you'll get joined eventually.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. First of all, for the people who are here on site and also people that are joining us online. This is the SDG conference in the frame of the Human Rights Film Festival. We're just gonna start our closing session. We're gonna be discussing with the rapporteurs from the previous breakout sessions where we discussed some of the dimensions related to the climate crisis. Dimensions included climate justice, power imbalances, the role of the youth, and displacement as well in the context of the climate crisis. So, of course, as we all know, these issues are at the core of what the SDGs mean and how we can achieve them by 2030, which is a very, very ambitious thing to do. So we're going to be talking about the main points that were raised during the breakout session. So joining me here are our rapporteurs from the previous session, Kira Finke from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, Anna Vasiak from Save the Children Germany, and soon Camila Bustos from Yale Law School is going to join us as well. But I would like to first start with Kira. Could you please share with us what are the main points that you discussed in your breakout session and how that relates to achieving the SDGs?
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a short discussion for us because the topic is quite complex. Climate change and displacement is a really multi-layered issue that has different realities in different countries. But we tried to share some recommendations amongst ourselves. And these are the points that I would like to present to you. One recommendation was to formulate proposals for decentralized projects that really reach the most vulnerable. And we have seen in some of the movies that are also on display here that also corruption is a problem, that there are barriers for funds to really reach those who are most in need. So by having more decentralized projects that are really reaching the community level, we can be most effective in protecting people from climate impacts and therefore also to prevent forced migration or enable people to move when they are vulnerable of experiencing adverse effects of climate change. And then one other point was to engage policymakers, climate scientists, practitioners into a type of scenario building. So besides the general scenario building that happens in science, where you talk about different emissions pathways and their effect on different climates and ecological systems, also to kind of open this dialogue to practitioners and policymakers and more qualitatively include social aspects of what this would mean, what certain futures of climate change would mean for different countries and how we can prepare best for those different futures and where are the low-hanging fruits, at which timescales do we have to act to make it more plastic and to make the decision base a bit more clearer. That was another point. And then there was a demand to reach across silos and to include human rights more and human rights language more in the Sendai framework and in the SDGs, and to include this aspect in our discussions around this, and vice versa, also to base climate policies, to base adaptation policies and climate change and migration displacement policies in human rights principles, and also use that language there, and not just rhetorically, but really in action. And there are some good examples already of the guidelines that have been published in Vanuatu and Fiji regarding both plant relocation and displacement. And then there was a general discussion about how to kind of unite forces on the macro and on the grassroots level, so that these should not be separate but kind of inspire each other, and that human rights needs to play a role and needs to be talked about more in these frameworks and debates.
Thank you very much, Kira. Anna, same question for you. Could you please share with us the main outcomes and recommendations that you discussed in your panel?
Yes, thank you. Happy to. So I had the pleasure of moderating the session on youth empowerment, which was with two youth advocates, Maxwell Mumba from Zambia, who is a global youth leader for nutrition, and Elena Keil, who is a member of UPAN here in Germany, and also with BMZ representative, the development ministry here in Germany, with Dr. Heike Kuhn, who's in charge of, increasing the amount of youth activities or youth cooperation of the ministry. And we talked about the challenges that each and every one of them has faced, in the attempt of working and fighting towards progress on the SDGs, and also on their paths of involvement that they have taken. And we've heard about some positive examples from the different contexts. Maxwell was sharing how in Zambia, with colleagues of his, they advocate successfully on the need for nutrition financing in the context, of a country where climate change consequences are visible, where floods and droughts are very present. So that was very insightful. And Elena also was talking about how here in Germany she works with the Ministry of Education on as part of UPAN on education for sustainable development. So how youth gets a voice in that to bring their perspective to the process the ministry is working on. And Mrs. Kuhn was telling us about the youth council that the BMZ is trying to, or working on establishing right now, and which insights they've got for this from previous endeavors to talk to young people. And in terms of key takeaways, I think we sort of managed to formulate a number of recommendations, also, each of everyone towards each other. It was quite interesting to see how Maxwell and Elena were asking for opportunities to engage. They were arguing that there are young people who want to engage. It's a force that needs to be unlocked in order to enable a huge potential that is there. Both of them were arguing how over half of the world's population is under 30, and that isn't, the exact statistic when you look into who's representing populations in politics. So it was quite interesting to hear that. So let me point out the most important points. So one thing was political will, definitely. They were both saying that politicians and decision makers need to acknowledge this force and need to create those platforms where youth can engage. And this engagement also, or these platforms, these opportunities for engagement also need to take into consideration the differences between groups also that are part of this huge youth group, right? That it's also a diverse group in there. And Mrs. Kuhn from the BMZ was pointing out that also youth should engage and demand this space, that in the last couple of years, the perception, especially I assume she was talking about Germany, but maybe you can also say a similar thing about some countries at least, is that political decision makers acknowledge the fact that there is a huge youth potential and that young people want to speak out. And she was encouraging Maxwell and Elena to demand seats at the tables where decisions are being made and to engage and to ask those questions. Let me leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much, Anna. Now, Camila, can you hear me first? Okay, perfect. So yeah, could you please share with us what were the main ideas that we discussed during the breakout session, and how we can take those ideas in order to maybe consider achieving the SDGs, or what might be the problems in achieving them?
That's a great question. Well, it was a very rich discussion. I think there are a few key takeaways. So the first one was that climate change does not occur in a vacuum. And so that when we're talking about climate change solutions, whether that's a community level or like the national level, it has to take into account that there are many other factors that contribute to climate or that are related in some way. And so, for instance, Khaled, who works, in the MENA region, Middle East region, was talking about the ways in which like security discourses and like water scarcity and climate change interact. And then you add, the factor of migration and how all of these are factors that are interconnected and so should be part of the discussion. And so I think the second point was that we have to be cognizant that existing vulnerabilities will only be amplified and exacerbated by climate change. And so we were talking a lot about like the communities that are in the front lines of climate. And not just communities in the global south, but even within the global north, who are those communities? And so we're talking, yes, about youth as well, but women, indigenous peoples, low-income folks, people of color. And so how should that inform like our responses to climate, and how can we implement a climate justice lens? The third topic that we discussed was a little bit how climate, despite being so interconnected to all of these other structural inequities, it's still in many parts not mainstream. We think that this has changed a bit with social movements and sort of especially the last year, at least before the pandemic hit, there was a lot of mobilization around the world, especially by youth, that I think have made climate more of a mainstream issue, but it's still not there. And I think there's still a short-sighted vision to focus on, again, sort of the issues of today and thinking that climate's an issue to be dealt with tomorrow. And so kind of pushing against that idea as well. I think, and the fourth point that I will make that I think came up in our discussions was the role of like local communities and of communities in driving the decision-making processes. And so thinking about climate justice as like including these communities and having them be the ones telling us what the answers are. And I think a contribution from my colleague from the German government was that, there are these incredible reports, there are these incredible tools, analytic tools that the experts are producing, and at the same time that if that's not reaching the folks who need to implement those solutions or who are going to be impacted by those solutions, then we're not doing our job correctly. And so I think there's this question about how do we communicate science and climate risk assessments and policymaking generally in a way that is, digestible and real for people on the ground. So I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much. Before turning to the questions to the audience, I would like to take, the opportunity for me as a moderator to ask some more critical questions, let's say, because I'm very curious about how we frame the SDGs, first of all, and what might be the potential divergences, or how SDGs might, let's say, contradict each other, let's say. For, many researchers, for example, are claiming that, for example, SDG 8 on economic growth might hamper the potential to achieve the target of having a safe climate. Would you think that that's the case, or you would say that actually this is too exaggerated? Maybe that's not. Maybe we can actually decouple. Maybe decoupling is the answer. What would you say about that? And what would be the role of people, in the front lines as well in in this debate? And please feel free to answer. It's an open question.
Are you
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I can get started, and then others please feel free to weigh in. I think this is the mistake of the left and of the climate movement, that we've like adopted the narratives from the right, and then we just like continue to respond to them directly instead of creating our own narratives. So we're responding to the narrative of environment versus development, right? Like the idea that some countries can develop and have, you know, climate justice orient their development and others can't. And I think this is, again, a narrative from the right. And I don't think we want to engage with that. I think we actually want to frame and create our own narratives in response to say, yes, decarbonizing our economy is possible. And yes, climate justice does mean that, you know, the global north has a bigger responsibility, but it doesn't take agency away from our government in the global south. And this is my issue with the framing that you're presenting. And I think we have to push against it, because we know that development as usual does not give us, you know, social safety nets in a lot of our countries. We know that, I mean, I can speak for my own country. It depends on coal and oil as its two main exports. And I can tell you that it has not brought, you know, either like better health outcomes, better environmental outcomes, better social outcomes for the people in the north of Colombia that depend on it. It's quite the opposite, right? A lot of the wealth concentration has focused on, you know, Western Europe or the very few Colombians who own those companies. And so I think we have to reframe the narrative and stop thinking that, you know, by relying on this, again, notion of development, I think outdated notion that we're gonna, you know, present and convince the public and win the hearts, you know, of the public, which I think it's where it's at. It's about electing people who are gonna, you know, like really pursue climate justice in their agenda. And so I think it's possible, and I think it's about how we talk about it and how we think about development.
Thank you very much, Camila. Someone else would like to jump in? Kia?
Yeah, I would like to jump in. I agree with what you said. On my view, you're on the left, so I don't know if you're if that is the case for you, but I'm looking at you. So yeah, I agree with what you said, that we shouldn't indulge in this narrative development against climate protection or something, because it's quite obvious that there's no economic growth or jobs on a planet that is dead. So it's core to understand that our civilization depends on the resources that we have on Earth. And if we do not protect these, and right now we are not, right now the ecosystems are collapsing underneath us. And we see it in California, we see it with the incredible tropical storms, et cetera, et cetera. So, and we know that these damages can be so high that they will overwhelm our capacities, even in industrialized nations. So even in nations that have a fair amount of wealth to deal with the impacts. But our capacity to respond is not limitless. So this is important when combining those two approaches. But when we talk about economic growth, the question is, what are we growing into? So we have seen a growth that is very much based on extreme consumerism, and you were alluding to that a little bit as well. And what is the life that we want to live? Is it that we are able to buy a new t-shirt every week, or that we are able to buy a new smartphone every year? Is that the growth that we are aspiring to? Then yes, that is contradictory to a narrative of climate protection and protection of biodiversity and such. And the price for these goods is hidden, and we're now seeing what this means again with the pandemic. Because maybe as somebody who lives here in Berlin-Charlottenburg, I can think, what do I care about wildlife consumption in China? But actually all these things are interconnected and are interwoven, and we may be affected through something like a virus or through something like economic shocks from climate shocks. So in a globalized economy, we need to be forceful of the fact that we need to protect the global commons in all countries. And how we can achieve that politically is a question that has been debated for 30 years, but maybe now's the time has arrived to actually do, so that we can actually make a difference.
Thank you very much. Anna?
Thank you. I think that we need to acknowledge the fact, right, that the world is a complex place, that the SDGs refer to a lot of complex issues that are interlinked and, you know, not always go with each other. But at the same time, I think that we have to, and this is actually also something that one of the youth leaders mentioned in our breakout session, that we have to look at those challenges in a holistic way, not focus on, the ambivalences, but look at them in a holistic way, how climate change goes with nutrition and health, how education plays into it, and just go into the different communities and listen to different groups and find new ways of really progressing towards this idea of the SDGs to leave no one behind. And I think in order to do that, we have to move towards being more open towards opening up silos that exist and acknowledging and really looking into the interlinkages that exist between the different goals. Mm-hmm. And maybe also acknowledge that this climate change, but also COVID-19 is maybe pushing us, that the time to do that is coming or is now.
Perfect, thank you. I think we have time for a couple of questions from the audience, if that's okay. I don't know if someone here might have a question for our panelists to, close down this closing panel. Or maybe the people that are listening to us online would like to jump in as well and ask a question. Please feel free to do so. I'm not sure who might read the question or where we can see it, but yeah.
I just pose a question, Kira Fisch of Action Against Hunger, Germany. I think my question would mostly address Camilla and also Kira Finke. So right now Germany has the EU Council presidency. Almost half-time is over, so what's your call for action towards Germany? Because I think the EU can have a massive impact on all these different matters you just applied to. So what's your call for action to Germany?
Thank you. I would like to answer the question.
I think for Germany and for other countries is to continue to support and to continue to back up their commitments and their rhetoric on climate action. I think, if the global north is not leading, then it's going to be harder for everyone else. That said, one, I think, very technical and maybe wonky request is that, after looking a lot at climate aid and climate cooperation money, a lot of it goes into things like sanitation, which of course it's linked to climate change. But I think sometimes the metrics or the way that financial cooperation is based on is on things that used to be just development projects and are now labeled as climate because they are somewhat related. But if we're not looking at those projects through a climate lens and they have integrated climate objectives in them, then they're still development projects as we usually understand them. So I think it's important when we're talking about cooperation and when we're talking about international support to the Green Climate Fund and other sorts of bilateral and multilateral ways in which money is reaching developing countries. I think it's important that our metrics are integrating climate as an explicit factor and not just as something that is related to maybe sanitation, but that needs, those climate metrics need to be just explicit and I think a central part of how we're thinking about sort of this development support.
Thank you, Camilla. Yeah.
To add on to that, I think the right targets were set. The 55 emissions reductions goal, I think it is ambitious, so I'm supportive of that, and I would expect Germany to really buckle down on this and on achieving these goals also. I mean, one is to set the goals and the other one is achieving it, of course. So that is one, and then to treat and communicate the climate crisis as the crisis, the existential crisis that it is. Because we see now what happens when people and governments really perceive and act on crises. then we have a situation like we have now with very effective, fast governance in some countries. We do not see this in the climate context. We have not seen the kind of efforts that have been rightly so imposed by the necessity of the corona pandemic. We haven't seen this for climate change, so the question is, how do we get to that level of ambition in terms of finances, in terms of capacities, and also in terms of kind of courageous political decisions, because this is what it takes to combat an existential crisis.
Wow. I think that's a perfect way to close this panel. Yeah, political will is definitely, many would say that is a panacea to many of the objectives that we have set as humanity as one. With that, I would like to thank our wonderful panelists, our wonderful rapporteurs for joining us, and everybody here who is here on site and also the public online. I would invite you to follow the films that are being featured here at the Human Rights Film Festival, because they address precisely all of the dimensions that we discuss here. It's not an easy task, obviously. It needs a lot of thinking, reframing, mobilizing. And I think that all the stories that are featured in the movies in the festival tackle this very complex nature of the problems that we face together as humanity. With that note, thank you very much, and thank you also for the organizers for this initiative. So thank you. See you next time.
And thank you, Juan, again for guiding us through this SDG 13 workshop so nicely and with all the technical issues in between. Thanks a lot. And for you who are here at BUFA, there is another coffee break, and of course for you online as well. You get coffee downstairs again and a bit of cake, hopefully, or other nice things. And we'll see each other back here at I knew it, and then I looked at it, at 4 p.m. This time, it's hopefully correct. So you must have around 15 minutes to go downstairs and come up again if you want to listen to the SDG 6 workshop, the Blue Gold Water, a Resource and Human Rights. If you would like to see or be part of the interactive lecture with war photographer Jan Grarup, please stay downstairs and go to Studio 1 afterwards. That's a 2-hour lecture. All the others are here for half an hour, and afterwards there are, of course, breakout sessions again on SDG 6. And this time, I'm correct, I'm talking about clean water and sanitation. I think I did something wrong in the very beginning, in the early morning today. So please decide session, the workshop on SDG 6, up here, or the lecture from war photographer Jan Grarup downstairs. 15 minutes in between, have a good coffee, and thanks to you again. Welcome back to the people on the panel, to the people here in Studio 2, and welcome back everyone who's watching us via YouTube live stream. We would like to focus right now in the late afternoon on SDG 6. And the workshop we're having right now is called the Blue Gold Water, a Resource and Human Right. And the person who's leading us through the whole workshop is Professor Dr. Pierre Thielberger from Ruhr-Universität Bochum and Hertie School. And everything that's happening right now is in your hands. So I pass my mic in a way to you. Have fun, enjoy, and let's listen for half an hour to get a bit of introduction to the topic. Thanks a lot.
Okay, does this work? Yes, great. Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us for this very exciting session. As was said, this is a session on the right to water and sanitation. So what we'll do is I'll give a very short introduction into the topic for everyone, and then I'll introduce our very esteemed panelists, of which we have 3. I have to lean a bit to see them all, but they are all there. I can see everyone looks happy. That's good. And then we'll have a question and answer round that I will moderate, and in a later closing panel, you will also be given the chance to ask questions to the panelists. So let's start with thinking 20 years back to the year 2000, where we didn't have anything like a recognition of the human rights to water and sanitation. In all the human rights treaties, nowhere was there mention of the right to water. The right to food, yes, the right to housing, yes, but where was the right to water? It wasn't anywhere. Then 2002, 18 years ago, we had a very significant movement because the Human Rights Committee at the time on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights recognized the human right to water at the time, not sanitation, as something that should be understood to be part of the international human rights treaties that we have. Then we had a very significant development in 2008 where the United Nations decided to appoint a special rapporteur on the human rights to water and sanitation. And then 2010, I think that most people know, the right to water and sanitation had a big breakthrough moment where first the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2010, and then later that year also the Human Rights Council of the United Nations recognized the rights to water and sanitation to be human rights. So that sounds all great. We have human rights now recognized by the United Nations Human Rights Council and the General Assembly, but what about implementation? And that's something that we want to look into today, more or less. And before I introduce our esteemed guests here, I would start you off with a few numbers that are not quite so positive as what I said before, that we have these recognitions now. And that is, if we look into Sustainable Development Goal number 6, which is of course something very different from the human rights, but it is something that makes progress towards these human rights measurable. Then we see in the current numbers that we have almost until today 30% of the global population that don't have access to safe drinking water. And we have, even worse, 55% of the global population that don't have access to safe sanitation. And we have 40% of people who don't even have access to very basic washing facilities. And what that means in times of COVID, I think you all can very easily understand. So we have these great legal recognitions, but we also have still a lot to do. That's what we want to discuss. Today I introduce our 3 guests. Maybe I start with our female guest on the panel, which is Gertrud Falk. She's a social pedagogue and social scientist. Since 2004, she has been with FIAN. And before that, she worked as a refugee counsel for the Protestant Church, and she worked in development policy research at the University of Duisburg-Essen, I assume with INEF. Probably, is that right? At the University of Duisburg-Essen, I assume so, yes. Very welcome to Gertrud. Then we have Christian Wiebe, also online with us. He's the head of water projects and one of the founding members of the international network Viva von Agua. not agua, the Spanish, very important as I learned. And since 2005, he understands himself as a campaigner for the human rights to safe drinking water and sanitation. And finally, we have Dirk Winkler with us here today. He is a team leader at the GIZ in the field of water and sanitation and is working in Jordan. So it will be very interesting to get also some impressions from the ground, where he works specifically also with Jordanian and Syrian refugees. And he has a lot of experience in the Middle East and Northern Africa. He is by training, which I find very interesting, a mechanical engineer inter alia, so we'll get some technical expertise here as well today. Let me start with our first question, and that question goes to Gertrud, and that is about FIAN. I mean, FIAN has decided, Gertrud, this year to make the rights to water and sanitation the topic of 2020. And for FIAN. And my question is, why did you make this decision? Why did you decide, amongst all the other important topics that are there, why did you decide to choose this topic? And what do you think FIAN has contributed over the last 10 years, let's say, to the realization of the human rights to water and sanitation?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I hope you can hear me properly because I hear everybody with a very strong echo. So let's say we as a human rights organization, we look at the human right to water and the denied access of the right to water from a human rights perspective. So we analyze lack of access to water as discrimination and marginalization of groups of society, and this, from our angle, are the main causes for lack of access to water and sanitation. So we think that first of all, states should care for most discriminalized groups first, to serve them with access to water, with water infrastructure, and with, of course, clean water. When we look at that issue, most of the people who do not access sufficient drinking water live in rural areas. They are often not only, they're small-scale farmers, let's say, they are indigenous people, and often they are not only not connected to infrastructure, but their land and water resources are often even grabbed by big and, for example, multinational companies, and they are not protected by their governments. So their human right to water is denied. And we think we need long-term changes, structural changes of power imbalance between influence, big companies, big national elite who have power to get resources they need against poor marginalized groups who do not have that power. And we as FIAN, we work on that issue, that we want to change these power imbalances to mitigate them. So the human rights perspective, they empower marginalized groups, because if you look at all over, first of all, you find there is sufficient water, but and access to safe water and sanitation is understood as a non-deniable right, which is complemented by state duties to respect, to prospect, protect, and to fulfill this right. So we raise awareness among those marginalized groups of people that they learn, that they understand that they are rights holders. They are not only beggars, rights holders, even if their national laws do not include a legal right to water. So, and on the other side, states should not just act on goodwill. No, they have a duty, and they should be held responsible if they do not follow and implement this duty. So what we concretely do, we have reported cases of violations of the human right to water to the United Nations Committee for Economic, Social, and Cultural Human Rights. We have enabled affected communities to report themselves to those United Nations Human Rights Committees. And for example, we did this we cooperated with groups in Colombia and Ecuador, mainly indigenous groups, whose access to water has been grabbed by extractive industries like coal and gold. We have supported and worked with people, peasants, small-scale farmers from Honduras and Uganda, who have been forcibly evicted from their land. They had to make way for plantation investments. And the Committee of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, for example, has included those reports into their recommendations and has recommended to those respective states to stop these violations, to address people, and to reinstall their access to clean water.
Much, Gertrud. I'd like to bring in Christian Wiebe from Viva Con Agua. So you have obviously a very specific approach. So with every bottle that you sell, kind of you try to raise awareness for the human rights to water and sanitation, for universal access to safe water and sanitation, which is your goal. So how would you say, how successful have you been with this? How do you do this, raising this awareness? And what are maybe also the challenges that are lying ahead with doing so?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. You asked me about the Viva Con Agua water. I think the Viva Con Agua mineral water is something like our fundraising campaign on the supermarket shelf and in the bar, for example. Each bottle is a liquid flyer that brings people closer to the human right to water. On the one hand, the consumers learn more while they are simply drinking mineral water. And there are a lot of them. Last year we sold more than 30 million of those messages in a bottle. And on the other hand, the users of the wash facilities that are financed of the profits from the sale of the water, they experience how the human right to water becomes a practical reality. But we should no longer speak of the one human right to water, but always point out that there are two human rights in the WASH context. This means the human rights to water and sanitation. And in this context, I'd like to highlight our other social business products like the Gold Eimer composting toilets, with whom we reach normal times without COVID-19, hundreds of thousands of people on festivals, for example. Not to forget the social toilet paper that brings the human right to sanitation from the water closet into consciousness. And with this approach and with the belief that only a committed life is a fulfilled life and that social activism can be fun and joyful, we could activate more than 10,000 volunteers worldwide for the global network of Viva Con Agua to support our vision, water for all for water. And they collect donations for WASH projects worldwide. And together with international and local partner organizations, Viva Con Agua has already reached over 3 million people on 3 continents with about 50 water sanitation hygiene projects and provided vital access to safe drinking water. And yeah, 2 of the core components of our project design are key for having a lasting and enduring impact with WASH projects. First, based on the universal languages of music, sports, and art, Viva Con Agua tackles behavior change at school and community levels. We believe that positive affect and emotions play an important role to influence lasting health-related behavior change. So, Viva Con Agua creates an atmosphere where learning and the application of health-related behavior is joyful and dignified, and promotes a mindset which is solution-oriented and inspires people to get engaged for the good cause. By building up local network structures, VCA creates a stable platform in order to initiate societal change, whereby the younger generation is especially addressed with music, sports, and art. Following up on a human rights-based perspective, stating that people themselves must advocate so that the pressure to provide improved WASH services is sustained over the long term. The universal languages, with a broad appeal, offering a low threshold entry point for target groups to get active by participating in the certain activities. And a second, sustainability is a key factor in Viva Con Agua's projects. For us, it is indispensable to integrate a systemic strategy for the project aftercare in the project design from the very beginning, focusing on both the durability of implemented hardware and the endurance of software components, because we face very severe challenges, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, after 3 or 5 years, after the project, after the official exit of the projects, more than 30%, for example, of the hand pumps of drilled wells are not functional or only partly functional. And due to this, tools like post-implementation monitoring and systems like the Sustainable Services Initiative are necessary for these measures. And with the Sustainable Services Initiative of our partner Welthungerhilfe, which Viva Con Agua co-designed and helped to set up, we have developed a systemic approach to improve the sustainability of WASH projects through holistic planning and project implementation. And yeah, I think this should be sufficient for now.
Thank you, Christian, very much. I would like to bring in our third speaker, Dirk. Winkler, I have already said that your expertise at the moment lies in Jordan, where you are the head of the portfolio of water and sanitation projects for GIZ. And my question to you is specific a bit also about gender and your experience with it in Jordan. So it is very well known that the rights to water and sanitation have a very specific meaning for the different genders, right? So for women and girls in many societies, they are tasked with fetching the water, often from very far away places, which puts them in a vulnerable position. Schools that don't have safe toilets, where menstruation hygiene is difficult for girls. So there is clearly a very gender-sensitive component to the rights to water and sanitation. But my question is, on the ground, in your projects in Jordan that you do, how do you work with this very gender-sensitive dimension of the rights to water and sanitation? How do you in your projects empower women and girls?
Hello from my side. The project Vocational Training and Skill Enhancement for Jordanian and Syrian refugees in the water sector is financed by the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development and implemented by Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, and it supports the Jordanian water sector. The implementing partner are the Jordan Ministry of Water and Irrigation and Water Authority of Jordan. And one field of action in this project is to train plumbers. In total, we trained meanwhile 280 female and 280 male plumbers. And out of these, 190 Syrian refugees in a country with about 10.5 million inhabitants and 1 million Syrian refugees. The objectives of training females is to deliver training for females in male-dominated professions and to create job opportunities and income opportunities for those females. And finally, to reduce water losses on household level and better sanitation through better or improved maintenance and repair. Besides that, we established 5 branches of water-wise women cooperatives in the north of Jordan. They have, meanwhile, more than 40 members. The objective of these cooperative is to share knowledge, to support each other, and to share tools and equipment. They do joint commission management, and by this they increase their income and they create job opportunities. Why we train especially females? The reason is at daytime in Jordan, men are working and women are at home. And male plumbers would not be allowed to enter the apartment, but females are able to enter the apartment and they can do basic maintenance and repair. So, and therefore reducing water losses, because the maintenance could be applied early and on time. Besides this training for female plumbers, we supported 9 vocational training institutes to deliver this training to female plumbers. This was not there before. Training was already delivered to men, but not to females. We equipped these training institutes with material, equipment, and teaching aids. We did also training of trainers. And besides that, there was a German female master plumbers, and she participated in the training, and she motivated the trainers, but also the students. And to monitor our impact, we did a survey, and those surveys showed that 88% of the households confirm that the service delivered by these female plumbers results in reduced water consumption.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's, I think, really so interesting to hear these concrete projects, where on the ground things like gender-sensitive approaches are really put into practice. Before I leave you into the breakout sessions, I would have one question to all three speakers. That is, I have started the introduction by saying we have these great legal recognitions, rights to water and sanitation, but we also see the lack of implementation. We see the numbers that I gave you before with regard to SDG 7, that many people, more than 50% of people, don't have access to sanitation. Still, many people don't have access to safe drinking water, hand washing facilities, and so on. So my question is, so on the one hand, we don't see the numbers being matched yet by what we want to see for the SDG. And if I couple that with other problems, for instance, that the human rights approach brings in, that all of these numbers should also be done in a non-discriminatory manner, so that not only rich have access, but also poor. That people not only in the cities have access, but also people who live in rural areas, then the problem is actually far bigger even than these numbers would suggest. So my question is, what do you see as the biggest challenge to realize the rights to water and sanitation, and to realize at the same time the SDG 6, which is something different, and how, if you can give us also a solution, what do you think could be a way to tackle this challenge? So if each of you could limit themselves to one challenge, I think that would be good in terms of our time. Gertrud, would you like to start again?
Thank you. So what we really need to do, and what is lacking is in the SDG approach, is we need to focus on discrimination and marginalization of certain groups. We need to focus on those groups, and we start to those groups. We need to to involve those groups. They need to participate on policy making, to implement the human rights to water and sanitation, because they know best what they need, how they need, and by involving them, by respecting and their human rights, they will be also empowered and enabled. And all those measures need to be very transparent, so that they can really participate, that they're not excluded, and they know really what is going on, and how they know how they can participate. So due to time, let me stop here.
Okay, thank you, Gertrud. Christian?
And I think we need to build strong connections and coalitions with allies from the wash sector, but also from other sectors like the private sector. I think one of the biggest challenges is that we have to get out of the niche, the wash silo. According to WEF, a risk report, the water crisis is one of the 10 greatest challenges facing humanity. And I have the impression that far too few people know that. And that has to be made much better known, and what is behind it must also be explained. What exactly is the problem that so many people do not have access to wash, and that human rights must be demanded loudly from everyone, for everyone, especially from those who live in their comfort zone. In other words, in countries where the clean drinking water flows endlessly from the tap and the toilet is even flushed with drinking water. And I believe that due to the profound, previously unknown shocks that brought about the crisis of COVID-19, societies and thus also the political and economic leadership will no longer fall back into the pre-corona period in many areas. And this means specifically when it comes to above all, local production of hygiene articles such as soap or protective clothing, and more generally the provision of a basic wash supply for the population. Many governments and supranational institutions will give this a higher priority, and the demands of the population for better hygienic living conditions will be stronger and generate greater pressure than before. And this can in turn lead specifically to income generating work and improved prevention or increased resilience in the countries. And yeah, I think only a civil society supported discourse with governments at the state level can the legal obligation to implement human rights to water and sanitation be reflected in the reality of government action. And currently there are few, often only short-term funding instruments in development cooperation for this discourse between civil society and governments. And this has to be improved, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, Dirk Winkler.
Yeah, I think there are so many challenges. One is maybe fair water tariffs, and GSZ is therefore advising governments and partner countries on introducing fair and social acceptable water tariffs to even make water available to the poor.
Okay, thank you very much for these opening ideas. We are a bit over our time already, but I think that's okay because we started a bit later as well. So thanks to our three speakers so far for this very interesting discussion on SDG 6. I mean, I personally think it was the most important SDG in the first place, and through COVID-19, no question, it's become even more important. So thanks for everyone who is joining this very important debate. We take now two breakout sessions where you can go to, or which take place online, I believe. And around 5:30, we reconvene here for a final discussion on SDG 6 and the rights to water and sanitation, where also the people here in the room, or I believe online, can also ask questions, because that wasn't possible for time reasons so far, but that will be possible in our final session. So enjoy the breakout session for now, and we all see you back at around 5:30, 5:35. Thank you very much.
Thank you for our little introduction. And yes, let's see each other in around an hour. But if you don't want to go online, you also have the chance, unfortunately, not to talk about SDG 6, but to talk about SDG 2 here in studio number 2. So there will be the chairperson of Action Against Hunger, Cornelia Richter, and she'll talk about a feminist transformation in the food systems. So please exchange seats, and we'll move on here in a couple of minutes with Cornelia Richter. And everyone who wants to keep on thinking and listening to SDG 6 issues, please go online. There are lots of Wi-Fi connection nodes around here. Find a spot, go outside, stay here, find other areas to connect. Thanks for you.
the speakers.
Great. Everyone on board. So it's time to listen and afterwards talk for you. On the panel on SDG 2, and we're looking forward what kind of transformations we need so that the food system works in a way. So Cornelia Richter, please give us your insights and introduce us to all your great panelists. We're very looking forward to your session. Thanks. We have like 15 minutes. 50 minutes.
10 minutes.
50, of course.
Okay, fine. So a very warm welcome to all of you here in the room and particularly to those who have digitally connected. It's a great pleasure that we have the opportunity to focus a little bit more on a fairly new topic of international discussion on food systems, and here with a particular focus also on the feminist transformation, one of the particular challenges. My name is Cornelia Richter, and I have the pleasure supporting Action Against Hunger as chairwoman, bringing in my professional experience from the multilateral organization IFAD as vice president and long-standing board member in GIZ. This morning, the Secretary General reminded us that the pandemic and climate change have just shown the overall fragility of the planet and the particular challenges also for the SDG agenda. With regard to this powerful vision of zero hunger by 2030, we have to admit that we've seen a lot of progress in the past years, but since 2015, there was a setback, a slow increase in numbers, which have constantly risen now also by the pandemic. Just to give you the latest figures, they are estimated that by now, 690 million people are hungry. That means almost 9%, 8.9% of world population, up by 10 million in 1 year and by nearly 60 million in 5 years. I think this is a scenario with regard to the prospects and the particular challenges for the international discussions, which helps us a lot to look a little bit deeper into this. I have the pleasure that on our panel we have insights and specialists from the Ministry for Economic Cooperation. Welcome to Martin Hoppe. Martin Hoppe is the head of the Division for Food, Nutrition, Security, Global Food Policy and Fisheries, and he is heading one of the most important budget lines in BMZ with almost 450 million euro. We also have here on the panel Valentin Thurn. He is a well-acknowledged film producer, and he has produced a lot of films who have alerted us also on developmental issues and other societal issues. And I'm very happy that we connect to Zambia with Mwande Chileshe. Welcome, Mwande. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Thanks for having me.
Hello? Oh, fine. Okay, I heard your voice. Mwande is working for Global Citizen, and she is the Food and Security and Agriculture Manager in Zambia. And luckily now also Naima Imam Chowdhury has connected to us. She is working with Action Against Hunger in Canada, and she's the Associate Director, International Gender Unit. And I think with these different insights to a topic which we call food systems now, we should also highlight that this is a very comprehensive term. And it also changes already the way how to tackle the hunger issue. I think it's a fairly modern, very holistic, but also very ambitious concept, which requires a lot of interaction from all stakeholders, because the food systems approach tries to break up the silos. It's basically an approach which tries to look into all the necessities from the fork to the fork, looking into production structures, into price policies, into interconnected policies, and highlights once more that hunger is a multi-sectoral issue, which we have to tackle from many, many different sectoral issues. I'm happy that we have some political insight here with us, with Martin Hoppe. And my first question goes to you, Martin Hoppe. With regard to the latest progress report we've got on the state of SDG 2, I can imagine that the ministry is highly alerted after all the efforts which have gone into the mainstreaming of the agenda, into operationalizing the agenda. And I would like to get some more insight. What is the political response in the year 2020 with regard to the next 10 years for the ministry looking at this declining situation?
Yes, thank you very much for everyone participating and for you, the organizers, giving me the opportunity to speak here. Very briefly, and just in a few bullets maybe, when COVID broke out and exacerbated the situation even more, immediately my ministry wrapped up a response of redirecting 1 billion euro immediate response to respond to COVID-19. Out of this 1 billion immediate response, 200 million were directly aimed at securing the food security. An additional 3 billion resources for 2020 and 2021 were mobilized. Out of this, 600 million will go directly to securing the food situation in the world. Germany is, one could argue, the biggest or the second biggest bilateral donor. One could argue, is the US really ahead of us, because a lot of what they count as food security is actually food aid. So is it a structural response? Maybe not so much. But let's not be in a beauty contest with the US. Germany is by far a very major donor for food security, for agriculture, for rural development. And we intend to keep this up. In the past few years, it's always been beyond 2.5 billion euro annually that we've invested in this. But what are we doing right now? I said about this response, talked about this response, but also, of course, and maybe we will talk on this, we're engaging very actively in the preparation of, and I think you already mentioned, the upcoming Food Systems Summit organized by the General Secretary. I believe is a very timely, of course, event end of next year. But also, as we speak, we're negotiating the voluntary guidelines on food systems and nutrition within the CFS, the Council on Food Security. So I think these are the actions that we're engaging in right now as we speak.
May I just continue looking at the Food Systems Summit? This will be a major event for the international community. With regard to the particular deteriorations also at the international level, what kind of political challenges do you expect, and with what kind of attitude and position will Germany trying to influence the agenda and the international debate in 2021?
I'm afraid some of the flavor we're already getting, as I said, in the negotiations on the voluntary guidelines. I was in the UN myself 2005 to 2007, so I kind of know these processes. where the level of ambition by some is very high, while others try to do what they think is damage control. So keeping up the level of ambition, really have a transformation of our food systems. And that is the level of ambition that we're having now. Not allow this to be boiled down to soft language and some may and shoulds, but basically meaningless resolution and wording. I think that is the main challenge. And yes, there are already now, we see some spoilers when it comes to having very ambitious voluntary guidelines. So we need to keep up the level of ambition. How can we do this? One, of course, as national governments, just push and fight hard in the negotiations, but really my appeal goes to civil societies. It goes to academia, really provide the evidence, provide the pressure. Even in countries where it's difficult, we see it can be done. But we need governments to move. When drafting a speech for the minister, I said one thing we really need to do in our dialogues is convince our partner countries to put the right to food again on the top of their agenda. And I got a little remark from one of his staffs. So what is this going to change? Mm-hmm. Well, it would change a lot. Very frankly, I think the commitment also by our partner countries to really understand right to food as a human rights, and then of course, since we're talking about a gender perspective, a feminist transformation, right to food very much is a gender issue. So I think this is a core element. Get partner countries to look at it from a human rights perspective and realize it for their respective countries.
Thank you. Well, let me now turn to Naima. Naima, from the perspective of an international NGO, I think you have particular insights what's going on in particular communities, with, to which extent the present crisis, the climate crisis, the pandemic is affecting the particular situation of women and girls. Could you share with us some of these insights and tell us what kind of conclusions Action Against Hunger is taking in order to address these issues adequately?
Thank you very much, Cornelia, for this question. And this is a really great opportunity for me talking about the food system, the crisis right now with regards to gender equality and actually the people from the marginalized group with whom Action Against Hunger is really working for. And our mandate is addressing hunger. So, and our policy is zero hunger. So in this situation particularly, when the whole world is going through such a pandemic situation, and along with the climate change crisis, so the food insecurity within the communities in many countries is really in a very bad situation right at the moment. So what is happening with regards to the communities, particularly women and the marginalized group? As we know, and in many researches, it has been proved that women and girls are the last person who actually get the food when it comes to the household level. So in that context, and the cultural practices and unavailability of food is also adding negative value to that to them, that they are not really getting that sort of support, food and nutrition. So it's a huge impact on their health in their nutrition level, which is highly connected to their reproductive role and other roles as well. So in this context, what we are trying to do to find out the situation, actually trying to understand the situation where women and the marginal groups stand in the food system, how they are getting the access, how they are participating, and how we can help in that, and how to provide that sort of support to them. So in this regard, we are very much focusing on our gender analysis, and also to see that how the people in the community, in the family, can be in a supportive role so that the availability of the food can be shared. So this is one thing that I would say, that we are trying to motivate that sort of context within the family and community. And the other way, what we are trying to do to make sure that we are partnering, collaborating with the partner organization, including the community, including our partner organizations or network, so that we can enhance the system with leadership, with governance, with collaboration, so all of us can work together. So it's now the situation is not a kind of supporting the silo sort of work. It's more a collaborative approach that we are taking right at the moment, bringing women and the marginalized group in the center of the process, because we believe that if the system works, it will work only, it will work for all. So it's bringing who are in a marginalized context, women and social groups, different marginalized group, minority communities, people with disability, people having HIV/AIDS, the transgender community. They are the people whom actually are not that much seen. So we are trying to work together so that they are in a focus.
Ima. So let me now get the insights also from the Zambian perspective. Mande, it would be quite helpful for our auditorium to learn also about practical insights, observations you can make as representative of global citizen in Zambia, to which effect COVID is impacting the life of women, and to which extent also the women's rights are affected by this crisis, and particularly the right to food. Perhaps you could also give us some examples to which extent also female producers are affected by this.
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, I just want to start by saying that this conversation we're having today on the feminist transformation of our food systems is not only timely, it's one that needs to be had. We've seen the kind of impact that COVID-19 has had on women and girls, from increased cases of gender-based violence in homes to girls who are out of school, and this anticipation that 20 million girls could not go back to school even after schools open up. But what has it really meant for their access to food and their nutrition? In Zambia, where I currently am, the lockdowns have seen that in parts of the country, a lot of the women who trade in perishable goods have meant that their incomes have been lowered. What it has also meant is that while their burden of care and their workload has increased, their sources of income have been cut off. I think that the situation is not only unique to Zambia, and through my work with Global Citizen, where I'm working across different countries, we've been able to see this pattern being cut across. We know that when there's such situations, the way that households adapt, and something that I'm seeing in Zambia as well with some of the organizations I'm working closely with, is that families and households will adapt by reducing their food, and this will mean that they reduce the frequency of the meals they're having, but they also normally will switch to less nutritious options. We have heard this saying time and time again about my region, how adolescent girls eat the least and last. So in such circumstances, you can guess who is most affected. I think when it comes to small-scale farmers, we know that women provide a majority of the labor on farm and in agriculture, but they were already facing so many challenges when it came to credit and finance, but also climatic changes. In a lot of the regions in Zambia, they were already affected by issues of drought, with 2.3 million people affected and were facing food insecurity. And from those droughts, we had floods. And after the floods, we now have COVID-19. So we can see how these issues are kind of compounding these unique constraints that women and girls are facing. Remember that these groups of people can't store the kind of produce they're farming in agriculture, and they can't sell it quickly. So in times like this, when they are completely cut off from markets, they can't access inputs, but they also can't sell what they farmed. So we know that in this situation, this particular group of people is very affected, and we can't ignore this intersection between food systems and women and girls. Any conversation that is talking about food systems, I think, needs to be emphasized. That can't ignore this group of people.
Thank you very much, Mrande. I think we've all learned in development cooperation that it requires more than sound analytical discussions, conceptual decisions, bold decision-making, but we also need to have images. We have to empower people. We have to trigger emotions. We have to build up commitment. And in this regard, and I'm glad that also the organizers have discovered this, movies play a major role. So I'm very happy that we have Valentin Thon here with us, who has produced some well-acknowledged films on several topics, also covering hunger. And I wonder, what kind of observations have you made during your studies, during your production lines also, when it comes to gender equality on these topics? Could you share some particular insights with us?
Well, when directing films, we need to travel, and we observe a lot of things around the world. And of course, we tell the story. We need to simplify, but it's important not to oversimplify, and things like gender equality have been present around the world, I have to say. I mean, we've already heard from Zambia that the major part of the field work is being done by women, but it's really obvious that it's the whole food system in many countries that relies on women. It's not just the field work, it goes beyond that, it goes to the markets. And that's why it's a catastrophe that these smallholders are not anymore able to get access to markets. The supermarkets, they continue to sell, but the smallholders, they are not allowed to enter the cities. That's a real disaster, and it doesn't make sense in my eyes, but this is definitely a gender issue. But it goes beyond that, because also the cooking, I mean, it's an energy question. How do you process the foods? And it's being done with stoves in most of Africa work with wood. And if there is any improvement being made with stoves, for instance, you can see that the key role is with women. So it gets all along this, and if you start early in agriculture, the seed banks, how farmers do exchange seeds. It's mostly women. It's not exclusively women. If farmers do organize themselves in cooperatives, I mean, we speak about the smallholders, but they are still feeding 3/4 of the world population. That's the important thing. We tend to look in cooperation too often, in my eyes, for big-scale solutions, because the problem is big scale, I know, but these big-scale solutions, large farms, are somehow and of course you need also big farms, and it works here in Europe in a certain way, but in places like Africa or South Asia, these plantations, these huge farms, they occupy land. They take away from smallholders in most cases, or they take even away their water. So it doesn't make better the situation, it makes it worse. So we have to rethink about how to support smallholders to work more efficiently. I mean, actually they do work quite efficiently. If you look into the studies on the yield per hectare, they're astonishingly having higher yields than any large plantation. That was when I have studied a lot of studies from different countries, and it was always the same. Mm-hmm. Look at the smallholders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, these are, I think, very important features for the current system, but let's look a little bit ahead on the transformation of food systems. And Germany is in the lucky situation of having the EU presidency right now. And again, another opportunity for the Ministry for Economic Cooperation to pave the agenda at EU level. And it would be quite helpful for us, Martin Hoppe, if you could share with us with what kind of particular ideas you're influencing your ministry and your colleagues are influencing the agenda for the next years to come at EU level. And how do you react to the particular challenges of COVID? And what, with regard to the gender issue, to which extent do you also reflect the gender issue in a particular way?
Yes, well, when it comes to the German priorities, or even my ministry's priorities on the presidency, it's quite widespread. As you know, my minister puts a lot of emphasis on the responsibility of international companies in their value chains. So we want to see some legislation there. But let's focus on food and nutrition issues. We've been pushing hard to update the current and outdated, I must say, policy framework on food and nutrition security. The EU has just released the Farm to Fork strategy, which in itself is very welcomed by my government. But it lacks, or at least it has shortcomings, let's put it that way. It has shortcomings when it comes to the international perspective. It doesn't speak a whole lot about the effects of EU common agricultural policy on developing countries. So what we're pushing for is to update the policy framework of the EU. It seems, because of other priorities within the Commission, it will probably not be feasible to achieve this within our presidency. But we will push for it, and we'll continue pushing for it within the EU trio presidency, so with Slovenia and Portugal. I think that's one. The other is, of course, we support very much this team approach now by the EU and by the Commission. So this team's approach wants to really bring together more the activities of EU member states and the EU Commission as such. Germany has from the start promoted and supported this team's approach. We've put some of our initiatives forward and shared it with our EU member states, with the other EU member states. So this is another approach, becoming more effective and efficient. But the presidency is almost halfway through. It's unfortunate, it's only 6 months, and COVID has really captured a lot of the attention, we must say. When it comes to, I really want to touch on this, on the gender perspective. Any of the food and nutrition programs that we do under this special initiative, One World, No Hunger, and as you rightly pointed out, we're talking of 450, next year most likely around 500 million euro annually, each year, new, fresh money. Any of our programs have a gender marker, making the gender issue significant at least. So any of these programs are supposed to have at least a significant impact on the gender perspective. So we have this in our focus. And lastly, maybe, if I may, the voluntary guidelines I was mentioning. What we have been pushing for from the start, and I think is working quite well, is addressing the power balances within the food system. Not only big corporations with a smallholder, but also, of course, the gender imbalances, power imbalances in the existing food systems is something we want to directly address, both in the voluntary guidelines, which hopefully can be adopted in February, and then will evidently feed into the Food System Summit. So we have two big international processes that give us a very good chance to address this, and it's high on our agenda.
Thank you very much. I think you've also highlighted not only the role of politics, but also of the private sector. And now I think it's one of the lessons learned in the last decade that the real success and the real success stories we find normally where we have a multi-stakeholder approach, government, private sector, and civil society. So I think civil society also has to reflect its particular role and has to find its role in this international debate. My question goes to you, Naima. To which extent do you adjust your policy and try to influence now on the way to the Food Systems Summit, the inputs of Action Against Hunger, and what will change in your approach?
Thank you very much. Actually, what we believe is the transformation in the food system means bringing equality and justice towards the food system and the actors who participate and who benefit by the system, and also to reduce the gaps, risks, and insecurity. So what I would say, the transformation in the food system is mandatory right at the moment, as we are discussing here, as the system is not working for women and the marginalized group of people, social groups, considering the access, participation, decision-making, ensuring their rights, and justice and dignity. So what we are trying to focus, that we try to understand that how the system works is from our previous experiences and how we are working with the community, that the system is controlled by the patriarchal system, where we find the domination and control by basically the power holders, if we can say, yeah, it's a men-led system. So where there are automatically a group of people are in a marginalized context, where they do not have that sort of power to really take the decision to participate. If we think about the global Gender Gaps Index 2020, that is produced by World Economic Forum, we would see that 40% wage gaps is there between men and women. 50% income gap is there between men and women. Less than 10% agricultural land is owned by women. So all these are saying that where actually women are seated in the system. So even then, this is systematically, we see that condition and position for women and the marginalized group is not in a situation to really take the decision, control the resources, access, participation, all those things. And not only agriculture, sometimes we often see that fisheries, forestry are not even counted for women access and participation too. So what we are trying to focus, that how to mainstream that feminist approach in the food system, and will bring absolute change in that food system. And that is what we believe in Action Against Hunger in the next 10 years. If we work together, focusing in 3 major agendas: in leadership, governance, collaboration. As we just heard from the other speaker, that how we are talking about bringing private sector together. Yes, it's very important. The government's policy should be enhanced. Private sector's role should be defined. How those things will work for women and the marginalized group. What is the feminization? Is basically make the system works for everyone. That is where we are having those sort of collaboration, partnership with feminist organizations. That is our aim, to have that sort of spirit, bringing that spirit in our work, and to get to where people are in a marginalized context. We are working with different women groups in the community in our humanitarian and development through our work, where we are enhancing the skills, resources, information, technology, linkage, building that sort of things with women and the value chain. We are working women to build to develop and enhance the agency, that they are in a position to change their future. So leadership is very crucial in our work. That is how we are trying to make sure that women are there in every knots of the value chain, and they are in the decision-making process in the food system. One thing is that I would say that where Action Against Hunger is presently focused, we believe that if there is violence exists, we really cannot bring that sort of change where people will feel that they have a kind of life that they can enjoy. So that's where gender-based violence is one of our major focus that we are addressing through our work. So the transformation will particularly will work when there is a peaceful situation. So we are working with those area with our partners and collaborators. We also believe, and this is very crucial I would mention, that we believe that power, privilege and patriarchy, these three P's are enemies of feminism. So if there is power over with people, that will make marginalization. Privilege, of course, will create underprivileged people, and the system, its patriarchy, will really hold the decision to a certain group of people. So we are trying to address to all those things in our transformation process, where Action Against Hunger working closely with community. But the other side, we also believe that power within is something that will help the entire community and our work to make it more stronger and resilience. So that is how we are trying to promote that power within, how we can share our existing knowledge, our existing resources with the community, with women and the marginalized people, so they can change their situation. And also how the privilege can help the underprivileged people to uplift them. So that's where we are very much focusing on the equal and justified society where the food system will work for everyone. Thank you very much.
We've heard during our panel discussion that value chains were particularly hampered during the pandemic. And looking ahead, what is your advice and what kind of conclusions do you have in order to strengthen the role in future value chains, particularly for women?
Yeah.
In Zambia, what it has meant is that some of our biggest retailers and food chains actually have had shelves empty. What we are seeing is a gap, right? But we also know that if women are in this position where they are farming and they're in agriculture, that they could step up to be able to meet this rising gap. That opportunity exists, but it needs to be seized. And for these communities, what it means is that they need to be supported. So it means very direct investments in rural and agriculture development that benefit these communities, but also in urban centers, a lot of women whose daily sustenance is based off of trading and markets. How do we support women cooperatives? How do we ensure that women who are farming cooperatives in terms of farming communities receive the right kind of extension services to be able to supply to these big retailers? When it comes to value chains, how do we get to the point where they're able to turn these perishable goods into something else that is able to last for a few more weeks or even months? I think that will not only be able to scale their business and their efforts, but will also go a long way in ensuring food security for our country. I've mentioned before in terms of how they provide a large majority of the labor on farms. But I think it's very important that we start to move the conversation towards where they're not just laborers, but they are seen as the transformation that is needed, that they're able to meet the challenges of not only today, but they're able to build their resilience in the long term. And I think that when we start to view this group as more than just on the receiving end and as the transformation that the society needs, we will make many head steps.
Thank you, Mande. Well, let's turn again to the powerful tool of documentaries. And I wonder, Valentin Thun, what kind of expectations or what kind of ideas do you have in order to strengthen the role of women, in particularly on movies which cover the zero hunger topic?
I mean, it's almost the same with every topic. You need to focus on women. We have this, of course, we tend to personalize with a lot of issues, and here it is quite simple. Instead of heroes, look to find heroines. So it means we actually, this is not that difficult. So sometimes it's difficult to, I recall a situation in India where we had a woman leading a seed bank, but yeah, there was her husband who was really very knowledgeable and who probably even knew more than she did, but we wanted to follow her. It was almost impossible to get her advice without him interrupting her, so we needed to give him a task somewhere else to actually shoot with our heroine. And this is a deliberate choice that you, if you in your film have like, don't know, 3, 4, 5 characters, and you have a lot of important men, don't forget the women. That's very simple. And with the food issues, they should be, if possible, the majority. I mean, it's not always easy to get these positive roles out, because when you have a conflict, the media have a lot of attention. If you have solutions out, okay, cinema is still working, that's what I did, but on TV, we try to sell a story that is called Startup Africa. Again, here, most of the startups are led by women, most of them coming back from Europe and North America. Some of them are stayed local, but that's the interesting thing. We didn't find a broadcaster, because Africa is the continent where there is starvation and hunger and misery. Positive stories from Africa, I don't know why. It's really was, for me, as a media professional, it was astonishing and deceiving that this very well-researched, and we had a lot of good characters, positive characters, but there was no conflict. There was just a success story.
But let me connect to one of your interventions this morning. You shared with us that you don't want to leave the audience with a depressive mood, and you always try to come up with a positive message. I'm sure in all your documentaries you also found some positive examples where you could see the impact on the right to food. Could you share one of these examples with us where a documentary really had some impact in this regard, or is this difficult to track?
No. I mean, my experience, really the biggest success was Taste the Waste, and yes, we had a lot of audience, but that's not the success I mean. I mean the impact on people, impact on society, which was, I think, also because we started not only to create the film, but also to do a lot of outreach, campaigning, cooking, public cooking of those veggies that would have been thrown away, and this kind of things. We really reached out to a lot of people. I think this topic was totally unknown, which is ridiculous, because we have been throwing away since decades a third of our harvest, and but until 2010, nobody talked about it. So it was kind of a wake-up call, and it really helped to shape even policies that are coming up now, but mainly, I would say, local initiatives that started to talk about the value of food. Because, I mean, really, very different from the consumer in Africa that doesn't throw away anything. We tend to forget what
the situation here.
What is? I mean, it's so easy to get everything at any time you want, but to think this is something that can work for all the times is stupid. And we have been founding a social movement after that, a grassroots movement called food sharing. And here again, if it's about food, if it's about charity, like 2/3 of the members that are active are women. So with this topic, you should focus on women, not forget it, because they are contributing more than the male part of the population.
Okay, strong words. Thank you very much. We've got several insights, and I would also like to open now the discussion for our audience. So please feel invited to address your questions also to our panel speakers. But when you take the mic, please also wear a mask.
Hello, I have a question. My name is Jörg, ActionAgainstHunger. I find this film festival and the storytelling idea very interesting. It reminds me that we also need to switch somehow our focus. And so my question is to Mr. Hoppe. I have the feeling that often we are, as INGOs, we are talking with the BMZ colleagues from the Development Ministry, with the GFFO colleagues, Federal Foreign Office on Humanitarian. But actually they are our partners and we are on one side. Are we forgetting sometimes to talk and invite maybe to such panels the Ministry of Economics or Agriculture, because usually they're somehow slowing down the interesting initiatives or sometimes even stopping them. If I think about the value chain initiatives from the BMZ or also the initiative on how the Tierwohl, on how to raise animals in a way that is human, I would say. What do you think about that? Should we also have more discussions with this? Is the whole sector somehow forgetting this sometimes? I ask myself.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm quite happy to say that for the Food Systems Summit, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Development Cooperation have actually joined forces. So we're sharing the responsibility and the leadership within government. So I think there's more positive dialogue many times than what is being seen. It's a little bit what you just described. It's always more interesting for the media to report on the fight rather than on concerted action. When it comes to the legislation on corporate responsibility along the value chains, of course, Ministry of Labor, it's very well known, so it's across party boundaries. Ministry of Labor is very supportive. Yes, Ministry of Economics is hesitant, but it's interesting, this, how should I say, this division is even within industry. Some companies are in support of such a law, others are very held back. The associations are almost all against such legislations. Again, major companies and producers are pro. So I would not want to focus so much on intergovernmental disputes, but rather, yes, we need to form coalitions, I totally agree, but we also should not dwell too much on the divisions that there are, but really look where can we find strategic partners and go together.
Yeah, please.
Yes, I would strongly support that, but keep in mind that there is really a conflict going on when what development aid is doing is being counteracted by trade. Trade is doing way more damages than we ever can repair. So we have to talk about both sides. And I know that you're working on this, but this is something we should address. It's a matter of fact.
This is a very important new start for another discussion panel, I suppose, and a very controversial one, particularly from the different perspectives, but I think it would be worthwhile to integrate it. And I think the beauty of the food systems approach is that it even allows to integrate the trade topic also in the food systems topic.
You need to.
Yeah, you have to, definitely. In all its implications, which brings me to another question also to you, Mr. Hoppe, because the food system approach highlights once more the complexity of the overall approach. It's by far the most holistic approach we've ever had when it comes to food and nutrition security, food security. And in this regard, we were reminded this morning by your colleague from the ministry that one of the particular challenges of the SDG agenda is the threat of complexity. How do we avoid to fail, and how, well, it's a different balance. Valentin Thurn was speaking about we have to simplify. On the other hand, we are confronted with complexity. So how do we find the right balance in this regard?
That's a very tough question, of course, but it's true for the SDG agenda as such, and I find it very interesting. Basically, if you really look into food systems and all the implications it has, basically it is as complex as is the SDG agenda. Because there's gender in it, there's water in it, there's all the ending hunger, of course, in the prime target health. So basically, almost all the SDGs are addressed when you tackle food systems fully and in an encompassing way. So how do we avoid this? I believe, for one, we should not believe as governments we're the ones who have all the solutions. It's the same for the SDG agenda, and that's why I was appealing to civil society also earlier. I think it needs input from all parts of society, from academia, from civil society in the narrow sense, but also from, of course, corporations, from industry. We all need to bring in our value added, and no one should believe he or she has the silver bullet. So such a complex issue can only be addressed if all actors are on board. And that is, I think, what is the beauty with the process that we now see and the structure of the Food System Summit. We have action tracks that actually address the question from different angles and invite in different groups all actors. So it is a big dialogue. There will be national food dialogues in the preparation of the Food System Summit. To me, the answer is don't try to do it all yourself. Don't think you have all the answers. Be willing to listen to all the other actors.
That sounds like a very sound final word here on our discussion, and also as an invitation for the civil society and for our representatives from civil society here, that this is an approach which really requires different perspectives, and I'm sure that in the dialogues to come, in order to prepare for the Food System Summit, we'll see more of these dialogue platforms where also the NGOs can involve, and hopefully also the private sector will be involved, because we can't deny the particular role the private sector has to play in future. So I think we've come to an end. I would like to thank, first of all, our panelists, Mande, Naima, who have connected, and to those who made it possible in presence, here to Martin Hoppe and to Valentin Thurn, for your attention. And I hope we'll see us in different constellations and working formats in order to pave the agenda for the Food System Summit. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Cornelia Richter. You can stay here for a bit longer if you would like to. You know, it's so sunny there, and it's quite dark there.
It's sunny.
So please, for the audience here and the audience online, we have a couple of minutes to wait for those who are in the Zoom sessions. I think they won't end before 5:35, so we're able to start here around 5:40 with a closing panel on SDG 6. So we have to move on. Thanks for you, and just, you know, wait for 5 more minutes, then we're gonna start with the closing panel. Thanks. So I'd like to all welcome back to our closing panel on SDG 6. We have 4 panelists now on stage, and we would like to know what happened in between. So Pierre Thielberger, please welcome our new guests and have a great 30 minutes of insights on whatever happened during the last sessions. Thanks for joining.
Okay, that works. Yes, thank you very much for the introduction and welcome back to our closing panel. I'd like to quickly introduce our 3 panelists. Dirk Winkler, you know already if you joined for the opening session. He works with GIZ in Jordan. Then we have Hakon Spriewald. He has been coordinating projects as the project Leave No One Behind at Handicap International since 2017, so is an expert on the issue of inclusive humanitarian action, if you like. And Sonja Hövelmann is a research fellow at the Center for Humanitarian Action in Berlin, has previously worked for Caritas and for Ruhr University Bochum. Welcome everyone. So the first question is, in the breakout sessions that you two were moderating, what were the key topics that were discussed? So maybe Sonja, you would like to start. Your session dealt with not only COVID-19, but also including the Ebola crisis. So what was the key topics that you discussed in your breakout session?
Thank you so much. Yes, so the main idea of our breakout group was to identify some key lessons learned from the Ebola response in West Africa and apply them now to the COVID-19 response. And some of the issues that we touched upon among them are the role of trust and mistrust, because aid workers, but also researchers identified the role of trust as a main issue, why humanitarian health interventions in the Ebola response were sometimes not successful or had some difficulties. And furthermore, we explored a bit the link between the COVID pandemic and the SDG 6 access to clean water and sanitation. And some of the very interesting points was, for example, prioritizing. So how do you manage the triage of several medical emergencies at the same time? For example, in many fragile contexts, the COVID disease as such is not maybe the key issue, but the socio-economic implications, so losing jobs, children not going to school, may have much harsher implications for the people there. And so managing or prioritizing is a big issue. Then my colleague from ACF also touched upon the issue how the need for water is more now even exacerbated than before, because, for example, when they do food distributions, they need to make sure that hand washing facilities are there so that these nutrition sites do not become super spreader events, which would be very dire, of course. So yeah, this is one of the issues that were touched upon, so the even more exacerbated need for water.
Okay, so your session was around displaced and marginalized people. We discussed a bit in the opening session on the specific role of women and girls, but I think this was a bit of a different focus that you had in your group. So what were the main topics you discussed in your breakout session?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. We touched on a lot of different perspectives or lens, as you will. So the session was actually the right to wash, so the right to water, sanitation and hygiene for displaced and marginalized people. And we had like 5 different people. I myself didn't moderate the session, but Mr. Profasi from IOM Germany, so he had quite a challenging role to bring all those things together, because we had, on the one hand, we had the gender perspective coming in from Janet from NIC Nigeria. Then we had the indigenous people and displaced people perspective coming in from Ricardo from Colombia. And we had the host community perspective coming in from Juliana from Jordan, and then me, myself, the perspective from persons with disabilities, all on the right to wash. And it was really interesting to see so many different angles to the topic, but most of them coming together on the same themes. Again, similar approaches and especially similar things we should stop doing. So we try to structure the session on a way of, on the one hand, what are the challenges in general to our group of expertise, and then what should we stop doing as implementers, what should we stop doing as donors as well, and then in the end, to put a positive spin on, what should we do? So this was actually quite interesting because we all came along on different perspectives. One I would summarize as community-driven approaches, to actually have those we are supporting and those we are working for when we come as implementers in, to participate meaningful in the whole intervention into the response. Then the other one was as well that we don't collect enough data disaggregated on all those different topics, so on gender, on age as well, with girls, for example, with older women, with women, then on persons with disabilities, obviously, then not enough data on indigenous people, on actually the impact of our measures, of our responses on those groups. So data was a big topic, that we need to consistently collect data and use this data. Then what else? I'm going through my notes because there was a lot of pages I tried to take notes on. We said that we need to change, and this is a little bit touching on the sessions we had before lunch today here on the conference. We need to change our approach in a mindset way as well. So we need to actually take those people, the users of our services, serious and involve them in the decision-making process on all levels. Right? Because otherwise we can, if we just come in and try to impose, and this was one of the sentences Ricardo from Colombia said, if we try to impose our solutions, then we are mixing up that problems and solutions. So he said we might have similar and same problems, but the solutions depend on the perspective. And if we don't go in and ask the right questions and have them as peers, peer actors, we don't know the solutions which are good in the WASH response for those people.
Maybe I can ask a follow-up question. One group you didn't mention yet is children. Did you also discuss the specific role of children? And even if you did discuss or didn't, do you see a specific one that they need specific care in this regard?
Yeah, so we didn't have a person who was specifically speaking on children, or let's broaden the topic on age in general, so older and children. But we had Janet actually from Nigeria who was talking quite a lot on women and girls. So having different perspectives for girls when it comes to sanitation facilities, when it comes to protection and safety in WASH responses, where you need to have a protection lens on, and this protection lens, let's say, should be intersectional, so shouldn't just have one lens on only, not only the gender lens, for example, but a gender and age lens, so there you would have girls in there, and I would add, as humanity inclusion as well, the disability lens on. So when we talk about intersectionality, and we should adopt an intersectional approach, we talk about exacerbating discrimination factors which make things worse, and we need to take that into account.
Okay, we agreed that I don't ask Dirk a question because he got the possibility already earlier to speak on this panel. So before I open the floor to you, so already start thinking about what questions you might be interested to ask these very smart people on the podium. I would, after having asked about the topics that you have identified as crucial, my last question to you two would be what was maybe the main lesson or something very interesting that you took with you from the breakout session? So was there something where you said, this is really something we need to do maybe different in the future?
Thank you. I mean, it's always difficult to wrap up such a complex and rich discussion that we had in a few minutes. But I took away 3 key learnings that I happy to share with you. One was, and I think this was already touched upon by Hakan, meaningful engagement with communities. And this sounds easy, but in fact it's not. So very often communities are not seen as part of the solution, but as part of a problem. And research actually showed that within the Ebola response in West Africa, local cultural habits were frequently sidelined, and also traditional healing methods were very often marginalized, and instead a very Western approach to medicine was favored, which triggered resistance but also mistrust from communities. And Horeb, who's a journalist from DRC, also added that many of the post-colonial aspects still play a role in how communities today perceive those health interventions. So to make it a bit more precise, he said that during the Belgian colonial times, there was a very large polio testing campaign on Congolese, and this still has continuities to today, how communities perceive Western aid coming in. And actually, this is not a ghost from the past. So 2 French doctors actually announced on TV that Africa could be a place for testing a COVID vaccine. So this is really quite relevant still today. So the second key learning is that it is not good to have a very narrow focus on one disease. So with Ebola, there was in the treatment centers, the Ebola virus treatment centers, you could only go there for this one treatment. But in fact, more people were actually suffering and also dying from other diseases, including malaria, measles, diarrhea, and so on. So this, of course, begs the question of prioritizing in scarce resources, but also earnesty of the response. So where we just pouring our funds into Ebola because we were scared that the disease would spread to the global north, or are we actually, treating people for what they're actually suffering for? And then the third key lesson that came up is sort of a no-brainer, but still strengthening national emergency responses and strengthening a national health system is really important in tackling mistrust or fostering mistrust. So if we have this tendency to privatize healthcare for the very rich and have NGO projectization for the not so well off, then this, of course, also creates a climate of mistrust of whose security matters or whose health matters. So while in fact this is sort of a no-brainer, it's very difficult to realize. But these are sort of the 3 key lessons learned that I took away from the Berghof Gut, and I do hope that I do justice the very rich discussion that we had.
I'm sure you do. I also joined that session. I think you definitely did do justice to the discussion. Hakan, what about you? What is the key lessons that you took away from your breakout session that you were part of?
Yeah, the key lessons. I mean, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but I would like to build upon what Sonia said as well, like this participation theme. So this meaningful participation theme. So not as a tokenism, not for a donor to have a photo with some women in the gathering or with some children or some persons with disabilities to show, we do something. This is not meaningful participation. Meaningful participation means really being open for discussions on a decision level, right? So like actually having the feedback and the things they say and we discuss influencing our decisions. And this was something which went throughout the whole session, is I think one of the most crucial points of it. With this, there was as well this demand or suggestion to actually do a bigger power analysis on the decision level as well. Who has actually the power to decide on our programs, on our projects, and on the donor funding? Right, so we started to talk as well a little bit about what might donors need to change, or what do we need from donors to have a right to wash or to ensure the right to wash. And one topic that always came up was flexibility, that we need more flexibility. And flexibility is now, it's a big word, but especially on 3 topics I had the feeling. One is the timeframes of our project and programs to allow for longer programs, even in emergency settings and humanitarian settings, right? To allow for longer programs. Then flexibility on deliverables, not using predefined deliverables too much, because then you can't, per se, you can't have the voice of the beneficiaries, of the users, influencing the decisions if you have predefined deliverables already in the proposals set up. And then on budgets, having flexibility on budgets to actually allow for flexible implementation depending what is really needed and was decided in the narrative. So these both things I think were quite a big topic for us. And then in general to redress previous discrimination. So when we talk about marginalized people, displaced people, you need to acknowledge the situation that was before the intervention, before the crisis, before the disaster, before the catastrophe. And we talk about persons with disabilities, but also persons of different genders, persons of different ages, indigenous people. You usually talk about groups who has widespread discrimination before the crisis even hit. So you need to build into your projects activities to redress discrimination. That can be empowerment, that can be capacity building, that can be a decision-making process which is actually meaningfully participable. Okay. So I hope as well to do justice to this big group.
I look into the group whether there's questions from the, yes, there is a question, please. I also have one, but the audience goes first. So whoever has a question, you have the better right over the moderator.
Hi, I'm Izzy, and thank you so much, everyone. My question is, in a lot of the Western world, our solution to WASH has basically caused more problems. So we extract more water than we can use, and we discharge raw sewage and treated sewage into rivers, which then cause environmental problems and affects our ability to treat the water. So firstly, how do we raise awareness that WASH is still a global issue? And secondly, how do we deliver our WASH targets without replicating that problem that we've got in the Western world everywhere else?
Who would like to say something about this? You, Hakan? Yep. The nodding. you, please.
Sure. I mean, I think by sort of doing all the things that I just said, so meaningful community engagement by letting actually the communities lead and find the solutions that are relevant for them. So this would be sort of my very short answer to your question, but maybe Hakan has a more elaborate question, answer, sorry.
Let's see about that. I would like to start with the second question. So how do we prevent from imposing our mistakes on others, right, in our Western-driven humanitarian and development assistance? And I find it a really interesting topic, and it kind of directly resonates with one of our speakers in the panel in the online breakout session. And it was Ricardo who said that we need to stop imposing our solutions on the same problems we as a global community have. So like we should acknowledge that we have same or similar problems, but we should engage in discussion the solutions based on the community and the location. So this is basically what you said as well, Linnea, with like participation of the community, because we might or most probably don't have the solution for a community problem. And then if we talk about pollution, water pollution, etc., a lot of times our solutions might actually be the root cause for the problem to be there in the first place. So it is not only needed to listen, but it's just fair to listen on another approach. So that would be my relatively short answer to the second question. Now, how to raise awareness to that WASH is still a topic, right, on a global level. And I think, I mean, I thought a lot about, because I expected some questions on COVID and WASH as well, how in danger are we on SDG 6 now with COVID coming on. And I started to think and spoke with some of our specialists at HI, and something which surprised me was like, actually, right now when we look at the COVID response, we can see a hygiene promotion project on a global level. Right, so hygiene promotion is usually in the WASH. You have water, sanitation, and hygiene. Right, you have hygiene kits, you have hygiene promotion, you have hygiene activities. And hygiene promotion was a lot of times, I think, like the small sibling, the same thing we do as well because we have to do it, but we actually, sanitation, we're engineers, we're doing this. And now on this global stage, like hygiene promotion gets the critical lens and prominence it deserves. Right, so this is something really, really interesting, I find, because all the messages we have for COVID right now, or most of them, are the traditional message of a classical hygiene promotion project we're doing in a community. Right, it's like washing your hands, don't contaminate your water where you use it, have enough water, have enough washing stations, hand washing stations, water stations, etc. And now looking, for example, in April, the Global WASH Cluster just called for an increase of the amount of hand washing stations and water stations around the communities. And this is something a lot of actors trying to pursue stakeholders for a long time, but it was not listened to. Right, so it can be, I'm not saying it needs to be an optimistic view, but COVID can be a positive spin on the whole topic of age in the WASH.
Is my mic on? Okay. Is the moderator also allowed to say something about a question? If he is, I would add, for the first question about raising awareness, I mean, what are other topics that could take away, like the thunder of the rights to water and sanitation? And all these topics, be it global health, be it climate change, I mean, they are so obviously and so closely linked to water and sanitation that I don't think we need to be worried about the rights to water and sanitation or SDG 6. We need to just point out the links, right? We cannot protect global health without guaranteeing access to safe sanitation and water, right? So that's one answer I would say to the question. And the other one is maybe not making a certain mistake that we've been making. I think one thing, I don't know whether this has been pointed out enough, is really that the rights to water and sanitation are very different from SDG 6, right? SDG 6 tries to make something measurable, and that is very important so that we know, do we make progress or do we not make progress? But there's a lot of things that the SDG 6 doesn't tell us, right? And that's how we have these good numbers, for instance, for water, right? Because we have access in certain states, but only to the urban population, only to the richer population, you know. So, and this is something that should not be overlooked, and that is something, some of the mistakes that we have made in the past. So the answer is, to avoid some of those mistakes is to really read what the rights to water and sanitation tell us in terms of non-discrimination, in terms of affordability, not only how many people have access to water, also what kind of water is it? What is the quality of that water? How far away is that water? How expensive is that water, right? So these, if we take these elements which are well established in the rights to water and sanitation and we read it together with the SDG 6, together, it's not the same, but we have to read it together, I think that can help us to avoid some of the mistakes we have made in the past. Sorry. But, there's another question.
Yeah, hello. My question to Mr. Winkler from GIZ, building on what you just said, from your very practical perspective, it comes to my mind, how feasible is that? Because reaching urban population is much easier because you can reach with one pipeline that you build 100,000. And if we are speaking about rural population, I understand this is much more difficult or not. Your project, what does it basically or focus on, and how difficult is it to reach rural population also in your project? Are you trying to work on this also in Jordan?
the project I'm heading, we focus on the north of Jordan. It's basically not that urban, it's more rural. There are we established 5 cooperatives, what I explained at the beginning, where these female plumbers works, and they work all over north of Jordan. Yeah, so we don't focus only in this project, not at all on urban population, but more on rural areas.
I have maybe one question. If there isn't another question, I try to see you, okay? And my last question, if we have a few minutes, is, so obviously SDG 6 treats water and sanitation together, right? And my impression is of today and of previous discussions that we've had, that water and sanitation are really 2 very different animals. And my question is, how good or bad is it to always talk about water and sanitation together, or how beneficial could it be to maybe have a closer look at them separately? I have a strong suspicion what Hakon's opinion on this is, of what he said earlier, but I'd like to know, do you think it is a good approach to take these issues together, or do we need to, because the challenges are different, do we need to take more specific approaches to water and to sanitation, because the risk is obvious. Sanitation is the topic that is often forgotten, right? I mean, even in our panel, the panel is called the Blue Gold, Water, a Resource and Human Right, no mention of sanitation. So that's emblematic of what happens often, right? Sanitation is forgotten, while if we look into the SDG numbers, the challenges are even bigger with regard to sanitation. So how good is it to treat it together, and how good would it be to keep them further apart? Whoever wants to answer.
Shall I? Okay. All right, that's actually a really interesting question. I would go so far to say that not necessarily sanitation, at least in our bubble as a humanitarian actors, is forgotten, but hygiene is forgotten. So you have like water, sanitation, and hygiene. Now in the SDGs, when you look at the SDGs, you have the different targets, right? And they're actually separated from each other, right? There's the water target, and then there's sanitation and hygiene target. And then there's another target on engaging local communities. And I was wondering, it's like, okay, you have those targets, and it's probably for operationalizing purposes quite good. But at the same time, don't they all come together? Don't they need to be interwoven? Does it need to be actually related to each other in a holistic approach? Because without sanitation, you cannot ensure, for example, the right to safe drinking water. Because you might, what you do in the sanitation with excrement, with feces, etc., you might hinder your right to a safe drinking water if you don't think that together. At the other side, like when we look right now with COVID as well, it's like, we see a lot of latrines who don't have hand washing stations or functional hand washing stations next to it, or no soap or no disinfect. So then without thinking in the sanitation on hygiene, you're missing the point. So I assume you have to think that together. What my problem more is that because we are thinking in silos in our sectors a lot of times, that we think as WASH as a complete separate sector from health, public health, which now in the COVID response, I hope we finally realize that is not true. We think of WASH separate from food, of WASH separate from disability, of gender protection, etc. I think that's what we need to stop, like separating WASH from the others.
I thought that would be your answer. Sonja, or, yeah? You have the last word.
I mean, in Jordan, there's, in the water portfolio, there are 14 projects, and one addressing, or some addressing water supply, and some addressing wastewater treatment. So there's nothing forgotten. We addressing both. Okay. And even it belongs together. In the treatment plant, the treated wastewater is used to substitute fresh water in Jordan, because Jordan is one of the water poorest countries. So we have to think together. Okay.
Well, I'm really no public health expert, so I couldn't comment if it makes sense to put those things together or not. But what I found quite interesting was that one of the people from my breakout group, Eric from ACF, he said, oh, my South Sudan colleagues, they're much more trained in hand washing because they've been receiving these messages for much longer than I have, and they're much more sticking to those. So perhaps it's not forgotten. And you mentioned that in your talk a minute ago, what could be more important than water and access to water, but actually the panel that we had on hunger pretty much raised the same point, also saying what could be more important than SDG 1 on hunger. So I guess we already have 17 SDGs, and I think outside our expert bubble, it's already very complicated to communicate those 17 goals and what they exactly mean. So I think just from a communications point of view and making the whole framework already very complex, it doesn't really make sense to divide those up. But yeah.
Okay, if there is no more questions from the audience, then I would invite you all to give a round of applause to our 3 excellent panelists. And with that, and with only a few minutes delay, we close the session. Thank you for your attention. Thank the organizers, Aktion gegen den Hunger, Flüchtlingshilfe, NRC, and Save the Children. And we'll see you back next year, hopefully. Bye. Do you want to speak here?
Do you want me to come closer to you?
Yes, it's...
The audience gets this one. Am I able to? Here we go. So 2 minutes later, I'm just gonna say thank you to you again, and would like you to just stay here. We're gonna skip the coffee break. I mean, who needs coffee around this time of the day anyway? You wanna probably sleep tonight, and before that, rather have a Prosecco or other drinks to round that great SDG conference up. So we would like to have a closer look at the motto of the whole conference. So it stands behind you, the future is now. And we want to give the floor to the future generation. So we top off the day by watching a video message from the Save the Children Global Young Leaders for Nutrition, just in a second. And afterwards, we'll hear or have the chance to listen to our closing keynote speech by Rebecca Freitag. So I'd like you to leave the space here and get another round of applause before we will listen to the video message. Thanks a lot.
I imagine a world where there's no malnutrition and no child goes to bed hungry.
I imagine the world I want to live in the future to mutually reinforce good nutrition and gender equality.
I'm looking at government leaderships to prioritize adolescent nutrition because this is key to improve the zero hunger situation that the world is facing across the globe.
My ask for the government is that they should be more proactive in matters concerning nutrition, sanitation, and climate change.
There should especially be an emphasis placed on advocating for the importance of improving children's, adolescent girls, and women's nutrition to advance gender equality.
Especially now that we've been struck with COVID-19 pandemic, we should learn from this experience and plan for any emergencies that may arise.
To improve the situation of young people across the world, Every youth should be given the opportunity to reach their full potential by gaining access to adequate nutrition during their formative years, and by being given the opportunity to not only shape but also define the policies and initiatives that affect their day-to-day lives.
In my opinion, governments should increase investment towards nutrition because this is what will make us attain the zero hunger situation.
And most importantly, the government should engage the youths in matters concerning nutrition and agriculture because the youths are the future generation.
To do. Yes, and that's what we want to do. We want to listen to the younger generations, and that's also the reason why we invited Rebecca Freitag. As the former German UN Youth Delegate on Sustainable Development from 2017 till 2019 and the current ambassador for the rights for future generations, she's an expert on the Sustainable Development Goals, an advocate for the young and future generations, and I like that a lot, a visionary for the future. So welcome, Rebecca Reinhardt, the floor is yours.
What is your mission in life? I was asked this question a while ago, and it took me also a while to find my answer that feels right for me. And my answer is to give those a voice who are not really as much heard as they should be. And I can imagine that I may share this mission with a lot of you here. So for the past 2 years, this meant that I was raising my voice for young people at international negotiations and in media, as I was the UN Youth Delegate on Sustainable Development. I was really restless. I was impatient. Why did things go so slow? I mean, why are we willingly crossing the planetary boundaries while increasing the inequalities? I think this is not the kind of future that my generation wants, and I think this is not really the kind of future that anybody wants. So I did everything in my power that I could to make the world leaders walk their talk. So beside all the formal processes and diplomacy, I also tried out other things. For the climate summit, I tried to make a bridge between the street movement and the UN. So I collected 1.5 million supporters for our claim. Or there was the environmental conference where they wanted to have an agreement on plastic, and the negotiations were so slow. There were people blocking it. So what I did, I was collecting single-use plastics on the way to the conference hall in Kenya, in Nairobi. And I was asking a tailor to make a dress out of it. So I was wearing this dress at a conference. And then suddenly an ambassador of quite a big country and quite economically powerful country approached me, and that was actually also somebody who was blocking the negotiations. So he asked me why I'm doing this, and I asked him, do you have children? He said yes, and I said, do you know what they have to do? A bottle of plastic will remain 500 years on Earth. It's our generation and the next generations that have to clean that mess. And suddenly, the negotiations went quicker. And this showed me also that we all can make little steps towards the change that we need. So I listened very carefully to all the experts in the field of sustainability. And in the end, I came to this conclusion. I guess you all know that we have that 3 dimensions for the Sustainable Development Goals: the ecological dimension, the social, and the economic dimension. And I found out that we're actually missing a 4th dimension, And that dimension is the cultural dimension. Because for the transformation, we also need cultural change. I mean, sustainability, as I have received it so far, is only reduced to rational argumentation and measurability. There's a lot about naming numbers and goals, like how many percentage of renewables should be reached, and coal exit, 2000 whatever. Sustainability is not a fact sheet that we can just tick off. And sustainability should not only be left to technology. So where is our cultural narrative? How can we convey sustainability on an emotional level, because we are all emotional beings? How can we inspire people to act? And I think this conference is a really great example to show that we can convey sustainability also with moving pictures on a level that we haven't paid much attention to yet. So last year, I met indigenous people in the Amazon rainforest because I wanted to understand how a society is able to live in harmony with its environment for a couple of thousands of years without any goals, without any plans. What is their principle? So I met a young Guarani, he's called Mirim, and he is so fearful of his home, of his rainforest, of his people, that he started to learn English in order to participate in the international negotiations. So I met him in the jungle, and he shared his peace pipe with me, and he said, "Rebecca, everything is connected. It is all interlinked. The lakes and the rivers of the planet are the organs of the body. If the lakes and the rivers are sick, our organs are sick. If nature is unhappy, then the humans will have more burnout and depression will rise." To be honest, this sounded a little odd to me. But then I began to understand that this principle, maybe we have already realized this principle by creating the Sustainable Development Goals. I mean, let's be frank, each goal taken individually, this is nothing new to us, right? In my eyes, the message of the SDGs is it's all interlinked. So let's take an example. Let's take the current situation. If we had sufficient sanitation facilities and adequate hygiene concepts, so that would be SDG 6. If we had sufficient nutritious food and a stable food system, that would be SDG 2, then the virus would not cause as much harm to our health system, SDG 3, as if this wasn't the case. But the same is also true for the reverse. So let's have a look at all the incorrect imbalances that we have created for the mostly global south. So the dependence on our global supply chain on demand, the hard access to world markets for the small-scale farmers, the gender gap in income and work, that mostly women rely on the informal work, the existence of violence, and so much more. The pandemic will make this misalignments only worse and will lead to more suffer and more hunger. So if we reach the SDGs successfully, this will also make us more crisis resilient. And I think this is especially important to say because in my eyes, my generation is a crisis generation. We have lived already through a financial crisis. We are in a health crisis. We are also in the midst of a climate and biodiversity crisis. So all we are asking is to implement that minimum consensus. And we are already also working on that. I mean, we just saw the voices of young people, and I believe that we young people have already embodied the sustainability principles like our inner compass. The SDGs are a present for our world. I mean, just imagine 193 countries have signed this agreement, this revolutionary agreement. And I think it wouldn't be possible anymore in these times with Trump and Bolsonaro as world leaders. But for me, also the history of the SDGs characterize the new age that we are in. I will quickly give you an overview how this went. So imagine Copenhagen 2009, maybe you already know this was kind of a failure. We couldn't really reach a climate agreement. So for the next conference, that was the Rio conference in 2012, they wanted to avoid these failures and just put light topics with less ambition on the agenda, like green economy. And in this time, it was A, a woman, and B, a woman from the global south. So countries that are not really known for making world politics. So it was the UN representative of Colombia, Paula Caballero. She managed to put the goals on the agenda. She managed to evolve a new process of working process. It was the very first time that civil society actors were able to engage and to participate in that program to formulate the SDGs. It is all interlinked, and so is also our society. SDG 17 calls for new partnerships, and I see this conference where civil society, decision makers, and art comes together to create a new future. What kind of future? A future where we believe that people, our lives, and our rights have more value than any business. A future where we look at each other and understand that a green recovery is more than just investing in renewable energy, but it is about imagining a development model that guarantees dignity, respect for the planet, and human rights. It's knowing that the economy must be at the service of the people and their rights. It means building cities and communities in harmony with the environment. A future where we replace the logic of competition with cooperation. And this future has already begun. We are already in the midst of the change. When I was a small kid, I was amazed by space travels and how they wanted to find out new life out there. But today I think, well, it would be nice to find life out there, but actually it's more urgent that we find ourselves here on this planet. We can't wait until tomorrow. We should have started yesterday. So I'm sure that every one of you has its own mission. It's something that nourishes you, something that will contribute to the well-being of people and to the well-being of the planet. Right now, I'm the ambassador for the rights for future generation, and I think this is a synonym for sustainable development. So also in the name of the yet unborn, thanks for doing what you do. Thank you for being who you are. There's an old prophecy found in indigenous peoples all over the planet, and they all agree on this. It says that there will be a critical time where we all have to stand together in order to take care of Mother Earth and her living beings. And they all agree that this time is now, and we are the ones we all have been waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca Freitag. What a powerful speech, and also, you know, what you said is just whatever we were trying to say here, this holistic approach we're all talking about and bringing everything together. So I don't want to talk that much more. I want to end this conference like we began it. And I would like to ask Anna Ramskogler-Witt to come on stage and just take my microphone in a way. So welcome back. This is your floor, and this was or is your conference.
No, it is not. That's why I'm here. Actually, I want to use this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you to the many people who worked on this conference tireless and actually realized it. It was huge teamwork by 3 organizations mainly, NRC Flüchtlingshilfe, namely Sarah, Save the Children, namely Lea, and Aktion gegen den Hunger, namely Kira, who had the idea of the concept of the conference. Please join me, like go in the spotlight and yeah, give them a warm. But three people alone couldn't have done that, what they did. So I would also like to ask Leonie, who was our angel in the background and brought all the speakers online, which is incredible work. Leonie, join us as well. And Bastian, who did all the little things without no one could survive. So, as you can see, it's and there are many, many more people. We have an amazing technical crew. We have my team who works for, I think now 5 days, are we 6 days in? I lost the track. From morning to evening to realize the whole festival. So I would also like to use the opportunity to say thank you to them and also to our lovely volunteers who keep everything going, basically. So thank you from the deep of my heart, especially to you three to do such an incredible, amazing, like the speakers. Wow, I'm super flashed. Before I hand over the microphone to Kira, 3 official announcements. You have to do them at some point. First of all, due to the weather, we won't do the drinks outside. We will do them in here. Second, there will be a film screening at 7:30. You are all more than invited to join us. It's the film Selfish, about humanitarian aid and why you become a humanitarian worker, with a marvelous panel discussion afterwards with colleagues from NRC, ActionAgainstHunger, MSF, and moderated by our lovely partner Cha. And then there comes the last thing I want to say for this evening. Thank you also to our partners who do the whole conference series with us, namely Hertie and Cha, but also all the supporters who like give us the opportunity to actually be here and do this experiment. And now I hand over to Kira.
I make it also very quick. So we were all now thanked by Anna, and this is for sure nice after all this effort to hear. We were, I think, very happy to organize it because I think we created a space for discussion and we opened a dialogue. So everyone who spoke today, be sure we will do a follow-up with you. And this is a nice offer, not a warning. And I really want to thank all 60 speakers in total, online and offline here today, who supported this event. And I think without these incredible speakers, their time, their efforts, it would have not been possible. We just opened the floor, but they spoke and had the good expertise and insights. So thank you very much for all the speakers today.
And now drinks, I think they are needed.